Hey there! Before we drift off into the quiet corners of medieval history, take a second to hit that like button. Only if you want more sleepy deep dives into lives that were far more complicated than they sound. Let me know where you're watching from and what time you've surrendered to this little time machine we call YouTube. I love seeing how far this sleepy caravan travels. Now dim the lights. Maybe grab a warm drink, fluff that pillow, and let the hum of your fan or the creak of the floor settle into the background. Tonight's journey will be long, roughly 75,000 miles long. But don't worry, we'll take it slow. Very slow, just how you like it. Let's get one thing out of the way. Ibn Battuta walked a lot. While most of us hesitate to cross the street for coffee without checking the weather, this man spent nearly 30 years crisscrossing deserts, mountains, war zones and port cities, from Morocco to China and nearly everything in between, on foot, on camel, sometimes on boat, occasionally on borrowed donkey. And no, he wasn't searching for fame or fortune. He was just trying to see things and pray and maybe get some better food. Born in 1304 in Tangier, Ibn Battuta lived in a world that hadn't yet figured out maps, didn't trust most borders, and thought Google was the name of a strange bird. He wasn't a warrior, he wasn't a king. He was just a man with a bag, a pen, and the kind of restlessness that could only be soothed by wandering. But this isn't an action-packed epic. You're not about to hear sword fights or dramatic love stories. What we're diving into tonight is slower, softer. The dust on his sandals, the dates he ate for breakfast, the way one city's mosques felt different from another's, the political gossip he scribbled in margins, the ships he hated and the ones he pretended not to, the boring, beautiful rhythm of walking your life away. So take a deep breath, let the centuries roll back, because tonight we begin the entire life of Ibn Battuta, to fall asleep to, leaving home with sand in his shoes. You are in Tangier. It is the early 14th century. The streets are quiet in the morning, filled only with the smell of fresh bread and the hum of distant merchants preparing their stalls. Sea salt lingers in the air. Minarets rise over clay rooftops. The Atlas Mountains loom somewhere inland, distant and unbothered. This is where the journey begins. Ibn Battuta, whose full name, if you're feeling ambitious, was Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah al-Lawati al-Tanji ibn Battuta, was born here in 1304 in a modest home with a family of legal scholars. His world was small, familiar, and steeped in tradition. He was raised to study Islamic law, to follow in the footsteps of judges and teachers. A calm, orderly life. But at 21, something in him shifted. It was not a rebellion, not a crisis, just a quiet decision. He would go on Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca. It was a religious obligation, one that every able Muslim was expected to fulfill at least once, if they could. But most people never did. The roads were long, the world was dangerous, the journey took months, sometimes years. He told no one at first. Then one day he packed a few supplies, mounted his mule, and left Tangier behind. No fanfare, no farewell parade, just one young man riding out alone with a vague plan and the Quran in his saddlebag. He was 21. He would not return for 24 years. What it meant to travel in the 1300s. We need to pause here because it's easy to forget how ridiculous this was. Today, we book flights, we check visa requirements, we compare hotel prices, we buy travel insurance. In 1325, Ibn Battuta had none of that. He had a mule. For for about the first 100 miles. A couple of coins, a very vague idea of what lay ahead. There were no maps, no standardized currencies, no booking agents or train schedules. Instead, travelers relied on word-of-mouth hospitality laws, the kindness of strangers, and, crucially, Islamic pilgrimage networks, which connected cities and scholars across the Muslim world. If you were a Muslim traveler and spoke Arabic, you could often find food, lodging, and protection. But you had to earn it by proving your character, your devotion, and your usefulness. It was not tourism, it was survival in motion. First stops: Algeria and Tunisia. Ibn Battuta's earliest travels were modest. He made his way through North Africa, passing through places like Tlemcen, Béjaïa, and Tunis. Each city was different, yet familiar. Walls thick with dust, minarets rising in stone symmetry, the clang of metal workers echoing through narrow alleyways. He joined caravans, traveling groups that banded together for protection. He fell ill. He nearly died. He recovered. He observed new legal customs, new dialects, new ways of preparing food. All of it fascinated him, not because it was strange, but because it was variation within the familiar. Islam connected these places, but each had its own rhythm. And for Ibn Battuta, зрение, что было первое откровением, единство могло содержать бесконечную деталь. Being a guest everywhere, belonging nowhere. As he journeyed eastward, the pilgrimage destination of Mecca still far away, Ibn Battuta began to understand his new reality. He was now what we might call a permanent guest. Each city welcomed him, offered meals, lodging, sometimes coin. People offered advice. Scholars invited him to teach or observe their legal schools. But he belonged nowhere. He had no home, no stable identity beyond what he carried: religion, education, manners. To travel in the 14th century meant you were always being evaluated. Are you pious? Are you useful? Are you respectful of local law? If not, doors closed quickly. So Ibn Battuta adapted. He became a master of social navigation, able to sense when to speak, when to listen, and when to vanish quietly from a city where politics had shifted against him. The psychological toll of movement. Some nights the pace must have felt exciting, other nights unbearable. Imagine waking up in a city where no one knows your name. Again, for the 50th time. A different bed, a different floor, a different version of the call to prayer. Every smell slightly unfamiliar, every face a question. He was never truly alone. There were other pilgrims, scholars, merchants, but he had no companions he started with. He fell in love more than once. He married a few times. The relationships did not last because he always moved on. Finally, the Hajj. After about 18 months, Ibn Battuta finally reached Mecca. The holy city was everything he had imagined and more: bustling, sacred, crowded with tens of thousands of pilgrims. The Kaaba at its center, drawing bodies in constant rotation, chanting, prayer, ritual washing, dust and reverence in equal measure. He completed the Hajj. He prayed at the sacred sites. He stood shoulder to shoulder with believers from across the Islamic world. This could have been the end of the story, but it wasn't, because something strange happened after the Hajj. Ibn Battuta didn't go home. He could have. By then, he had completed his religious obligation. His journey was technically over. But something inside him, perhaps the itch of curiosity or the comfort of motion, kept him walking. Why didn't he return home? This question hangs over the entire first chapter of Ibn Battuta's life. Why didn't he stop? Historians have speculated for centuries. Maybe it was ambition, maybe loneliness. Maybe he saw how vast the Muslim world truly was, and realized that every city had its own version of truth. Or maybe, like many of us, he discovered that movement itself became easier than stillness. Whatever the reason, Ibn Battuta began not a return home, but an expansion outward. He would visit Iraq, Persia, East Africa, Anatolia, and beyond, always on the move. Always just a few months away from returning, but never turning west. The boy from Tangier had become something else. Not a pilgrim, but a professional witness, an observer of cities, cultures, and contradictions. And now that the Hajj was done, what would his new purpose be? Where could a traveler like him go next, in a world without borders, but full of danger? And how far could he stretch his journey before the journey became his identity? The pilgrim who forgot to go home. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1326, he had already traveled over 3,000 miles, across deserts, through unfamiliar cities, sometimes alone, often sick, and almost always improvising. He had done what few men of his age, class, or education would ever attempt. And yet, he didn't stop. Rather than returning to Tangier with stories and spiritual fulfillment, he did the opposite. He stayed in motion. What began as a religious obligation quietly transformed into a life, a shape, a habit. Ibn Battuta kept walking, not just because he could, but because something had changed. He had become a pilgrim without an endpoint. From pilgrim to explorer, after the Hajj, many pilgrims would settle in Mecca for a few months to pray, reflect, and rest before returning home. But not Ibn Battuta. Instead, he joined a caravan heading north and east toward Iraq and Persia. His reason? He claimed he wanted to visit more sacred sites. And perhaps he did. Iraq was the resting place of great Islamic thinkers. The cities of Kufa and Basra were rich with history. Baghdad, despite recent damage from the Mongols, was still a center of learning. But part of it may have been simpler. He wasn't done seeing. And now every road looked like a thread, pulling him further into a tapestry of cultures that stretched far beyond what Tangier could have imagined. Surviving the road, 14th century logistics. We often think of medieval travelers as romantic wanderers, but the reality was much more tedious. Ibn Battuta had to manage. Clothing suitable for desert heat and mountain cold money, often in unfamiliar coinage, food and water, which required careful rationing. Between cities shelter, which varied from caravanserai to strangers' homes to open desert. He relied on hospitality networks, structures rooted in Islamic law that required hosts to house travelers for a few nights. But even hospitality had its limits. You had to behave modestly, recite the right prayers, know how to thank your host properly, avoid offending regional customs. One social misstep and the door could quietly close forever. So Ibn Battuta learned the etiquette of dozens of regions. How to greet a Persian scholar, how to defer to a Turkish emir, how to recite the Quran in ways that showed you weren't just passing through, but that you understood. Encounters in Baghdad and beyond. When Ibn Battuta entered Baghdad, the city was still recovering from the 1258 Mongol sack. An event so brutal, it was said the Tigris River ran black with ink from the libraries. But in 1326, Baghdad remained a vibrant, layered city. He visited the tombs of famous scholars. He attended lectures in schools that had survived the carnage. He wandered the bazaars where silk merchants and bookbinders still practiced their crafts. And he continued writing. Ibn Battuta kept notes, mental or written, on everything. The quality of bread in each city, the legal differences between Islamic schools, the types of animals used for transport, the architecture of mosques, the habits of local rulers. His mind became a rolling archive, updated with each mile. Accidental diplomat. As his journey grew longer, Ibn Battuta began to draw attention. He wasn't just a traveler anymore, he was becoming a courier of knowledge, and that made him valuable. In places like Shiraz or Mosul, he met local leaders who asked about the state of cities hundreds of miles away. He was, unintentionally, a new source. By knowing things, small things like road conditions, political changes, or court gossip, he became useful, and that utility turned into opportunity. He received gifts, he was offered positions, he was invited to dine with governors. It was never guaranteed, and it could disappear at any moment. But if he stayed sharp, respectful, and adaptable, the road itself would provide. Down the Red Sea to East Africa. In the early 1330s, Ibn Battuta turned south and boarded a ship down the Red Sea toward the Swahili coast. This was a major change. He was no longer in the dry comfort of caravan trails. He was now at the mercy of the Indian Ocean trade winds. And he hated it. He despised sea travel, frequently writing about the nausea, cramped quarters, and danger. But he endured it, because the reward was new lands, new knowledge, and new stories. He landed in Mombasa, then Kilwa, major coastal cities with thriving Muslim communities. Here he observed a different Islam, still devout, but shaped by African, Arab, and Indian influences. He marveled at the wealth of the region, the elegance of the mosques, the softness of the Swahili language. And again, he made notes, quietly, thoroughly. Cultural chameleon. By this point, Ibn Battuta had become a master of adaptation. He changed his clothes depending on the region. He adjusted his accent and vocabulary depending on the dialect. He altered his behavior to match the social norms of each city, not because he was pretending, but because he understood that survival meant being able to belong anywhere, quickly. This flexibility is what made him so successful and so rare. Most travelers carried their home culture with them, struggling to navigate foreign norms. But Ibn Battuta had no home, and that made him, paradoxically, more at home everywhere. A longing that never settled. One of the few constants in his writing is a soft, persistent ache. He would mention Tangier occasionally, his mother, his teachers, the memories of his early life. But always briefly, always distantly. He sent letters, he received news, and yet he didn't return. Some scholars think it was guilt. Others suggest he felt out of place in his own homeland after so long away. But perhaps it was simpler. Perhaps he knew that the man who left Tangier at 21 had been replaced by someone else entirely. A man whose comfort now came from movement, whose silence came only when the road was visible ahead. More roads to come by the mid-1330s, Ibn Battuta had been traveling for over 10 years. He had visited North Africa, the Middle East, Iraq, and Persia, East Africa, and now his eyes turned eastward toward India and the fabled lands beyond. He was no longer just a pilgrim. He was a man pulled forward by a strange mix of faith, curiosity, survival, and habit. But he was also now entering territories where Islam was a minority, where rulers were Hindu, Buddhist, or Mongol. Places where he could no longer rely on shared religion for protection. He would have to navigate power, politics, and culture on a new scale. How would a Moroccan traveler survive the sultanates of India? What happens when a guest is invited into a royal court and cannot leave? By the late 1330s, Ibn Battuta had already journeyed farther than nearly any known traveler of his time. He had crossed deserts, climbed mountains, braved foreign languages and unpredictable rulers, and done it all not as a conqueror or a merchant, but as a guest. But his next journey would redefine his entire life. India, a place of immense diversity, of sultans and warlords, of hundreds of languages and endless customs, of monsoon rains and gold-covered temples. And to get there, he would have to cross the Hindu Kush, navigate a crumbling Persian empire, and walk straight into the heart of a court ruled by one of the most paranoid kings of the medieval era. This was not a safe journey. It was a gamble. And yet, for Ibn Battuta, it was just next. The Sultan of Delhi. In 1334, Ibn Battuta arrived in Delhi, capital of the Delhi Sultanate, ruled by Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq, a brilliant, ambitious, and often terrifying man. Tughlaq was known for moving the capital of his empire on a whim, forcing entire populations to relocate, executing officials for minor slights or imagined conspiracies, inviting scholars, poets, and mystics to his court only to test their loyalty in cruel ways. He was both devoutly Muslim and profoundly unstable. And yet, he loved foreign scholars, especially those who could quote the Quran and comment on distant empires. So when Ibn Battuta entered Delhi, it was not long before he was summoned. And in one of the strangest moments of his life, Ibn Battuta was offered a job. Not just any job, he was appointed the chief Qadi, the highest-ranking Islamic judge in Delhi. He was stunned, he was flattered, and he accepted life as a judge in a foreign land. For 2 years, Ibn Battuta held one of the most powerful judicial positions in the Sultanate. He wore embroidered robes. He sat in court beneath painted ceilings. He decided legal cases for citizens whose languages he barely understood. But the job was less glamorous than it sounds. The legal system was chaotic. Many cases were pre-decided by bribes or politics. Ibn Battuta found himself issuing rulings that were ignored, caught between his own scholarship and a system that bent toward power, not justice. He tried to stay honest. He tried to serve the people. But increasingly, he realized he was more of a symbol than an authority. And when the Sultan began executing more of his courtiers, some for mere rumors, Ibn Battuta began to feel the walls closing in. A way out, a diplomatic mission to China. In 1341, perhaps sensing that his court was becoming dangerous, the Sultan offered Ibn Battuta a diplomatic assignment. He would represent the Delhi Sultanate on a mission to China, where the Mongol Yuan dynasty still ruled. It was a prestigious role, but also a quiet exile. Ibn Battuta accepted, and once again, his journey resumed. He set off with gifts, servants, horses, and a long list of letters and ceremonial duties. But almost immediately, the expedition collapsed. His caravan was attacked by rebels. Most of the guards and camels were lost. Some letters were stolen. Some servants vanished. Ibn Battuta barely survived. He wandered, was robbed again, and eventually staggered back to the coast. Beaten, but not broken. Amazingly, he still pressed on. He boarded a Chinese merchant vessel and continued east. Strange lands, familiar faith. In the ports of Southeast Asia and eventually China, Ibn Battuta encountered a strange contradiction. The cities were filled with pagodas and emperors who bowed before statues of Buddha. And yet, in the Muslim quarters, he still found familiar rituals. He prayed in mosques in Sumatra. He stayed with Muslim merchants in Guangzhou. He visited the Chinese imperial court in Beijing, though the visit was brief and likely heavily orchestrated. He didn't speak the languages, he didn't understand the customs, but he observed, he asked questions, he took notes, and as always, he wrote about court dress, road systems, bridges, foods, punishments, and religious life. To him, the point was never dominance or mastery. It was always witnessing. The long road back by 1349, nearly 24 years after leaving Tangier, Ibn Battuta began to return home. He sailed back through the Indian Ocean, crossed into Arabia, visited Mecca again, and finally walked west. He stopped in Cairo. He saw Damascus again. He crossed into the Maghreb. And then, one quiet morning, he returned to Tangier. His father had died. His mother had died. His house was unfamiliar. The boy who left no longer existed, but the stories he carried, the fragments of cities, conversations, prayers and silences, had grown into something larger. The commission to write it all down. When Ibn Battuta reached Fez, in present-day Morocco, he was summoned by the Marinid Sultan. The Sultan had heard tales of the traveler who had seen more of the Muslim world than anyone alive. And he gave him a task, write it all down. Ibn Battuta, exhausted and aging, dictated his story to a young scholar named Ibn Juzay. Over the course of several months, they compiled the Rihla, the journey, a sprawling travelogue of more than 75,000 miles across Africa, Asia, and Europe. It is one of the most detailed records of 14th century life ever written. And yet, for centuries, it was forgotten. The quiet legacy of constant motion. Ibn Battuta never became famous in his lifetime. His book was read in limited circles. He likely died around 1368. A quiet man in a quiet town, after a life spent in constant motion. But centuries later, historians would rediscover the Rihla, and what they found was not just a map of geography, but a map of how people lived, what they wore, how they governed, how they loved, how they punished, what they feared, and what they believed was sacred. No one else had seen so much, remembered so clearly, or written it all down with such mundane precision. Final reflection, the travel that becomes you. Ibn Battuta never intended to be a celebrity. He just kept walking. And in doing so, he showed us something simple and quietly profound, that the world, in all its strangeness and repetition, can only be understood slowly, city by city, meal by meal, prayer by prayer. He wasn't the fastest, the bravest, or even the smartest traveler, but he was perhaps the most patient. And sometimes that's enough. Where sleep lived before we had beds, somewhere far beyond the waking world, past the boundaries of land and sea, even past the rising sun, there was said to be a cave, not a cave of fire or monsters or treasures, just sleep, soft, humming, thick like fog. This was the home of Hypnos, the Greek personification of sleep, not a warrior, not a king, not even a particularly powerful god, just a quiet force whose presence was felt in every yawn, in every slowly closing eyelid, in every moment when the world dimmed and noise gave way to stillness. You might not have heard much about Hypnos. He didn't throw thunderbolts. He didn't stir the seas. He didn't seduce mortals or start wars. He was not the god of dreams. That was his son, Morpheus. Hypnos was sleep itself. And tonight, in his honor, we explore one of the most uneventful but essential realms of ancient mythology. The god who lived in permanent twilight. the shape of sleep in ancient thought. In the Greek imagination, gods often mirrored human experiences, but with more drama, more immortality, more pettiness. But Hypnos was different. He wasn't feared. He wasn't worshipped with elaborate temples or sacrifices. In fact, many Greeks didn't even consider him a god in the usual sense. He was more like a force, a presence you acknowledged, sometimes resisted, but could never truly escape. Sleep, in ancient times, was not understood the way we think of it now. There was no concept of REM cycles, no discussion of melatonin or brain waves. Sleep was, instead, a small death, a temporary drift into silence where the soul wandered and the body released its grip on the waking world. And Hypnos was the keeper of that border, not its ruler, just its doorman. The cave of Hypnos. Ancient poets describe Hypnos's home as a cave hidden in the farthest west, where the sun never reaches. No light, no wind, no noise. Even the gods approached it carefully. It wasn't gloomy, it wasn't frightening, but it was unnaturally still. Rivers flowed silently. Poppies and other sleep-inducing plants grew at the entrance. And inside, Hypnos lay on a bed of soft feathers, surrounded by shadows and dreams. He didn't often leave. He didn't need to. Sleep came to all things, kings, animals, gods, and mortals alike. Even mighty Zeus could not resist Hypnos forever. Family ties of drowsiness. Like many figures in Greek mythology, Hypnos belonged to a strange and often contradictory family. His mother was Nyx, the primordial goddess of night, older than the Olympians, and feared even by Zeus himself. His twin brother was Thanatos, the personification of death. His children included Morpheus, the god of dreams, and the lesser dream shapers Phobator and Phantasos, who crafted nightmares and illusions, respectively. Together they lived in or near that quiet cave, a family of sleep, death, and dreams. And yet Hypnos remained the most neutral among them. Thanatos was feared. Morpheus was unpredictable, but Hypnos was dependable, universal. He came every night, without anger, without purpose beyond peace. How Hypnos was depicted. In sculpture and art, Hypnos was sometimes shown as a gentle youth with wings, either on his shoulders, temples, or back, to show the swift, quiet way he moved through the world. In some depictions, he carried a horn from which he poured sleep, or a poppy, the flower that lulled men into a trance. He didn't carry weapons. He didn't need to. His power was slow, inevitable, like fog rolling down a hill. His arrival was felt in the weight of your limbs, in the heaviness behind your eyes, in the moment your thoughts begin to blur into images. Hypnos was not a figure of action. He was the exact opposite of action, and yet no one could resist him. Hypnos and the gods. When sleep becomes strategy. Despite his low profile, Hypnos played a role in one of mythology's most chaotic events, the Trojan War. During the conflict, Hera, the queen of the gods, wanted to distract Zeus long enough to tip the balance of battle in favor of the Greeks. But how do you distract Zeus? You put him to sleep. Hera approached Hypnos and asked him to lull the king of the gods into slumber. Hypnos understandably refused. The last time he had done that, Zeus awoke in a fury and almost destroyed everything near him. But Hera was persistent. She offered bribes, promises, and finally the hand of Pasithea, one of the younger goddesses associated with relaxation and hallucination. Hypnos agreed, and when the time came, he waited for the moment after Hera had seduced Zeus, when the sky god lay sated and full of pride. Then, with a whisper and a drift of invisible mist, Hypnos poured sleep over him. Zeus's eyelids closed, the storm clouds stilled, and for a few hours the world was without its king. That is the closest thing Hypnos ever came to power. Sleep and trust in the ancient world. It's easy to forget that for much of human history, sleep was a dangerous act. There were no locks, no electric lights, no security systems. To sleep was to become vulnerable, to animals, to weather, to people. And so sleep was also an act of trust. Trust in your surroundings, trust in your companions, trust that you would wake again. Hypnos then was more than a passive presence. He was the one who stood watch while the world slept. A quiet guarantee that nothing would reach you, at least not until the dream ended. The erosion of reverence over time, as Greek mythology faded and Christianity spread through Europe, figures like Hypnos lost their place in the cultural imagination. Sleep became a function, not a spirit. Medical theories arose, beds changed, rituals became habits. Hypnos disappeared into the margins of poetry, relegated to metaphor and forgotten lore. And yet his name survived, in hypnosis, a trance-like state, in hypnotherapy, which uses sleep and suggestion, in hypnagogia, the strange space between waking and dreaming. The god was gone, but his echoes remained, in language, in art, in that slow wave of calm that overtakes you at the end of a long day. A presence you never see. You never see Hypnos. You never greet him. But you know the moment he arrives, the way your limbs feel like stone, the way your breathing changes, the way the world feels muffled, muted, far away. He comes not with thunder, but with stillness. Not with command, but with patience. He waits at the edges of your thoughts, gentle, familiar, and inevitable. Hypnos was never worshipped with grand temples. But every time you close your eyes in trust, in fatigue, in surrender, you are stepping into his domain. And if sleep is a god, then what are dreams? What truths, or illusions, live just beyond the cave, in the domain of his son, Morpheus? The science of sleep before science, new sleep. Imagine going to bed every night not knowing exactly what sleep was. You knew it happened. You felt it. Your eyes shut, your body stilled, your mind drifted. But the cause, the mechanism, the why, that remained a mystery. For most of history, sleep was not a medical function or a psychological state. It was a spiritual act, a surrender, sometimes a fear, sometimes a relief, often a thing that could be taken away, manipulated, or controlled by gods, spirits, or fate. To the Greeks, Hypnos was this mystery made flesh, a god who asked for nothing and yet took everything. Your strength, your thoughts, your movement, your voice, and always returned them in the morning if he chose to. But what did ancient people really believe about sleep? What rituals did they practice? How did they prepare? And what did it mean to be a person who slept deeply or didn't sleep at all? That's what we explore now. Sleep as a liminal space. To ancient thinkers, Greek, Roman, Egyptian, and even early Christian philosophers, sleep was not simply unconsciousness. It was a threshold, a doorway between two states, wakefulness and death. To fall asleep was to cross that threshold gently. To die was to fall too far and never return. This is why Hypnos and Thanatos were twins. Not metaphorical twins, literal ones, born of the night, raised in silence. One brought temporary stillness, the other brought permanence. When the body became still, how could one know whether it was resting or departed? This fear underpinned many ancient traditions. Families watched their elderly sleep, unsure if they would wake. Warriors kept vigil through the night, fearing that sleep might dull their senses and invite death. Pregnant women performed rituals before bed to guard themselves from malevolent spirits in dreams. Hypnos was never seen as cruel, but his presence reminded people that vulnerability was never far. Beds before bed sleep, of course, needs a surface, but for much of the ancient world, the idea of a bed as a soft, personal sanctuary was rare. In ancient Greece, wealthier citizens slept on Klein, a kind of raised couch or wooden frame with woven leather straps, often covered by linen or wool. These could double as dining furniture during feasts and symposiums. Poorer citizens, they slept on mats or sometimes directly on packed earth floors with a blanket, if they had one. Pillows were not always soft. Some were filled with straw, some with cloth scraps. The very poor went without them, and yet, regardless of class, people arranged their sleep spaces with care. Feet toward the door for defense, low fire nearby for warmth, water jugs within reach in case of thirst or fever dreams. In many cultures, amulets or herbs, like poppy, lavender or fennel, were placed nearby to encourage peaceful sleep. Even without science, people learned what soothed the body, what called hypnos gently rather than invited nightmares. Rituals of sleep in the ancient world. In temple cultures, especially in Egypt, Greece, and Mesopotamia, sleep was sometimes part of religious practice. This was called incubation. Worshippers would travel to sacred sites and lie down in specially prepared chambers, often near the statues of healing gods like Asclepius or Serapis. They would fast, pray, cleanse themselves with oils or water, then in total silence they would wait for a dream. Not just any dream, but a vision, a message, a direct communication from the divine. Priests and priestesses trained in dream interpretation would sit with the sleeper in the morning, helping them decipher what they had seen. If a god had visited them, it meant hope, healing, approval. If not, they might return for another night or go home in disappointment. This form of sacred sleep wasn't restful. It was intentional, a bridge to the beyond. It shows us that for many, Hypnos wasn't just a neutral figure. He was a messenger, a curator of divine whispers, the sleepless and the cursed. What of those who could not sleep? Insomnia in the ancient world was rarely treated as a medical problem. It was seen as a spiritual imbalance, a sign of guilt, divine punishment, or a curse. Some believed that restless spirits haunted the sleepless. That failing to dream meant you had been forgotten by the gods, or worse, were being watched by something from beyond. Cures ranged from the practical to the bizarre, drinking hot milk with herbs, bathing in cold rivers at night, sleeping with stones under the pillow to anchor the mind, whispering prayers to Hypnos while lighting olive oil lamps. In some cases, sacrificing small animals at crossroads where dreams were said to enter the world. But the truth remained, if Hypnos would not come, there was little anyone could do. Sleep in literature and tragedy. Greek playwrights used sleep not just as background, but as plot. In Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, sleep becomes a moment of vulnerability, a time when kings are betrayed, warriors are ambushed, or gods intervene. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus himself is tricked into sleep by Hypnos so the gods can meddle in human war. The moment Zeus closes his eyes, the fate of empires shifts. In the Odyssey, Odysseus and his crew must avoid the lotus eaters, whose food induces a dreamy, eternal drowsiness, trapping men in contentment unwilling to return to real life. Sleep, in these stories, is never just rest. It's a pause in control, a chance for fate, trickery, or revelation. Even the most powerful are helpless when hypnos calls. A life shaped by sleep. The modern world treats sleep as an afterthought, a function to manage, something to delay with caffeine and rescue with melatonin. But ancient peoples treated sleep as something sacred, even mysterious. They didn't track hours, they tracked signs. When birds quieted, when shadows stopped moving, when smoke curled flat across the hearth, when children began to mumble nonsense as they slipped into dreams. Sleep was not scheduled, it was invited, and hypnos was the guest you always left a place for. Tonight, as you close your eyes, you are not doing something new. You are doing something ancient, something shared across cultures, religions, and centuries. You are reaching for the same quiet that Greeks imagined when they wrote of the feathered god in his silent cave. And perhaps, if the air is still and the lights are low, he will arrive just as softly now as he did then. But what of his son? What of the realm of dreams that lies beyond sleep? What if hypnos is only the beginning, and Morpheus, the next chapter? Morpheus and the architecture of dreams. If hypnos was the doorway into sleep, Morpheus was what waited on the other side. He was not a king, not a god in the full Olympian sense, but he ruled a realm all his own, the world of dreams. Where hypnos brought silence, Morpheus brought stories. Where hypnos offered stillness, Morpheus painted illusion. Together, they completed a cycle that every living creature followed, night after night, without question, without resistance. You've met Morpheus before, even if you didn't know his name. Every time your dreams showed a familiar face or an imaginary city that felt oddly real, you were stepping into his world. But in the slow myths of sleep, Morpheus rarely spoke. He didn't command armies or seduce heroes. He didn't raise mountains or cast thunderbolts. He built dreams. And tonight, we explore what the ancients believed about those dreams, what stories they built out of them, and why Morpheus, that quiet dream shaper, was one of the most feared and respected figures in the underworld of the mind. The sons of sleep Morpheus was not alone. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Hypnos had not one, but 1,000 sons, all of whom worked in the realm of sleep. Among them were Morpheus, the shaper of human forms in dreams. When you saw a familiar face or spoke to someone in a dream, it is his doing. Phobator, the bringer of animals and beasts into dreams. He conjured the strange tigers, snakes, and birds that populated nightmares. Phantasos, the master of inanimate objects and natural forms. He filled dreams with trees, rivers, stone, and smoke. Each night, they emerged from Hypnos's cave and drifted silently across the world, slipping into people's minds. They didn't create dreams at random. They reflected desires, fears, guilt, and longing, pulling from the dreamer's own thoughts. But they always worked in disguise. No one ever saw Morpheus directly. He appeared as others, as voices, as emotions. And by morning, he was gone. Dreams as messages. To the ancient Greeks and Romans, dreams were not nonsense. They were messages. But the question was, from whom? Some believed they came from the gods. Warnings, prophecies, advice. Others thought dreams emerged from the soul wandering while the body rested. And some philosophers like Aristotle saw dreams as simply the residue of the day's experiences, loose thoughts recombining in sleep. But regardless of origin, dreams were taken seriously. If a ruler dreamt of a burning city, it could spark political panic. If a priest dreamed of an eagle carrying a lamb, entire temples might change their rituals. Dream interpreters, called oneirocritics, held real power. They studied dream symbols. They tracked how moon phases affected visions. They created long lists of dream meanings. A serpent might mean betrayal. Falling teeth might mean death. Seeing a mirror could suggest dishonesty or the divine. People brought dreams to priests the way others brought illnesses to doctors. Sacred dreams and dangerous delusions. But not all dreams were welcome. There were dreams that were seen as false, phantoms sent by trickster spirits, or worse, by enemies who had cursed your sleep. A king could be overthrown if his dreams were judged to be influenced by evil. Women accused of witchcraft were sometimes blamed for disturbing others' dreams with rituals, powders, or night riding, the belief that a witch could enter your mind while you slept. In these cases, Morpheus was not viewed as a neutral dream shaper. He was seen as a servant of whoever had the strongest will. Whether mortal, god, or spirit, dreams became battlegrounds, and that made dreamers vulnerable, lucid dreamers of the ancient world. Though the term lucid dreaming is modern, the practice is old. Some mystery cults in Greece and Egypt trained initiates to remain conscious inside dreams. The goal? To navigate them, to ask questions, to commune with the divine. Plato wrote of people who saw true things in their dreams, but only when they purified their bodies and minds beforehand. Others claimed they could summon Morpheus by sleeping in specific postures or chanting names during the liminal state between waking and sleep. These weren't bedtime routines, they were spiritual techniques, not for relaxation, but for revelation. Dreams as memory or warning. In one ancient tale, a man dreams of a flood covering his village. He wakes, panicked. He tells the elders, but they laugh. That afternoon, a storm comes, and the river overflows, destroying crops and homes. In another, a woman dreams of her dead mother pointing to a specific olive tree in the garden. The next morning, she finds buried coins beneath it. Stories like these were passed down for generations. They gave dreams a power greater than logic. Even the rational philosophers could not fully explain them. They were part of what made being human so strange and so fragile. When dreams disappeared, as Christianity spread through the Roman Empire and beyond, the theology around dreams shifted. The church discouraged obsession with dream interpretation, calling it pagan or even demonic. Dreams might still carry meaning, but that meaning could only come from God or be temptation from the devil. Suddenly, Morpheus and his siblings faded from memory. No temples, no prayers, no chants, just sleep and silence. And yet, people kept dreaming, kept wondering, kept waking in the night with images that felt too sharp, too real, too important to be random. Morpheus had not disappeared. He had simply become invisible. The palace of eternal drowsiness. When you imagine the cave of Hypnos again, filled with mist and shadow, Morpheus is there too. He doesn't sleep. He builds. Images, voices, landscapes, memories, stitched together like a painter working without light. You won't hear him. You won't see him. But when you dream of someone long gone, or a place you've never been but know by heart, that's him. That's the gentle son of sleep, reminding you that the mind never rests fully, that even in stillness, something inside you is wandering. And now, as your thoughts blur and your breath slows, you enter that same space, the one visited by emperors and slaves alike, A place with no walls, no clocks, no direction, just story, just image, just the echo of a name whispered too softly to remember. Morpheus. Let him show you what sleep is really for. 1,000 dreams and one night. There are places that exist only when you close your eyes. The room that isn't your room, but feels like it. The street you walk, but don't remember. The voice of someone you lost, speaking again without sound. These are not hallucinations, not madness. They are dreams, built moment by moment in silence, by figures older than memory. Tonight we return to that space, but we go deeper, beyond hypnosis cave, beyond the soft arrival of sleep. We follow the quiet footsteps of Morpheus and the brothers who shape the very structure of your sleeping world. Because Morpheus was never alone. He was the most famous, but not the only one. He had brothers, Phobator, Phantasos, and perhaps others whose names were never written down. Together they filled the dreams of gods and mortals alike, not with meaning, not always, but with presence, with images so rich and precise that you woke up unsure where you were. This is their story, or rather the echo of a story we once told and then forgot. The many sons of sleep. The Roman poet Ovid gives us the clearest account of Hypnos' sons in his Metamorphoses. He writes of 1,000 dream spirits, all born of sleep, all tasked with shaping visions. But 3 stand apart. Morpheus, who crafted the forms of men, their gestures, voices, and faces. Phobator, who brought animals and monsters, sometimes harmless, sometimes terrifying. Phantasos, who designed objects and landscapes, the sea, the mountains, the furniture in a dream that you've never owned. Each night, they left the cave unseen. Each night, they entered our minds. And each night, they told us things we would forget by morning. Morpheus, the facemaker. When you dream of a conversation with someone you know, or someone who seems invented, that's Morpheus. He was the most intimate of the brothers. He didn't just give dreams people, he gave dreams emotion. In Ovid's tales, it is Morpheus who enters the dream of Alcyone, taking the form of her drowned husband to gently reveal his death. Not with cruelty, but with sorrow, with grace. This was his gift, to let you grieve in sleep, to let you reunite with those who are gone, to show you the tenderness of memory through illusion. Morpheus was not a trickster, he was an artist of closure. Phobator, the shadow that flinches. Phobator, sometimes called Icalos, worked in a different register. He brought the strange, the non-human, snakes sliding under doors, wolves in mirrors, a horse made of smoke that speaks. Sometimes his creations were terrifying. Sometimes they were merely bizarre. But he had a role to remind you that not all dreams are comfortable, that sleep is not safety, that the imagination is capable of more than just nostalgia. Phobator was the edge of sleep, the part where the line between dream and nightmare blurred, the face you don't recognize, even though it wears your mother's voice. And like all shadows, he was never really seen, only felt. Phantasos, the architect of the unreal. And then there was Phantasos, the least mentioned, the least remembered. But without him, no dream could take shape. Phantasos didn't create faces. He didn't shape animals. He shaped the setting. He placed the chair, the mountain, the window. He poured the water. He curved the hallway. He built the impossible cities that looked like your school, your workplace, and your childhood home all at once. Phantasos was the dream's engineer, and his silence was his genius. Because no one ever dreams of Phantasos, they dream within him. The ritual of their work, Each night, the three brothers emerged. They did not compete. They collaborated. One brought form, one brought tension, one brought space. And together, they gave you a story you'd never remember properly. But their work wasn't random. It was shaped by what you brought to them. The image of a book you stared at all day. The feeling you didn't speak out loud. The sound of a bird you heard in passing hours earlier. A worry you ignored. A hope you don't want to admit. The brothers took these pieces not as judgments, but as ingredients, and from them they made something quietly brilliant. Forgotten by time, unlike the Olympians, the dream spirits were never worshipped directly. No statues to Phobator, no hymns to Phantasos. Their stories were passed through poetry, through metaphor, through the rare writings of those who noticed that sleep wasn't just silence, it was a stage. Over time they faded. Christian monks called dreams temptations. Doctors called them digestion. Psychologists would later call them the unconscious, and artists would call them inspiration. But none remembered the brothers who built the dreams, even as their work continued every night uninterrupted. The shape of a dream. Think of your last vivid dream. Where were you? Who was there? What were you feeling? Even now, you can't be sure how much was real and how much was imagined. That's their brilliance. They don't just show you things. They make you believe them fully, momentarily. They give you a truth you can't explain, and then they take it away. Gently, always gently. Tonight, as you close your eyes and sleep arrives again, slowly and without announcement, remember, you are not alone in your dreams. You are being hosted by three forgotten brothers who ask for nothing, who expect no thanks, who only hope you remember, if only for a moment, that the world you see when your eyes are closed is built, brick by image, by Morpheus, by Phobator, by Phantasos. Dreams in the ancient mind. You're lying in a small room. There is no clock. The walls are made of packed clay. There is a single oil lamp flickering against the ceiling. Outside, the sounds of distant footsteps and animals slowly fade. You are not in the present anymore. You are in a world where dreams are messages, not accidents. It is 2,000 years ago. You've eaten a sparse meal. You've washed your hands with olive oil and crushed herbs. You've whispered a prayer, not to a god of war or love or sea, but to the unseen artists who govern your mind while you rest. Tonight you hope they come, not with horror, not with riddles, but with clarity. You hope Morpheus will visit. You hope Phantasos will build something beautiful. You hope Phobator stays far away. This is how dreams were once seen, not as flickers of imagination, but as communications sculpted by ancient hands. Let's open that world again. Dream theory in the ancient world. Before psychology, there was symbolism, and in ancient civilizations, dreams weren't just personal, they were cosmic. The Babylonians believed dreams were sent by gods or ghosts. They catalogued hundreds of dream symbols on clay tablets, using cuneiform to preserve what a snake, a fish, or a broken dish might mean in the night. The Egyptians treated dreams as nighttime prophecy. They built temples where people slept deliberately, hoping for divine visions, especially when sick. These were known as dream incubation chambers. Priests would wait nearby to interpret what was seen. The Greeks, inspired by these cultures, developed a vast system of oneiromancy, the reading of dreams. They classified them: oneiros aletheis, the true dream, revealing something yet to happen; oneiros pseudos, the false dream, misleading or meaningless. Oneros Theos, the divine dream, where a god appears or speaks. Oneros Empeiria, the reflective dream, shaped by recent experience. But these categories weren't fixed. A single dream could contain all four. And who decided? The dreamer, the interpreter, or the god? That uncertainty is what gave dreams their power. Dream interpreters, sleep's translators, imagine a marketplace in Delphi. You bring your dream from the night before to a local interpreter. You tell them, I saw a white horse running through the ocean. My hands were tied, but the waves pulled me forward. They nod slowly. Maybe the horse is freedom. Maybe the ocean is fate. Maybe your tied hands mean you are resisting change. Or perhaps the dream means something else entirely. Something tied to the stars, or the season, or the god whose temple you passed without offering yesterday. Dream interpretation was rarely about finding truth. It was about finding meaning. The process was spiritual and social, and deeply personal, much like dreams themselves. The gods and dreams Greek mythology is full of dreams sent by gods, not randomly, but as part of divine plans. In the Iliad, Zeus sends a false dream to King Agamemnon, convincing him that he will win a great battle if he attacks Troy. The dream is beautiful, persuasive, entirely fabricated. It leads to disaster. In this case, the god is not kind. He uses dreams as tools, weapons, illusions. Other times, gods appear in dreams as guides. Hermes visits mortals in sleep to give instructions. Apollo, the god of prophecy, often speaks through dreams, but only to those worthy. This dual nature, dream as gift or trick, created a kind of humility in ancient cultures. No one could assume their dream was divine. You had to ask, interpret, reflect, and sometimes wait for another. Dreams of the dead. One of the most haunting beliefs in the ancient world was this, that the dead could return, not in body, but in dream. Grieving families often slept near tombs or under the stars, hoping for a final visit. A word, a face, a gesture of peace. Morpheus was the one who made it possible. He sculpted the dead, not just in appearance, but in emotion. The dream wasn't just a vision of your father or sister or child. It was a chance to speak, one last time, to forgive, to confess, to feel what was denied in life. Some even believed that unburied souls haunted the dreams of the living, demanding attention, ritual, rest. To forget the dead was not only impolite, it was dangerous. Philosophers and dreams. By the 5th century BCE, Greek thinkers began questioning the divine nature of dreams. Heraclitus believed dreams reflected internal balance. Plato argued they were the soul's attempt to speak when the body was quiet. Aristotle, more skeptical, saw dreams as biological, a kind of mental residue. But even he admitted dreams could offer insight, especially to those who understood themselves. He wrote that people with strong imaginations or fevers had the most vivid dreams, and that dreams often amplified emotions. Fears became monsters, joys became reunions, guilt became falling or drowning. To Aristotle, dreams weren't divine, but they were useful. They revealed what the wakened mind ignored. A mirror, sometimes cracked, but never blank. A universe behind closed eyes. All this points to something we still wrestle with today. Why do we dream? Why do we see what we see? And why do some images stay with us for years, even decades? The ancient world didn't have a clear answer, but they had respect for the question. They knew dreams were not random, not entirely. They saw the work of invisible hands, Morpheus and his brothers, shaping, guiding, nudging, And they knew that to sleep was not to escape life, but to enter another version of it. You, lying in your bed now, are part of this same tradition. When you dream, you join a conversation 2,000 years old. And though you may forget the names of the dream shapers, they haven't forgotten you. They are always watching, not with judgment, but with quiet care, building the stories you don't know you're telling every night when the dream ends and the world returns. By the time dawn begins to lighten the sky, the work of Morpheus and his brothers is done. The illusions they spun dissolve like mist, the faces blur, the words vanish. The impossible cities you wandered in fall inward like smoke sucked back into the cave of sleep. You stir, and the world returns, not always all at once, but piece by piece. The shape of your room, the sound of a clock, the feeling of being awake again. And you wonder, even if for just a moment, was any of that real? This moment, this transition, is where the dream gods do their final work, not in the shaping of the dream, but in the forgetting of it. Because the world would make no sense if you remembered everything you saw while you slept. Morpheus knows this, Phobator knows this, Phantasos too, and so they leave you only with fragments, a feeling, an image, a phrase with no context, just enough to stir something in you, but never enough to fully explain it. That is their final gift, the soft tyranny of the real world. We live most of our lives believing in the supremacy of waking life. What we see, what we measure, what we name. But dreams ignore that. They twist logic, undo physics, and bend time, and still they feel important. Ancient people knew this. They lived slower lives, more attuned to cycles of light and dark. They didn't wake to smartphone alarms or 24-hour news. They woke into silence, and in that silence, they remembered their dreams, sometimes fully, sometimes just long enough to write them down or speak them aloud before they vanished. They didn't treat dreams as just dreams. They treated them as messages from a realm without borders, a nightly meeting with spirits, ancestors, or gods. And above all, they treated dream work as a kind of relationship with forces that didn't want power or praise, only attention, only presence. The fate of forgotten gods. We no longer pray to Morpheus before bed. We do not burn oil lamps for Phobator. We do not leave offerings of poppy or honey outside caves for Phantasos to pass by. Their names, for most people, are footnotes, words in ancient dictionaries, characters in academic articles or fantasy novels. But still, they work. Every night they do their quiet labor. Every night they do their quiet labor, even if no one believes in them. Perhaps that's what makes them more real. They do not need temples. They only need a mind, a soul, a person softening into sleep. And when that happens, when you close your eyes, they return, not in robes, not in flashes of light, but in sensation, in the flicker of a landscape you've never seen, in the whisper of a voice that feels real but isn't, in the warmth of a hand that might never have existed. That's how they survive, in every forgotten dream. Dreams in the modern mind. Today we explain dreams through science, neural pruning, memory consolidation, emotional processing, surrealist recombination of short-term storage. We map the stages, label the waves, attach electrodes and measure flickers of brain activity. And all of that is real. All of that matters. But it still doesn't answer the quiet question we ask ourselves when we wake at the dark. Why did I dream that? Why her? Why that hallway? Why that word? There are no satisfying answers, just wonder, just the memory of something that felt true, and no longer is. That's where Morpheus lives now, not in caves, but in questions, endings, without end. Morpheus, Phobator, and Phantasos were never gods in the way we usually define them. They didn't demand, they didn't punish, they didn't intervene. They simply showed us a version of ourselves. Night after night, they built stories and then let them vanish. They reminded us that reality is not always a fixed thing, that what you believe in one moment can dissolve completely the next, and that somehow that's okay. Because even in loss, even in forgetting, there is beauty, there is peace. So tonight, when you drift into that soft borderland again, think of them, not as myths, but as companions, invisible, patient, always watching. They do not ask to be remembered, but when you dream of a face you haven't seen in years, or walk through a door into a world made of music and salt, know this, they are still there, still working, still dreaming you into being. The hearth at the center of the world. There is a fire, low and steady. It does not roar, it does not leap, it does not call for attention. It simply burns, quiet, constant, undemanding. That fire, right there in the center of an ancient home, is the domain of Hestia, the firstborn of the Olympian gods, the sister of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, the goddess of the hearth, and yet she is perhaps the least talked about. No grand myths, no dramatic conflicts, no thundering vengeance, no golden chariots, no raging battles, no serpents or monsters or lovers turned to trees. Hestia never left Olympus. She never ruled the seas. She never kidnapped, cursed, or conquered. She simply stayed and tended the fire. For the ancient Greeks, that was enough. Because in a world full of chaos, war, and divine drama, someone had to keep the flame alive. Tonight we visit Hestia, not for excitement, but for stillness. Not for heroism, but for presence. Not for movement, but for home. Who was Hestia? In the oldest stories, Hestia is the very first of the Olympians, daughter of Cronus and Rhea, swallowed at birth by her father alongside her siblings, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, and Demeter, and then eventually freed by Zeus, who would become the ruler of gods. But unlike the others, Hestia asked for nothing. She claimed no throne. She demanded no domain. Instead, she requested only this. Let her tend the hearth. Let her keep the fire burning in Olympus so that it would never go out. Zeus granted her wish, and so in the great hall of the gods, there was always a flame, not just symbolic, but sacred. Because to the ancient world, fire was not just warmth or light. It was survival, civilization, ritual, and someone needed to protect it. The hearth in every home. To understand Hestia, you have to understand the ancient hearth. In Greek homes, the hearth was more than a cooking place. It was the center of the house, the spiritual heart. Weddings were blessed by Hestia. Newborns were welcomed at her hearth. Meals began and ended with her in mind. Oaths were sworn by her name, and whenever a family moved to a new home, they carried a flame from the old hearth to the new one, literally taking Hestia with them. This wasn't superstition, it was continuity. To light the hearth was to say, we are here, we are together, we belong. In cities, the practice scaled up. The Prytanion, a public hearth, was kept burning at all times in the heart of every Greek city-state. It represented unity, identity, and shared protection. Wars might rage, crops might fail, but as long as Hestia's fire burned, the people had a center. Why she was always first and last. In every sacrifice to the gods, Hestia's name was spoken first and last. Not because she needed attention, but because she held the ritual together. The Greeks understood something modern people sometimes forget. Power isn't always loud. Sometimes the greatest strength is in stillness. Hestia had no temples, at least not in the way Zeus or Athena did. She had hearths everywhere, in homes, in temples, in council chambers, in sacred groves. To pray to Hestia was to recognize what you already had. The roof above you, the bread before you, the warmth on your face, and in a world of constant change, that kind of gratitude was its own form of worship. She refused marriage from gods. Two powerful gods, Poseidon and Apollo, once asked Hestia for marriage. She declined them both. She vowed instead to remain forever virginal, dedicating herself to the flame and to the act of service. This vow wasn't about morality or shame. It was about independence. Hestia belonged to no man, no lover, no conquest. She existed in her own right, and the Olympians respected that. Even Ares, god of war, and Dionysus, god of chaos, held their tongues in her presence. Because without Hestia, even their battles and revelry had no beginning. What good is a feast without a fire? What good is a home without a center? Why she was forgotten. It's easy to see why Hestia faded from popular myth. She wasn't exciting. She didn't ride lightning or transform mortals or invent wine or avenge insults with plagues. She simply kept the fire going. In modern terms, she might be the person who opens the cafe at 5 a.m., the one who sets the table while others are arguing, the one who folds the blanket and turns off the last light. Quiet, background, necessary. And like many such figures, she was gradually left out of stories. In some myths, Dionysus takes her seat on Olympus entirely, but even that story is debated. Because Hestia's place was never really on a throne. It was in every flicker of warmth, every rising curl of smoke, every space made sacred by attention and care. Tonight, as you settle under your blanket, you do what thousands of others have done for centuries. You create a quiet space. You welcome rest. You tend to yourself and your home, even if only by turning off a light. That too is Hestia's domain. Not dramatic, not divine, just enduring, just essential. The flame that never fails. Imagine a world before matches, before stoves, before electric light. To make fire, you needed patience. Stone on stone, spark on bark, the gentle whisper of breath, the coaxing of heat from cold. And once you had fire, you kept it. You didn't let it die unless you absolutely had to. Because without fire, there was no warmth, no cooking, no protection. In some seasons, no life. This is the world Hestia ruled. Not from above, like Zeus. Not from the sea, like Poseidon. Not from the underworld, like Hades. But from the center, from the fire. A goddess not of spectacle, but of continuity. And that made her, in a way, the most powerful of all. Fire as civilization fire was the first technology of humanity. It was the divider between wilderness and culture, between night and light, between chaos and comfort. Where fire was, people gathered to share stories, to cook, to protect, to be human, together. The Greeks understood this on a spiritual level. They didn't see fire as just heat. They saw it as a gift, one that had to be honored. And the keeper of that gift was Hestia. In every household, every city, every colony founded by seafaring Greeks across the Mediterranean, a flame was lit and dedicated to her. Even as new gods rose and new myths were written, Hestia remained, unshaken, unforgotten, right there in the warmth of every fire that fed a family. The Prytanion, sacred flame of the state. In Greek city-states, there was always a public hearth, This hearth burned in a building called the Prytaneon, the civic heart of the polis. It was more than symbolic. It was literally the city's sacred center. If the flame there went out, it was considered a sign of imbalance, of political unrest, even divine displeasure. It was Hestia's fire that unified the people. New colonies, like those established in Ionia or Magna Graecia, would carry a flame from the mother city's Prytaneon to ignite their new hearth abroad. It was a ceremonial thread, one fire connecting another across land and sea. In times of peace, the Prytaneon fire welcomed foreign ambassadors, heroes and orphans. In times of war, it symbolized the continuity of the state, proof that even in chaos, home still burned bright. No other god had this kind of presence, not in temples, but in living practice. Vesta and the Roman connection. When the Romans absorbed much of Greek culture, they renamed the gods. Zeus became Jupiter, Hera, Juno, Aphrodite, Venus, and Hestia became Vesta. But in Rome, Vesta's influence became even more central. The Vestals, her priestesses, were among the most respected women in Roman society. Chosen as children, they served for 30 years, guarding the sacred flame of Vesta in the Temple of Vesta in the Roman Forum. If that flame went out, it was considered a national emergency. The Vestals were required to remain chaste, symbolizing the untouched and undying nature of the flame. They had immense privileges, but also immense responsibility. Their purity was political, their fire divine. And so, in both Greek and Roman society, the flame endured. Watched, honored, never extinguished. The daily flame, ritual and routine. In ancient homes, tending the hearth was often the task of the woman of the house or a dedicated servant. But this wasn't just a chore, it was ritual. Each morning, the fire was fed and blessed, ashes were cleaned, offerings were made. A moment of silence or gratitude marked the beginning of the day. When guests arrived, they were welcomed at the hearth first, not the table. To eat or speak before acknowledging Hestia was considered rude, even impious. When meals were cooked, the first bite was offered to her by name. It was a life of rhythm, not drama. A quiet reverence that wove itself into daily survival. And while other gods demanded temples and gold, Hestia was content with olive oil and attention, the power of not leaving. There's something quietly radical about a deity who doesn't go anywhere. In myth, gods roam. Hermes flies between worlds. Apollo journeys across the sky. Dionysus wanders, ever intoxicated, but Hestia stays. She stays while others fight. She stays while others explore. She stays while others forget. And in that staying, she becomes something stronger. She becomes anchored. When people returned from war, Hestia's hearth was the first thing they saw. When lovers parted or reunited, they did so in her warmth. When children were born or elders died, she was there, not seen, not dramatized, just present. And in a culture that valued motion, she offered something different. Continuity. The small god with the deepest roots. Why do we forget Hestia? Perhaps because she doesn't demand to be remembered. She doesn't storm. She doesn't seduce. She doesn't transform people into animals or hold grudges for generations. She simply burns, steady, gentle, ancient. She reminds us that there is strength in staying, in repetition, in ritual, in care. She reminds us that someone must hold the space for the others to return to. Someone must keep the fire lit. Tonight, as your world quiets and the day flickers low, you are once again doing what people have done for thousands of years. You are drawing the blanket. You are dimming the lights. You are making a space for rest. You are returning to the hearth, and Hestia is already there, waiting. The last flame in a changing world. Imagine a home with no fire. The walls are the same. The roof still stands, but the center is cold. The space is silent, and the silence doesn't comfort. It echoes. For the ancient Greeks and Romans, this was unthinkable. A house without a hearth wasn't a home. A city without its sacred flame wasn't a city. It was a shell. Hestia understood that. She embodied it. Even as gods grew jealous and empires expanded, even as marble temples rose to the sky and philosophers challenged the heavens, she remained at the center, unchanging. Not because she lacked power, but because she understood something deeper than power. That presence is its own form of strength. That keeping the flame alive, day after day, without fanfare, is an act of devotion no less holy than thunder or conquest. And in the final fade-in centuries of her worship, as fires began to go out, the question lingered like smoke in a cooling room. What happens when the keeper of the hearth is forgotten? The decline of the old ways. As Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, the gods of Olympus slowly vanished from temples, streets, and memory. Zeus became a metaphor, Athena a statue, Apollo a name in poetry, and Hestia, she was displaced by silence. In 394 CE, Emperor Theodosius I banned pagan practices. Temples to the old gods were closed. Sacred flames, like the one kept by the Vestal virgins, were extinguished. The fire of Vesta, which had burned continuously for over 1,000 years, was put out by imperial decree. And with it, the last state-sanctioned symbol of Hestia's worship was gone. No revolt, no mourning crowd, just a final puff of smoke, and then nothing. The Vestal virgins, a life in service. The 6 priestesses of Vesta had lived in a secluded, dignified household near the Roman Forum. Chosen between the ages of 6 and 10, they served for 30 years, 10 years of training, 10 of service, 10 of instruction. They had status, privileges, protection. But if they broke their vow of chastity, if they allowed Hestia's fire to be symbolically polluted, they were punished with the most severe sentence Rome had to offer. They were buried alive. The fire, it seems, came with a cost. But even so, their role was revered. A Vestal could pardon a condemned prisoner simply by touching them. They sat at the front of theaters. They were untouched by war or politics, and they lived not for ambition, but for a quiet, burning center.
Sometimes, the greatest strength is in stillness. Hestia had no temples, at least not in the way Zeus or Athena did. She had hearths everywhere, in homes, in temples, in council chambers, in sacred groves. To pray to Hestia was to recognize what you already had: the roof above you, the bread before you, the warmth on your face, and in a world of constant change. That kind of gratitude was its own form of worship. She refused marriage from gods, 2 powerful gods, Poseidon and Apollo once. Asked Hestia for marriage, she declined them both. She vowed, instead, to remain forever virginal, dedicating herself to the flame and to the act of service. This vow wasn't about morality or shame, it was about independence. Hestia belonged to no man, no lover, no conquest. She existed in her own right, and the Olympians respected that. Even Ares, god of war, and Dionysus, god of chaos, held their tongues in her presence, because without Hestia, even their battles and revelry had no beginning. What good is a feast without a fire? What good is a home without a center? Why she was forgotten, it's easy to see why. Hestia faded from popular myth. She wasn't exciting. She didn't ride lightning or transform mortals or invent wine or avenge insults with plagues. She simply kept the fire going. In modern terms, she might be the person who opens the cafe at 5 a.m., the one who sets the table while others are arguing, the one who folds the blanket and turns off the last light. Quiet background necessary, and like many such figures, she was gradually left out of stories and some myths. Dionysus takes her seat on Olympus entirely. But even that story is debated because Hestia's place was never really on a throne. It was in every flicker of warmth, every rising curl of smoke, every space made sacred by attention and care tonight. As you settle under your blanket, you do what thousands of others have done for centuries. You create a quiet space. You welcome rest. You tend to yourself and your home, even if only by turning off a light. That, too, is Hestia's domain. Not dramatic, not divine. Just enduring. Just essential. The flame that never fails. Imagine a world before matches, before stoves, before electric light. To make fire, you needed patience, stone on stone, spark on bark, the gentle whisper of breath, the coaxing of heat from cold. And once you had fire, you kept it. You didn't let it die unless you absolutely had to, because without fire there was no warmth, no cooking, no protection. In some seasons, no life. This is the world Hestia ruled, not from above, like Zeus, not from the sea, like Poseidon, not from the underworld, like Hades, but from the center, from the fire, a goddess not of spectacle but of continuity. And that made her, in a way, the most powerful of all. Fire, as civilization, fire was the first technology of humanity. It was the divider between wilderness and culture, between night and light, between chaos and comfort. Where fire was, people gathered to share stories, to cook, to protect, to be human. Together, the Greeks understood this on a spiritual level. They didn't see fire as just heat. They saw it as a gift, one that had to be honored, and the keeper of that gift was Hestia. In every household, every city, every colony founded by seafaring Greeks across the Mediterranean, a flame was lit and dedicated to her. Even as new gods rose and new myths were written, Hestia remained unshaken, unforgotten, right there in the warmth of every fire that fed a family. The Prytanean sacred flame of the state in Greek city-states. There was always a public hearth. This hearth burned in a building called the Prytanean, the civic heart of the polis. It was more than symbolic. It was literally the city's sacred center. If the flame there went out, it was considered a sign of imbalance, of political unrest, even divine displeasure. It was Hestia's fire that unified the people. New colonies like those established in Ionia or Magna Graecia would carry a flame from the mother city's Prytanean to ignite their new hearth abroad. It was a ceremonial thread, one fire connecting another across land and sea. In times of peace, the Prytanean fire welcomed foreign ambassadors, heroes, and orphans. In times of war, it symbolized the continuity of the state, proof that even in chaos, home still burned bright. No other god had this kind of presence, not in temples, but in living practice. Vesta and the Roman connection. When the Romans absorbed much of Greek culture, they renamed the gods. Zeus became Jupiter, Hera June, Aphrodite, Venus, and Hestia became Vesta. But in Rome, Vesta's influence, which became even more central. The Vestals, her priestesses, were among the most respected women in Roman society. Chosen as children, they served for 30 years, guarding the sacred flame of Vesta in the Temple of Vesta in the Roman Forum. If that flame went out, it was considered a national emergency. The Vestals were required to remain chaste, symbolizing the untouched and undying nature of the flame. Had immense privileges, but also immense responsibility. Their purity was political, their fire divine. And so, in both Greek and Roman society, the flame endured, watched, honored, never extinguished. The daily flame, ritual and routine in ancient homes. Tending the hearth was often the task of the woman of the house or a dedicated servant, but this wasn't just a chore, it was ritual. Each morning, the fire was fed and blessed, ashes were cleaned, offerings were made. A moment of silence or gratitude marked the beginning of the day when guests arrived. They were welcomed at the hearth, first not the table, to eat or speak before acknowledging Hestia was considered rude. Even impious, when meals were cooked, the first bite was offered to her by name. It was a life of rhythm, not drama, a quiet reverence that wove itself into daily survival. And while other gods demanded temples and gold, Hestia was content with olive, oil, and attention. The power of not leaving. There's something quietly radical about a deity who doesn't go anywhere in myth. Gods roam, Hermes flies between worlds, Apollo journeys across the sky, Dionysus wanders, ever intoxicated, but Hestia stays. She stays while others fight. She stays while others explore. She stays while others forget. And in that staying, she becomes something stronger. She becomes anchored when people return from war. Hestia's hearth was the first thing they saw. When lovers parted or reunited, they did so in her warmth. When children were born or elders died, she was there, not seen, not dramatized, just present. And in a culture that valued motion, she offered something different: continuity. The small god with the deepest roots. Why do we forget Hestia? Perhaps because she doesn't demand to be remembered. She doesn't storm, she doesn't seduce. She doesn't transform people into animals or hold grudges for generations. She simply burns, steady, gentle, ancient. She reminds us that there is strength in staying, in repetition, in ritual, in care. She reminds us that someone must hold the space for the others to return to. Someone must keep the fire lit. Tonight, as your world quiets and the day flickers low, you are once again doing what people have done, For thousands of years, you are drawing the blanket. You are dimming the lights. You are making a space for rest. You are returning to the hearth. And Hestia is already there waiting. The last flame in a changing world. Imagine a home with no fire. The walls are the same. The roof still stands. But the center is cold. The space, it is silent. And the silence doesn't comfort. It echoes. For the ancient Greeks and Romans, this was unthinkable. A house without a hearth wasn't a home. A city without its sacred flame wasn't a city. It was a shell. Hestia understood that. She embodied it. Even as gods grew jealous and empires expanded, even as marble temples rose to the sky and philosophers challenged the heavens, she remained at the center unchanging, not because she lacked power, but because she understood something deeper than power, that presence is its own form of strength, that keeping the flame alive day after day, without fanfare, is an act of devotion no less holy than thunder or conquest. And in the final fading centuries of her worship as fires began to go out, the question lingered like smoke in a cooling room. What happens when the keeper of the hearth is forgotten? The decline of the old ways as Christianity spread through the Roman Empire. The gods of Olympus slowly vanished from temples, streets, and memory. Zeus became a metaphor, Athena, a statue, Apollo, a name in poetry, and Hestia, she was displaced by silence. In 394 CE, Emperor Theodosius I banned pagan practices. Temples to the old gods were closed. Sacred flames like the one kept by the Vestal virgins were extinguished. The fire of Vesta, which had burned continuously for over 1,000 years, was put out by imperial decree, and with it the last state-sanctioned symbol of Hestia's worship was gone. Don't revolt. No revolt, no morning crowd, just a final puff of smoke, and then nothing. The Vestal virgins, a life in service as 6 priestesses of Vesta, had lived in a secluded, dignified household near the Roman Forum. Chosen between the ages of 6 and 10, they served for 30 years, 10 years of training, 10 of service, 10 of instruction. They had status, privileges, protection. But if they broke their vow of chastity, if they allowed Hestia's fire to be symbolically polluted, they were punished with the most severe sentence Rome had to offer. They were buried alive. The fire, it seems, came with a cost, but even so, their role was revered. A Vestal could pardon a condemned prisoner simply by touching them. They sat at the front of theaters. They were untouched by war or politics, and they lived not for ambition, but for a quiet, burning center. When the last flame was put out, they vanished into history. But the idea of them, the idea of tending something sacred, without spectacle, remained. The hearth that lives on today. We do not build hearths in every home. We have radiators, stovetops, microwaves, screen glow. But the idea of Hestia remains. She lives in the lighting of a candle before dinner, in the way we dim the lights to make a space feel safe, in the stove that warms a winter kitchen, in the smell of bread baking on a quiet morning, in the act of staying home while the world outside rushes. She is the patron of presence, not movement, not noise, not excitement, but care, attention, routine, the kind of sacred repetition that makes a place livable. The philosophy of stillness, Hestia's silence, was never empty. It was deliberate. It asked us to consider what happens when we stop moving, when we stop chasing, building, consuming. What happens when we sit, breathe, and look around the space we already have. There is a kind of peace in that moment, a sacredness, a tiny flame that flickers not to dazzle, but to warm. It's not dramatic, it's not profitable, it doesn't demand recognition, but it holds the world together. And perhaps Hestia knew something we are only beginning to remember, that the strongest homes aren't built of stone or steel. They are built of care, repetition, the soft clink of dishes in a well-worn kitchen, the familiar creak of a chair on an old floor, the breath of someone you love, asleep beside you. That's the hearth, that's the flame, and that's the goddess who never left it. A final reflection as you lie here now, letting the day fall away. Think of Hestia not as a forgotten goddess, but as a presence, the warmth in your chest when you come home, the sound of the kettle, the comfort of your own breath, steady and unhurried. You don't have to call her by name, you don't have to pray, but you can recognize her in the moments that don't make headlines, in the rooms that hold your quietest hours, in the rituals that no one sees but you. She never left Olympus, because she never needed to. She's always been right here. The path between clouds and crumbs. Imagine spending eternity running errands. Not wars, not judgments, not grand transformations, just quiet messages, delivered politely, precisely, and without fanfare. This was the existence of Iris, the Greek goddess of the rainbow, messenger of the gods, bearer of announcements, bridge between Olympus and earth. She moved not with lightning like Hermes, not with drama like Zeus, but with grace. And in a mythology full of spectacle, Iris was the soft whisper in the background, the one who entered quietly and left even faster, the ribbon of color that appeared after the storm scene but rarely noticed. She was not the most powerful. She didn't shape destinies. She didn't start wars or end them. But without her, the gods would have had no voice. And that, in its own way, was a kind of sacred authority. The basics: who was Iris? Iris was the daughter of the Mars, a sea god, and Electra, a cloud nymph. This made her both of water and of air, and perhaps that's fitting. Because her primary job was to move from clouds to mountaintops, from sea to shore, from divine halls to mortal kitchens. She didn't sit on a throne. She didn't attend many feasts. She ran errands, always between, always in motion. The rainbow as a road in ancient Greek belief. The rainbow was not a phenomenon. It was a pathway, a road made of color, a trail left behind by Iris as she traveled from Olympus to Earth and back again. She didn't create rainbows, she was the rainbow. Each arc across the sky was not a visual treat, it was a sign that Iris was working, delivering a message, passing between realms. And when the rainbow faded, it meant her job was done. Think of that, a whole goddess whose only visible sign was something that disappears within minutes. Her mythology is humble, but elegant. She appears briefly in the Iliad, always in service of delivering a god's command or relaying some cosmic news. No resistance, no questions, just quiet obedience to duty. Iris versus Hermes. The other messenger, you might wonder. Wasn't Hermes the messenger god? Yes, but he came later. Hermes was clever, mischievous, talkative. He negotiated, he joked, he stole cattle and invented the lyre. Iris was none of these things. She didn't charm, she served. In fact, Iris predates Hermes as a divine courier, while Hermes evolved into a symbol of trade, communication and transitions. Iris remained something simpler, the pure active connection. No games, no subtext. Just messages, sent and received in modern terms. She'd be the one managing dispatches, emails, and printed orders, making sure they were delivered on time, in the right tone, with no added commentary that the world doesn't run without people like that. And Olympus didn't either. A goddess without scandal. You won't find juicy gossip about Iris in myth. No romantic conquests, no divine punishment, no betrayals or feuds or fiery transformations. She is one of the few deities in Greek myth with a clean record. She didn't overstep her role. She didn't seek power. She didn't sabotage or manipulate. She simply appeared, spoke, disappeared. It might sound dull, but in a pantheon full of chaos, Iris was reliable. That alone made her invaluable. Her role in the Iliad, in Homer's Iliad, Iris is one of the few gods who travels between Olympus and Earth repeatedly. Zeus often uses her to command mortals or other deities. She delivers instructions to Hector. She urges Achilles into battle. She carries messages to the winds, to Hera, to Poseidon. And she does all of this without complaint. Each appearance is brief, each task completed. She doesn't argue with the gods or interfere with events. She is the invisible glue that holds communication together, especially in times of war. In that sense, she is not just a messenger. She is the god of order, of structure, of continuity, the one who ensures everyone hears what they're supposed to hear. No miscommunication, no delay, no drama. Worship and depiction. Iris was not widely worshipped with temples or dedicated cults, but she appears in countless works of art, always in motion, always winged, sometimes holding a pitcher of water from the river Styx used to swear oaths that could not be broken. She wasn't ornamental, she was functional. That in the Greeks admired that in her. They saw something rare among the gods, dependability. Tonight, as you listen and the world slows around you, think of Iris not for what she changed, but for what she carried. Messages, moments, the weight of small duties, fulfilled without recognition. Sometimes history is shaped not by grand gestures, but by quiet errands. And Iris ran them all. The work behind the words there, a soft sort of magic in the act of passing something along. Message, a glance, a folded note. You don't need to be the one who wrote it. You don't need to change its meaning. You just need to carry it well. This was the entire existence of Iris, not glamorous, not heroic, but absolutely essential that to truly understand her place in the ancient imagination, we have to look not just at what she did, but at what her doing prevented. Because in a world full of gods who constantly miscommunicated, misinterpreted, and meddled, Iris was the one who ensured that the truth moved cleanly. She was order amid Olympian chaos, and the more you look at the ancient stories, the more you realize she was busy, the messenger, in motion. And like Hermes, Iris didn't walk the roads of the mortal world or wander through fields in disguise. She flew wings on her back, robes streaming behind her, sometimes with a herald's staff in hand, sometimes with a water pitcher from the underworld used in swearing sacred oaths. Her messages weren't always verbal. She could appear in a dream, as she does in the Iliad, or deliver an omen, or send a feeling, a gentle prod from the gods. Her mode was always swift, direct, undeniable. She didn't just speak for the gods, she became their presence. If Iris showed up, it meant Olympus was paying attention. The function of obedience isn't often seen as heroic, but Iris made it noble in mythology. Most messengers were punished, ignored, or altered the message. Not Iris. She didn't reinterpret or embellish. She didn't refuse tasks or sway events. In this way, she was a mirror of ideal function. Imagine her in today's world. She'd be the perfect courier, the flawless call center, the email that never gets filtered into spam, the line that never drops, but more than that, she'd be the human trust behind the system. The face you see when the letter arrives, the calm voice on the other end. You'd never know how much she prevented by simply being reliable, and that's the part history often forgets. Symbols of connection. The rainbow was her visual calling card, but Iris was associated with more than light and sky. She was also tied to freshwater rivers, rain, dew. While Hermes traveled via roads and trade routes, Iris moved through mist, color, and cloud. Her path was ephemeral, but unbroken. This gave her a liminal quality. She belonged nowhere, fully hovering between divine and mortal, between message and meaning, and so she became a symbol of bridges, not literal bridges, but symbolic ones, between gods and humans, between intention and expression, between silence and speech. Even today, a rainbow can still feel like a message, something intimate but vast, beautiful but vanishing, personal somehow, even though we know it's just light and water. Maybe that's the last trace of Iris, the language of the gods in Homeric epics. Gods rarely appear without consequence. Their messages are often loaded, their meanings layered, and that's where Iris stood out. She delivered words that could not be ignored, and she did it without threat. Her speech was not poetry, it was clarity. In one myth, she commands the winds themselves to act. In another, she addresses Hera with calm obedience, speaking Zeus's will. She never hesitates, she never bluffs, she never needs to. Her presence is the guarantee, and because she doesn't interfere or take sides, no one fears her arrival in a way that made her more trustworthy than any other Olympian. Iris and the river Styx. One of her more somber duties involved the river Styx, the ancient boundary between the living world and the underworld. When gods swore oaths, Iris would carry the sacred water of the Styx in a pitcher. That water was binding. If a god swore falsely on it, they would lose their voice for 9 years, a punishment even Zeus respected. And who delivered this solemn bond? Iris, not the Furies, not Hades, not Hermes, the goddess of rainbows, the servant of Olympus, the one with wings and no ego. It's a strangely heavy job carried with lightness, but that was her way. Why so few myths? Iris doesn't star in many stories. No elaborate birth tale, no epic saga, no tragic downfall. But maybe that's because her work wasn't meant to be seen, it was meant to happen. You don't tell stories about the air, but you can't live without it. You don't admire the scaffolding behind a temple, but it holds everything in place. Iris was like that, a structural force, uncelebrated but necessary. And in her silence, she offered something the other gods rarely could: peace tonight. As the outside world fades and your body softens into rest, think of the messages that move quietly through your life. A look, a letter, a breath, and somewhere behind all those unseen connections, imagine a gentle figure with wings and calm eyes carrying the words that keep the world turning, not loudly, not dramatically, just faithfully. The goddess of the in-between, a kind of loneliness that comes with always being between, not fully present in one place, never lingering long enough to belong, always in motion. That was Iris, the goddess who was always on her way somewhere else. No throne to return to, no temple filled with priests, no land to rule, only wings, only sky, only errands. And yet there's something deeply noble about this, because in all the myths, all the prayers, all the moments of crisis, Iris never failed. Not once, between heaven and earth. Lived in the transitional space from Olympus to earth, from storm to sunshine, from thought to speech. And transitions, as we know, are rarely comfortable. They're uncertain, awkward, vulnerable, but she didn't try to escape them. She became them, and so she became a symbol not of power but of presence. The kind of presence that doesn't control but connects. You may not notice when a bridge is solid, when a hallway is clean, when a message arrives on time, but it matters. And Iris always arrived. Her final fate as Greek religion gave way to Roman tradition, and then faded under the rise of Christianity. Iris slipped into mythic memory. She wasn't condemned. She wasn't rewritten. She just stopped appearing like the rainbow after a rainstorm, beautiful, brief, and soon gone by the Roman period. Mercury Hermes had fully taken over her role as messenger, and though Iris was remembered in art, she was no longer invoked. No scandals, no temples left in ruins, just a goddess who quietly completed her final delivery and never came back. Where rainbows still speak, and yet she lingers, not in worship, not in scripture, but in instinct. Even now, people pause at a rainbow, they photograph it, they gasp, they take it as a sign of hope, of connection, of peace. That pause, that involuntary stillness is a kind of sacred moment. A moment when the sky speaks, not loudly, but gently, That's where Iris still walks, not in the heavens, but in our reactions. The modern Iris, think of how much of your day relies on silent couriers. The text you didn't know you were, waiting for the letter that arrives exactly when it should. The software update you didn't request, but needed. The nurse who moves from room to room without ever being thanked. All of these are Irises. Descendants. Invisible, essential, uncelebrated. In a world obsessed with origin stories and main characters, she reminds us that not every role needs a spotlight. Some roles just need to be done well, and that can be its own form of grace. The goddess of service didn't shape fate, but she honored the roles of those who did. She moved with the gods, never trying to outshine them, and in doing so, she became something rare, a god of service, not dominion. A figure who reminds us that devotion isn't always about sacrifice or faith. It can simply be about doing your job fully, faithfully, and then stepping aside. There's peace in that. There's power in that. There's iris in that. A final thread of light so tonight, when the world is quiet and your thoughts begin to blur into mist. Remember Iris not for what she said, but for what she carried. The silent duties, the sacred errands, the weightless weight of keeping everything connected. She is the reason messages arrive. She is the breath between words, the path between this moment and the next. She doesn't need a monument. She just needs you to notice that connection matters, even when it's quiet, especially when it's quiet. And so, the rainbow fades, and Iris, once again, is gone. But the world feels slightly more whole because she passed through it. The measured hand of resentful fairness, some gods smite with lightning, some seduce with charm, some rule with silence. But Nemesis, she waits, she watches, she tallies every slight, every boast, every win just a little too easy. She doesn't act in fury, she acts in balance. In the ancient Greek world, Nemesis wasn't merely vengeance or wrath, she was retribution. Not hot-blooded rage, but cold, mathematical correction. If you rose too high, she'd bring you down. If you stole glory, she would return the cost. If you forgot humility, she'd remind you not immediately, not loudly, but eventually. Her name literally means to give what is due, and she always made sure it was due. Who was Nemesis? Nemesis was born of Nyx, the primordial goddess of night. Some accounts say she was fathered by Erebus, darkness itself. Others place her more formally in the pantheon. The daughter of OCEA and US. But regardless of lineage, her domain was always the same: balance. She wasn't just divine punishment, she was cosmic correction. Not evil, not angry, just deeply committed to fairness. But fairness, as we know, can sometimes feel personal, especially when you're on the receiving end of it. The ancient Greek concept of hubris. To understand Nemesis, you have to understand hubris. In ancient Greece, hubris wasn't just arrogance, it was the kind of behavior that disrespected divine order. It could be boasting, it could be greed, it could be winning too much without acknowledging the gods, and it always invited a response. That response was Nemesis. She was the invisible consequence built into the universe, not always swift, but inevitable. A poet forgets to thank the muses. Nemesis. A king declares himself greater than a god. Nemesis. A mortal dares to enjoy too much pleasure, wealth, beauty, or success. Nemesis. Her role wasn't to punish evil but to undo imbalance. She made sure no one escaped the mean average of fate. The goddess of just desserts. There is something quietly satisfying about a figure like Nemesis. Not because she destroys, but because she equalizes. She's not chaos, she's consequenced on a way. She's the end to lottery if you win too much in life. She reminds you that the universe keeps receipts, and yet she wasn't feared in the way Hades or Ares were. She was respected, because deep down, people wanted her to be watching, especially if they'd been wrong. You could appeal to Nemesis. You could pray to her when justice failed, when the court was corrupt, when the powerful went unpunished, when the prideful walked free. She was the quiet hope that what goes around would eventually come around. Her symbols and imagery in Nemesis was often depicted with scales like modern lady. Justice, but she carried more than just balance. She sometimes held a measuring rod to gauge a mortal's portion in life, a bridle to curb excessive pride, a wheel symbolizing the cycles of fortune, a sword to carry out judgment. These were not instruments of cruelty, they were tools of proportion, and that's key. Nemesis wasn't there to make you suffer. She was there to make sure you didn't enjoy more than you deserved, even if deserved was sometimes a slippery concept. Nemesis in daily Greek life. Ordinary people didn't expect to see Zeus on a normal day, but Nemesis, she was everywhere. In the pause before a boast, in the silence after a lucky break, in the whispered warning not to tempt fate. She was the goddess of that strange, prickly feeling you get when life is going to well and you start to wonder when the shoe will drop. It wasn't paranoia, it was caution. It was remembering that you're not the center of the cosmos, that something is keeping score. Not always a villain. Modern usage has made Nemesis synonymous with an enemy, but in myth, she wasn't malicious. She was necessary. She didn't chase mortals. She didn't overstep. She was summoned by pride, by arrogance, by imbalance. In that sense, you didn't fear Nemesis because she was unjust. You feared her because she was so precisely fair. Fair even when fairness hurt. Fair even when you begged for mercy. Fair when you'd rather have chaos, if it meant you could keep your winnings. So tonight, as your eyes get heavier and your breath steadies, imagine the world gently recalibrating. Imagine the high being leveled, the low being lifted. Not with rage, not with fire, but with quiet, divine mathematics. That's Nemesis, and she's still watching always. The balance sheet of the gods. If you've ever felt the twinge of guilt after a lucky break, or sensed that too much good fortune might attract trouble, you've brushed up against something ancient, something called Nemesis. Not the goddess herself, perhaps, but the feeling of her, the hush after praise, the awkward silence after a streak of success, the voice in your head whispering, don't say it out loud, you'll jinx it. We've renamed it superstition. We've dressed it in logic. But its roots go back to the careful, watchful eye of a deity who measured not just what you did, but what you had, what you took, and what you claimed. Nemesis was never far away, especially when things were going well. The fate of Narcissus. Few tales illustrate Nemesis better than the story of Narcissus. You probably know the outline. A handsome young man, admired by all, falls in love with his own reflection. Consumed by self-regard, he wastes away beside a pool of water, never realizing the image he adores is himself. But what's often left out of modern retellings is Nemesis's role. She's the one who engineers his downfall. The story begins with Narcissus treating those who love him with contempt. He spurns affection, he mocks admiration, he believes no one is worthy of him, and someone prays for justice. Nemesis hears. She doesn't punish him directly, she simply leads him to the pool and lets him do the rest. No sword, no curse, no thunderbolt, just a mirror, just enough silence. Just the weight of his own pride reflected back. That's Nemesis, not rage. Just balance. The slippery slope of success in Greek thought. Success wasn't inherently dangerous, but forgetting your limits was. If you achieved wealth, you were expected to remain humble. If you won a battle, you honored the gods. If you climbed too high, you kept your head bowed, because Nemesis might be watching. And if she noticed too much ambition, too much self-praise, too much delight in your own fortune, she would correct it. Not because you were evil, but because you'd forgotten your portion, your moiru allotted share in the balance of life. This wasn't just superstition, it was social glue. It kept cities functioning, kept leaders accountable, kept pride from turning into tyranny. Nemesis wasn't cruel, she was precaution in divine form. The temple at Ramnustal, she was never as popular as Athena or Artemis. Nemesis had a prominent temple at Ramnus, a coastal town northeast of Athens. It stood near the route Persian invaders took during their attempted conquest of Greece. According to one legend, the Persians, confident of their success, brought a massive block of Parian marble to build a victory monument in Athens. But after their defeat at Marathon, the marble was never used for Persian glory. Instead, it became a statue of Nemesis, a reminder that presuming victory before the battle is won invites divine correction. It was a warning carved in stone. Be careful what you expect. Even your intentions are being measured. The weight of knowing. Think for a moment about what it means to live in a world where every success is observed and not with jealousy, but with the clinical eye of justice, where blessings must be balanced, where pride invites precision, where fate keeps a ledger and mistakes are charged with interest. It's a world of self-awareness, of caution in victory, of grace in success, of humility not as performance but as protection. This was the world Nemesis enforced, and it gave rise to a culture of reverent restraint, not because people feared hell, but because they feared imbalance. Modern echoes of an ancient fear. We don't worship Nemesis anymore, but her principles echo. Don't get too comfortable. Pride comes before the fall. What goes around comes around, comma. These are her fingerprints. We speak of jinxes, of tempting fate, of staying grounded. We celebrate underdogs and criticize those who fly too close to the sun. Even our stories follow her arc: rise, peak, collapse, lesson. It's the arc of justice, the curve of correction. And though we may no longer pour wine on altars, the old feelings remain. The knowledge that nothing comes without cost, and no one rises forever. Her place among the gods. Nemesis didn't meddle. She didn't lead. She didn't demand sacrifice, but she balanced everyone else. Zeus ruled, but Nemesis reminded him that even kings answer to fate. Athena guided mortals, but Nemesis ensured they didn't overstep. Aphrodite gave beauty, but Nemesis shadowed it with consequence. She had no enemies because everyone eventually needed her, especially those who had been wronged. To them, Nemesis was a hope, the silent promise that even if the world seemed unfair now, it would one day return to center. And for those riding to high, she was the quiet warning: this is not permanent. I am watching. So tonight, as your body stills and the day fades into evenness, think of Nemesis not as vengeance, but as gravity, not there to punish, but to hold the balance. When the scales tilt in silence, not all balances are struck with thunder. Some are. Quieta sigh, a stumble, a late arrival that changes everything. Nemesis doesn't need spectacle. She needs only a gap between what is and what should be. And in that gap, she moves. We often imagine justice as something dramatic: trials, battles, confrontations. But in the mythology of Nemesis, justice is subtle. It's a glass just beginning to tip a word you regret the moment it leaves your mouth. The realization delayed but sharp that you've overreached tonight. We look not at her power but her presence, so often mistaken for coincidence, misfortune, or fate. But Nemesis, like all ancient deities, rarely spoke aloud. She simply arrived when she was needed, or deserved. Her role in human psychology and Nemesis didn't just reflect a divine idea. She reflected a deep human fear, the fear of getting too much. Not because it's wrong to succeed, but because unchecked success can separate a person from their own humanity. From others, from humility, from memory. And so, Nemesis brought the reminder: you are still mortal, you are still part of the world, you still owe the balance its due. In this way, she was less about punishment and more about consequence, a divine boundary line, the feeling of a closed door after too much bravado, the silence after laughter that went too far. Not fury, just correction. Mythical appearances, quiet but sharp, though she doesn't appear in many myths. Her fingerprints are everywhere, in the downfall of proud kings, in the ruin of greedy heroes, in the crash that always follows the boast. One such myth surrounds Arachne, the mortal weaver who challenged Athena. Arachne's skill was unmatched, but instead of offering thanks, she grew prideful, even arrogant. When she claimed her work surpassed the goddess herself, the gods responded, and though it was Athena who acted directly, Nemesis was invoked by name because it wasn't just about blasphemy, it was about balance. Arachne had more than her fair share of talent and no humility to match it, and so the thread was snipped. Nemesis, again, didn't need to act violently. She simply existed as the force that made the punishment inevitable. Her evolution into an idea over time, as polytheistic belief gave way to philosophy, Nemesis slowly transitioned from deity to concept. She became part of natural law, woven into the way Greeks thought about the world. No success without awareness. No fortune without risk. No rise without eventual fall. This is tragic structure, and it echoes throughout Greek literature. The greatest heroes, Achilles, Oedipus, Agamemnon, not fall because of weakness, they fall because of excess. And that excess always attracts a quiet presence. Nemesis is never far from hubris, like a shadow that grows as you climb higher. Nemesis today, though she's no longer worshipped, her name endures in novels and films. Nemesis is the enemy, the great rival, the shadow figure. But that's not quite right. Nemesis isn't personal. She doesn't oppose. She responds. She doesn't take sides. She balances. In today's world, she shows up in moments of ironic reversal, in poetic justice, in humbling experiences that, though painful, make us more human. She's the pinch of salt in the sweet, the closed road that forces a detour you didn't know you needed. The echo of don't get too comfortable when everything feels perfect. She may not speak, but we still hear her. Final reflection: Nemesis teaches us that fairness isn't always comfortable. It's not about kindness, it's not about revenge. It's about maintaining the shape of the world, and sometimes that means losing what was never truly yours to keep. It's easy to overlook the gods who wait rather than roar, but they're often the ones shaping the long arc of the story. Nemesis isn't a villain. She's a reminder that success without humility becomes collapse, that joy without gratitude becomes emptiness, that power without self-awareness becomes ruin. She isn't angry, she's just fair, and in a world that still tilts unevenly, perhaps her quiet footsteps are needed more than ever, spinning the unseen. Hours of mortality in the ancient Greek imagination. Time wasn't kept on clocks. It wasn't a number ticking on a dial or a sun marking hours on a stone. Time for the Greeks was thread, and that thread your life, your fate, your entire span of existence was in the hands of three silent women, fates known collectively as the Moirai. They weren't goddesses of decision or creation. They were not judges, nor warriors, nor healers. They were workers, tedious, methodical, and endlessly occupied with the simple, repetitive task of managing life's one guarantee, its limit. They spun, measured, and cut the thread of every mortal, every king, every child, no exceptions, no revisions, no appeals. Meet the Moirai. Three fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, were not sisters by birth, exactly, but by function. Each had a role, each did her job, and none dared cross the thread of the other. Clotho, the spinner, spun the thread of life from her distaff onto her spindle. She brought life into being. Lachesis, the measurer, determined the length of the thread. She decided how long a life would last, how far it would stretch. Atropos, the cutter, held the shears. Her hands were steady, her eyes unblinking. When the time came, she cut the thread, without drama, without delay. That was the cycle. Thread by thread, life by life. From cradle to grave, they toiled. No emotion, no favoritism, just process. Above even the gods, and like many divine figures in Greek mythology, the fates were not subordinate to Zeus. Even the king of the gods respected them, feared them. Perhaps he might delay their work, he might negotiate, but he could not override them. Their power was primordial, older than Olympus, older than time as humans know it. In some traditions they were daughters of Nyx, the night, just like Nemesis. Others said they were born of an Ankh, the personification of necessity. Their authority was not one, it was simply there. Immovable, unchanging, unapologetically final. The texture of thread, think of thread knot, the glossy kind from modern sewing kits, but the rougher, coarser fibers of antiquity, wool flax, raw and knotted, sometimes strong, sometimes fraying. This was the substance of life in myth. Your actions, your hopes, your legacy, all of it, represented by a single thread. When spun, it meant birth. When measured, it meant limit. When cut, it meant death. It's not grand, it's not poetic, it's not even dramatic. It's mundane, and maybe that's the point. The fates remind us that, for all our plans, life is ultimately a thread, something ordinary and fragile, pulled taut between two invisible points. Daily, duties in the loom of life, it's easy to imagine the fates in a distant realm, isolated and untouched by mortal lives. But in myth, their work was constant. A new birth, Clotho's fingers spun. A sudden illness, Lachesis' hand paused. A death in battle, Atropas's shears clicked. And they didn't just govern individuals, they managed nations, wars, the lifespan of empires. Their threads were not stored in silk-lined cabinets. They were tangled, bundled, twisted around ancient tools. Thousands, maybe millions of them. They weren't a divine council. They were more like factory workers, churning through the threads of life with patience and persistence. Their appearance, neither kind nor cruel, unlike the radiant gods of Olympus. The fates were rarely described as beautiful. They were serious, grim, focused, wearing robes not to impress. But to work, their hands were strong. Their eyes, tired, their shoulders burdened with the weight of the lives they carried. And yet, there was no malice in their work. They didn't punish, they didn't play favorites, they didn't cut lives short out of anger. They didn't spin extra thread for those who prayed. They simply did what they were tasked to do again and again. And again, fate and free will. The ancient tension, the Greeks lived in a paradox. They believed in free will, the power of choice, of action, of consequence. But they also believed in the moirion, that, ultimately, some things were decided before a person even drew breath. Your length of thread might be fixed, but how you wove it, that was up to you. You could braid it with others, tangle it, embroider it with color, waste it, guard it, but in the end, the shears would still come. And that tension between control and surrender is what made the fates so quietly terrifying, because they didn't take your freedom, they just ended it. Eventually, so tonight, as you drift toward the quiet edge of sleep, imagine a room beyond time, 3 women. No words, no clocks, just thread. Spinning, measuring, cutting, and somewhere in that endless rhythm, your life is being counted, not cruelly, not hastily, just precisely. The weaving of empires in every man, not every thread is remarkable. Some are short, almost forgotten the moment they're spun. Some are long and unbroken, stretching decades without fray. And some, not with others, shaping the course of history. The fates didn't judge the worth of a thread. They just worked with what was. And so they labored for rulers and beggars alike, for tyrants and poets, for unnamed farmers, for children who never grew up. There was no hierarchy in thread. In the eyes of the Moirai, a king's life was spun, with the same fibers as a shepherd's. The weight of a throne and the hum of a field held equal meaning. Their duty wasn't to glorify or grieve, it was to keep the process going, endlessly, quietly, without pause. Fate in myth and mundane ancient Greek myths rarely depict the fates directly meddling in events. They don't appear on battlefields, they don't whisper prophecies. That work was left to oracles and muses, but their influence was everywhere in every tragic tale. You'll find them between the lines, threadkeepers watching from a distance. Oedipus, fated to kill his father and marry his mother, despite all efforts to escape it. Achilles offered a long, uneventful life or a short, glorious one. He chose the latter, and Atropos kept her shears nearby. Meleager, whose life was bound to a single log in the hearth. When it burned, so did he. These weren't just dramatic flourishes, they were reminders. The thread doesn't bend to will, it holds its own story. The fates didn't impose suffering, they revealed its boundaries. They didn't interfere with choice, they just set the scale. Weavers across cultures, the idea of 3 women controlling fate wasn't unique to Greece. In Norse mythology, the Norns sat beneath the world tree Yggdrasil, weaving the destinies of gods and men. In Roman culture, the Parsi carried out nearly identical functions to the Moirai. In Slavic folklore, 3 spirits risen oats visited newborns and pronounced their fate. All across the ancient world, civilizations imagined destiny not as a decree shouted from the heavens, but as something woven, measured, trimmed, slow, methodical, intimate, a fabric of being, and someone or something was always watching over the threads, the fates in daily life. Ordinary Greeks didn't often pray to the fates. We couldn't bargain with them. You couldn't ask for more thread, but you could acknowledge them. Newborns were sometimes presented with offerings for the Moirai, symbolic gestures to honor the mysterious women who had already measured the child's life. Elders, too, often looked to the fates for a sense of closure. To die according to fate was considered a kind of grace, a clean thread, cut at the proper length. To die early, violently, or in exile, that was a tangled skein, hard to spin, hard to understand. But even then, the thread had been measured. Even pain had been counted. The monotony of immortality, imagine for a moment. The fates' workspace, not a glowing divine hall, not a palace of gold and marble, but a dim chamber lined with baskets of thread. The quiet snick of shears, the soft whisper of spinning wheels, the long, slow pull of wool through fingers. Now imagine doing that forever. No holidays, no celebrations, no rest, just task after task. life after life to be immortal, but always working to hold the beginning, middle, and end of every life, but never experience any of it yourself. No births of your own, no growing old, no dying, just thread. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't joy, it was duty, the truest divine monotony. The question of choice. Greek philosophers often debated the relationship between Moira, fate, and Pararis's moral choice. Was it fate that ruled us, or choice? The fates, in myth, did not answer that question. They simply measured if your choices made your thread more complex. They adjusted. If your misdeeds shortened your life, they didn't stop you, they simply took note. The beauty, perhaps, was in how the Greeks accepted both as true. Yes, the thread was set, but how you lived within it, that was yours. So as you settled deeper into rest, imagine the thousands of threads above you, woven, measured, quietly shifting in the dark, not watching you, but including you, because in this great woven cloth of time and life your thread exists too, not yet cut, still moving, still warm, still yours. And the fates, they're still at their task. They always will be. Cutting the cord, and the silence thereafter. There is a sound that's never described in myth. The sound of a thread being cut, not because it's violent, but because it's quiet, almost imperceptible. Hush, a final snip, and a life, no matter how grand or humble, is finished. This is the moment where Atropos acts, and once she has, there are no edits, no appeals, no retellings, just the silence that follows. For the Greeks, this wasn't cruelty, it was completion. Every story needs an end, and the fates ensure that every story, no matter how tangled, got one. The smallness of death in modern times. We tend to dramatize death. We frame it with music, imagery, speeches, legacy. But for the Moira, death wasn't symbolic. It was logistical. Just another line on a ledger, another skein filed into the finished pile. They didn't celebrate. They didn't mourn. They clipped and moved on. There's something uncomfortable about that. And something honest too, because when life is reduced to its most essential terms, it's not the dramatic exits that matter. It's that someone, somewhere, says, this one is complete, and makes it so. The threads of the gods. What about immortals? Did the gods themselves have threads? The answer is unclear. In most myths, the gods were outside the loom, eternal, beyond death. And yet, there are stories, fragments, whispers of even Zeus consulting the fates of gods, asking them to extend a hero's life, of bargaining, of begging, and of the fates, refusing, because even if gods lived outside the cycle, they respected it, they had to. The Moirai weren't lesser deities, they were structure itself. Even the sun needs a path to travel, even eternity needs a rhythm, and the fates were that rhythm. Myth of the cut thread. There's an old superstition, one that still echoes in parts of the modern world. The idea that when a person dies, something snaps. A thread, a cord, a strand of connection. It's not always felt, but some people swear they've heard it, or sensed it, or seen it in the air. The Greeks didn't call this grief, they called it rope, the sense of something finished, of something being cleanly ended. No judgment, no farewell. Dutch completion. Why three? Why did the ancients imagine three fates? Perhaps it mirrored the human experience. Birth Clotho, life Lachesis, death Atropos. The triad appears everywhere in religion, in time, in storytelling. It gives shape to something shapeless. And in the case of the fates, it spread the burden. No single figure controlled your destiny. It was a shared task, one that couldn't be rushed, blamed, or appealed. Three women, one thread. One chance. Fate in the quiet details in Greek homes. The fates weren't feared like monsters or storms. They were acknowledged in subtler ways. A baby's name whispered softly at birth. A coin set aside in case of early death. A pause before travel. A superstition. A charm. Not to change fate, but to respect it, because deep down everyone knew the thread would end. Not someday, not eventually, but already decided. And the best you could do was live fully in the thread's length. Weave it well. Tangle it with others. Make it hold meaning, even if the end was not yours to choose. What they teach in the end. The fates don't offer hope or fear, they offer truth. They remind us that life is a gift, but not an infinite one. That no one, not kings, not prophets, not poets, gets more thread than was measured. And so they invite us to focus not on the length, but on the weaving. What are you doing with your thread? Whose threads are woven beside yours? What color have you added to the tapestry of time? These are the questions the fates never ask, because they don't need to. They've already counted the moments, and they're waiting gently, patiently for the thread to be ready. Then, and only then, does Atropos lift her shears, and the story ends. As you close your eyes and sink into sleep, imagine the ancient loom still spinning, thread by thread, life by life, not cruelly, not carelessly, but faithfully. And somewhere in that soft, unending rhythm, your thread continues, the keeper of keys, torches, and forking paths. If you ever found yourself standing at a three-way crossroads in ancient Greece, far from city, lights deep in the silence of night, too were not alone. Even if you saw no one, even if you heard nothing, because that place belonged to Hecate. You may not have noticed her. You wouldn't hear footsteps. No dramatic entrance. No trumpets. Only a flicker just at the edge of your vision. A torchlight that wasn't yours. A key turning in a door you couldn't see. Hecate didn't need to announce herself. She already knew where you were going. She was already there. Who was Hecate? Hecate was not one of the Olympians. She wasn't flashy. She didn't throw lightning or demand sacrifice in temples of gold. She was older, stranger, more liminal. A goddess of transitions, of thresholds, of boundaries not just between places but between states of being, waking and sleeping, living and dying, known and unknown. She held dominion over crossroads, doorways, gates, and graveyards. Anywhere one state became another. Hecate was there, and because of that, she was everywhere yet never fully seen. Her symbols and tools. Hecate carried with her 3 simple tools, each rich with meaning. Torches to light the way, not for glory, but for those who had lost their path. She guided souls, travelers, and even the dead. Keys, not keys to power, but keys to passage, to dreams, mysteries, secrets. She could open doors others didn't even know existed. Dogs especially, black ones. They weren't pets, they were guardians. Watchers between worlds. You might hear a dog bark at midnight with nothing visible nearby. To the Greeks, that was Hecate passing by. Why crossroads? In ancient Greece, crossroads were more than intersections. They were places of pause, places where one had to choose. To go forward, left, right, or turn back. They were vulnerable places, magical places. Haunted even. You could pray at a crossroads or leave offerings, or whisper secrets, because decisions made there mattered, and so Hecate made those paths her own. She didn't lead or command, she observed. She waited with patience to see which way you would go, and sometimes, just sometimes, she might influence your path. If the torchlight flickered just right. Her origins, older than Olympus. Hecate's roots run deep, possibly as far back as pre-Greek Anatolia, where she may have once been a local goddess of wilderness and protection. By the time she entered the Greek pantheon, she was already strange, already different. She didn't fit the mold, and yet she was respected and honored by Zeus himself. In the Theogony by Hesiod, Zeus grants Hecate honor in all realms. Sky, sea, earth, very few gods received such acknowledgement that she wasn't a queen or a warrior. She was a watcher, and sometimes that was more powerful than rule. Hecate and the moon. Hecate became associated with the moon, especially its dark phase when the moon was hidden and the world was hushed. This made her a goddess, not of brightness or shadow, but of absence. The in-between. She guided night wanderers, especially women. She ruled over magic, particularly the kind done in silence, by candlelight. Not fireworks and spells, but the kind of magic that moves quietly through thread and smoke and dreams. This wasn't illusion or spectacle. It was the magic of knowing, of keeping watch, of protecting the threshold. Even when no one saw you there, offerings and worship. Hecate wasn't worshipped in grand temples. Her rituals were quiet, domestic, held at doorsteps and street corners. On the last night of the lunar month, people left offerings for her called Hecate's supper at the triple crossroads. It was often food, bread, cheese, garlic, honey, eggs. Not to bribe her, but to acknowledge her presence. The offerings were left in silence. No looking back, because once you left it, it no longer belonged to you. It was hers, and if you disrespected that, well, best not to. She might not curse you, but she might leave a door locked one you didn't even know you needed. So tonight, as the hour grows late and the world begins to quiet, imagine a flicker of torchlight at the edge of your dream, a fork in a road, a silent figure standing between two paths, and the soft growl of a dog who isn't really there. You don't need to choose yet, but Hecate has already lit the way and she's watching, not to judge, but to guide. A guardian of boundaries seen and unseen. Hecate didn't guard cities. She didn't oversee armies. She didn't claim dominion over wind or harvest or the tides. Instead, she stood where things changed, where one thing ended and another began. That was her domain. And in that role, she became one of the most quietly essential deities of ancient life, both mystical and deeply practical. She watched over doorways, grave sites, and decisions. She kept the spaces safe, not by force, but by presence, and her worship wasn't filled with music and incense. It was marked by pauses, silences, and stillness. Because to feel Hecate near wasn't to feel awed, it was to feel watched and safe. Witches and women by the classical and Hellenistic periods. Hecate had become strongly associated with witchcraft, not the theatrical broomstick kind, but something older, earthier, rooted in folk knowledge, herbs, spirits, and protective rituals. Midwives whispered her name in childbirth. Women prayed to her at wells and thresholds. She was invoked at night, when dreams blurred the boundaries of reality. This made her patron not of dark magic, but of the wise. She wasn't feared in rural villages. She was respected. Her name appeared on amulets, on walls, on charms. To an outsider, this might seem a cult, but to those who lived close to the earth, Hecate was simply protection. The quiet, knowing woman you called on when the veil between worlds felt too thin. dogs and ghosts. Hecate's most common companion was the dog, particularly black or stray ones. In some stories, she had a pack that howled as she passed, alerting the living to her presence. In others, a single hound followed her, growling at spirits the eye could not see. But dogs weren't just pets, they were guardians of the threshold. They stood between home and wilderness, between safety and the unknown. And so did Hecate. She wasn't a deity of comfort. She didn't offer promises. She offered watchfulness. And in doing so, she became one of the few divine figures allowed to move freely between the living world and the realm of the dead. Hecate and Persephone. One of the most important myths that features Hecate, though she plays only a quiet role, is the abduction of Persephone when Hades took the maiden into the underworld. Most gods didn't see, but Hecate heard. She heard Persephone's cry as she was dragged below the earth. And when Persephone's mother, Demeter, began her search, Hecate was the one who brought her to the truth. Later, when Persephone was allowed to return part-time from the underworld, Hecate became her companion, not her rescuer, not her savior, but her guide. Torch in hand, she led Persephone through the shifting borderlands of the underworld and back into light, because that's what Hecate did. She didn't stop the descent. She just helped you find your way back. Triple form. As time passed, Hecate took on a more mysterious appearance, sometimes described with 3 faces or 3 bucks, standing back to dash back. Each looked in a different direction, one to the past, one to the present, one to the future, or perhaps one to the sky, one to the earth, one to the underworld, or maybe one maiden, one mother, one chrono. One description was fixed because Hecate's power was not in definition, it was in multiplicity. She was always more than she appeared, always on the edge of becoming something else, and that made her perfect for a world that refused simple answers. The domestic guardian, despite her association with death and magic, Hecate was also a protector of the home. Her image was sometimes placed near doorways or on house walls, not as decoration, but as warding that she kept out what should stay out. She let in what should come in. You didn't pray to her every day, but you noticed her. No judgment, no farewell, just completion. Why 3? Why did the ancients imagine 3 fates? Perhaps it mirrored the human experience. Birth Clotho, life Lachesis, death Atropos. The triad appears everywhere in religion. In time, in storytelling, it gives shape to something shapeless. And in the case of the fates, it spread the burden. No single figure controlled your destiny. It was a shared task, one that couldn't be rushed, blamed, or appealed. 3 women, 1 thread. 1 chance. Fate in the quiet details in Greek homes. The fates weren't feared like monsters or storms. They were acknowledged in subtler ways. A baby's name whispered softly at birth, a coin set aside in case of early death, a pause before travel, a superstition, a charm. To change fate, but to respect it, because deep down, everyone knew the thread would end. Not someday, not eventually, but already decided, and the best you could do was live fully in the thread's length. Weave it well, tangle it with others, make it hold meaning. Even if the end was not yours to choose, what they teach in the end. The fates don't offer hope or fear, they offer truth. They remind us that life is a gift, but not an infinite one. That no one, not kings, not prophets, not poets, gets more thread than was measured. And so, they invite us to focus not on the length, but on the weaving. What are you doing with your thread? Whose threads are woven beside yours? What color have you added to the tapestry of time? These are the questions the fates never ask, because they don't need to. They've already counted the moments, and they're waiting gently, patiently for the thread to be ready. Then, and only then, does Atropos lift her shears, then the story ends. As you close your eyes and sink into sleep, imagine the ancient loom still spinning, thread by thread, life by life, not cruelly, not carelessly, but faithfully. And somewhere in that soft, unending rhythm, your thread continues, the keeper of keys, torches, and forking paths. If you ever found yourself standing at a 3-way crossroads in ancient Greece far from city, lights deep in the silence of night, you were not alone. Even if you saw no one, even if you heard nothing, because that place belonged to Hecate. You may not have noticed her, you wouldn't hear footsteps, no dramatic entrance, no trumpets. Only a flicker just at the edge of your vision, a torchlight that wasn't yours, a key turning in a door you couldn't see. Hecate didn't need to announce herself. She already knew where you were going. She was already there. Who was Hecate? Hecate was not one of the Olympians. She wasn't flashy. She didn't throw lightning or demand sacrifice in temples of gold. She was older, stranger, more liminal, a goddess of transitions, of thresholds, of boundaries, not just between places, but between states of being, waking and sleeping, living and dying, known and unknown. She held dominion over crossroads, doorways, gates, and graveyards. Anywhere one state became another, Hecate was there, and because of that, she was everywhere, yet never fully seen. Her symbols and tools. Hecate carried with her 3 simple tools, each rich with meaning. Torches to light the way, not for glory, but for those who had lost their path. She guided souls, travelers, and even the dead. Keys. Not keys to power, but keys to passage, to dreams, mysteries, secrets. She could open doors others didn't even know existed. Dogs especially. Black ones, they weren't pets, they were guardians, watchers between worlds. You might hear a dog bark at midnight with nothing visible nearby. To the Greeks, that was Hecate passing by. Why crossroads? In ancient Greece, crossroads were more than intersections. They were places of pause, places where one had to choose to go forward, left, right, or turn back. They were vulnerable places, magical places, haunted even. You could pray at a crossroads or leave offerings or whisper secrets, because decisions made there mattered, and so Hecate made those paths. Her own. She didn't lead or command, she observed. She waited with patience to see which way you would go, and sometimes, just sometimes, she might influence your path. If the torchlight flickered just right. Her origins, older than Olympus. Hecate's roots run deep, possibly as far back as pre-Greek Anatolia, where she may have once been a local goddess of wilderness and protection. By the time she entered the Greek pantheon, she was already strange, already different. She didn't fit the mold, and yet she was respected and honored by Zeus himself. In the Theogony by Hesiod, Zeus grants Hecate honor in all realms. Sky, sea, earth, very few gods received such acknowledgement. That she wasn't a queen or a warrior, she was a watcher, and sometimes was more powerful than rule. Hecate and the moon. Hecate became associated with the moon, especially its dark phase when the moon was hidden and the world was hushed. This made her a goddess not of brightness or shadow but of absence. The in-between. She guided night wanderers, especially women. She ruled over magic, particularly the kind done in silence, by candlelight. Not fireworks and spells, but the kind of magic that moves quietly through thread and smoke and dreams. This wasn't illusion or spectacle. It was the magic of knowing, of keeping watch, of protecting the threshold, even when no one saw you there. Offerings and worship. Hecate wasn't worshipped in grand temples. Her rituals were quiet, domestic, held at doorsteps and street corners. On the last night of the lunar month, people left offerings for her called Hecate's supper at the triple crossroads. It was often food, bread, cheese, garlic, honey, eggs. Not to bribe her, but to acknowledge her presence. The offerings were left in silence, no looking back, because once you left it, it no longer belonged to you. It was hers, and if you disrespected that, well, best not to. She might not curse you, but she might leave a door locked, one you didn't even know you needed. So tonight, as the hour grows late and the world begins to quiet, imagine a flicker of torchlight at the edge of your dream, a fork in a road, a silent figure standing between two paths, and the soft growl of a dog who isn't really there. You don't need to choose yet, but Hecate has already lit the way, and she's watching, not to judge but to guide. A guardian of boundaries, seen and unseen. Hecate didn't guard cities. She didn't oversee armies. She didn't claim dominion over wind or harvest or the tides. Instead, she stood where things changed, where one thing ended and another began. That was her domain. And in that role, she became one of the most quietly essential deities of ancient life, both mystical and deeply practical. She watched over doorways, grave sites, and decisions. She kept the spaces safe, not by force, but by presence. And her worship wasn't filled with music and incense. It was marked by pauses, silences, and stillness. Because to feel Hecate near wasn't to feel awe, it was to feel watched and safe. Witches and women by the classical and Hellenistic periods. Hecate had become strongly associated with witchcraft, not the theatrical, broomstick kind, but something older, earthier, rooted in folk knowledge, herbs, spirits, and protective rituals. Midwives whispered her name in childbirth. Women prayed to her at wells and thresholds. She was invoked at night, when dreams blurred the boundaries of reality. This made her patron not of dark magic, but of the wise. She wasn't feared in rural villages. She was respected. Her name appeared on amulets, on walls, on charms. To that outsider, this might seem a cult, but to those who lived close to the earth, Hecate was simply protection, the quiet, knowing woman you called on when the veil between worlds felt too thin. Dogs and ghosts. Hecate's most common companion was the dog, particularly black or stray ones. In some stories, she had a pack that howled as she passed, alerting the living to her presence. In others, a single hound followed her, growling at spirits the eye could not see. But dogs weren't just pets. They were guardians of the threshold. They stood between home and wilderness, between safety and the unknown. And so did Hecate. She wasn't a deity of comfort. She didn't offer promises. She offered watchfulness, and in doing so, she became one of the few divine figures allowed to move freely between the living world and the realm of the dead. Hecate and Persephone. One of the most important myths that features Hecate, though she plays only a quiet role, is the abduction of Persephone. When Hades took the maiden into the underworld, most gods didn't see, but Hecate heard. She heard Persephone's cry as she was dragged below the earth, and when Persephone's mother Demeter began her search, Hecate was the one who brought her to the truth. Later, when Persephone was allowed to return part-time from the underworld, Hecate became her companion. Not her rescuer, not her savior, but her guide, torch in hand. She led Persephone through the shifting borderlands of the underworld, and back into light. because that's what Hecate did. She didn't stop the descent. She just helped you find your way back. The triple form. As time passed, Hecate took on a more mysterious appearance, sometimes described with 3 faces or 3 bodies, standing back to dash back. Each looked in a different direction. One to the past, one to the present, one to the future, or perhaps one to the sky, one to the earth, one to the maybe one maiden, one mother, one chrono. One description was fixed, because Hecate's power was not in definition. It was in multiplicity. She was always more than she appeared, always on the edge of becoming something else, and that made her perfect for a world that refused simple answers. The domestic guardian, despite her association with death and magic, Hecate was also a protector of the home. Her image was sometimes placed near doorways or on house walls, not as decoration, but as warding. She kept out what should stay out. She let in what should come in. You didn't pray to her every day, but you noticed her when things felt off. A dog barking at nothing, a chill in the air near the door, a sudden urge to lock the gate. These were not omens, they were her way of saying, I'm here, I see. Her modern spirituality, Hecate, has returned. Not as a goddess of thunder or spectacle, but as a guide. People invoke her when they feel lost, when they're at a life transition, when they're standing at a metaphorical crossroad. She is still associated with keys unlocking personal truth torches, illuminating the unknown thresholds, endings, and beginnings, not as a figure of fear but of wisdom that she doesn't demand devotion. She just asks that you notice what you're standing between and make your next step. Mindfully, as you settle deeper into quiet tonight, imagine yourself at a quiet crossroad. The world behind you is fading. The world ahead is not yet lit. And just beside you, a flicker, a soft torch held by a figure who doesn't speak. She won't walk for you, but she will watch. And sometimes that's enough. Where paths part and shadows listen, Hecate rarely interfered. She didn't command the winds or bend fate. She didn't strike or heal or chase. Instead, she appeared when you needed a light. When you reached a place where the paths split sometimes in the world. More often within yourself, she stood beside the signpost. And waited. The road with no name in Greek thought. Crossroads weren't just physical. They were symbolic. Places where the choices weren't clear. Where the outcomes couldn't be guessed. Where the familiar ended and something else began. And that was where Hecate walked out at the crossroads between youth and reason, and instinct, action, and stillness, life and death. She wasn't there to answer. She was there to remind you that the question mattered, and that whichever road you chose, you'd carry its shadow with you. Because all roads leave a trace, the goddess of things. Left behind, not everything makes the journey forward. Some things get set down, forgotten, discarded. In Greek households, the last day of the month, the deep non was sacred to Hecate. It was a time for cleansing. Leftovers were offered too. Her dogs were fed in her name. Old wishes were released. Regrets whispered into doorways. This wasn't grief. It was maintenance, an acknowledgement that before you start something new, you must let go of what no longer fits. Hecate wasn't sentimental. She didn't weep for what was lost. She simply accepted it, and in doing so, they gave space for what was next. Ghosts, dreams, and unfinished business. Hecate's association with the dead wasn't macabre, it was necessary. She didn't rule the underworld. That was Hades, but she moved through it. She comforted the restless, guided the wandering, and stood between the dreamer and their dreams. To dream, after all, is to stand at a kind of crossroads between memory and imagination, between truth and interpretation, between what you want and what you fear. And Hecate stood watch, torch in hand, dog at her side, listening. The crossroads within, perhaps. Her greatest power wasn't in magic or death or mystery, but in the reminder that the most important crossroads are internal. Moments where you pause and ask, do I turn back or move forward? Do I speak or stay silent? Do I forgive? Do I try again? Hecate doesn't answer. She simply illuminates the question. She trusts you to choose, and she stays with you, quietly until you do. Not a goddess of fear. There's a tendency, especially in later interpretations, to paint Hecate as dark or even dangerous, but in ancient practice, she wasn't feared, she was trusted. She didn't punish, she protected, she didn't curse. She warned, she didn't drag anyone into darkness. She just stood near the edge, holding a light, waiting for you to step toward whatever was next, not to shield you from uncertainty, but to remind you that uncertainty itself is sacred, a gentle ending. And so, Hecate's nightly rounds continue. She walks unmarked roads. She watches doors long shut. She tends to forgotten graves. She passes by thresholds no one sees. Not to change the world, but to keep its edges soft, its transitions watched, its shadows seen. She is there when something ends. She is there when something begins. And she is there when you don't yet know which is which. So tonight, as you breathe more slowly, more deeply, imagine a torchlit figure walking the path behind your dreams. She says nothing, but her presence says everything. You are not alone. The crossroads is not empty, and the path, though dark, is lit just enough for your next step. She will be there. All pipes, shade, and the art of doing almost nothing. Pan was a god, but not the kind you're used to. He didn't sit on a throne. He didn't hurl lightning. He didn't oversee oceans or empires or sacred law. Pan lived in the hills, in the dry grass, in the buzzing of cicadas and the slow blink of a goat in the sun. He didn't rule the wilderness, he was part of it. And his divinity didn't come from power, but from presence. Pan's life was simple, and that's why it lasted so long. Who was Pan? Pan was the god of shepherds, flocks, rustic music, fertility, wild spaces. He had the legs, horns, and tail of a goat, buds, the torso and face of a man. A permanent half-smile played at his lips, like he was always remembering something funny no one else heard. He lived in Arcadia, a mountainous, wild region in southern Greece where the land was too rough for farming but perfect for goats. Pan didn't build temples, he preferred caves. Not because they were sacred, just because they were cooler in the afternoon. A god of silence, and like the Olympians, Pan didn't want adoration. He wanted quiet. He avoided cities. He didn't sit for portraits or issue commands. Instead, he napped, wandered, and played music on his panpipes, an instrument he invented from hollow reeds. You've likely heard of panic, that sudden, irrational fear that strikes out of nowhere. That came from Pan, not because he was malevolent, but because in the deepest wilderness, in the heat of stillness, he would occasionally let out a shout so strange and wild it would startle the bravest heart. Then he'd go back to napping. It wasn't cruelty, it was just Pan being Pan, day in. The life of a god who does nothing. Imagine waking to the sound of sheep bells, not yours, but close enough to hear. You stretch, scratch, and itch, maybe take a sip from the cool stream nearby. You don't have meetings, you don't have goals, you don't even wear a full robe. You have grass, you have sun, you have time, maybe. You chase a nymph or two, not too seriously. Maybe you play your pipes to the oak trees and see which birds answer back. And if someone's passing through your glen, you scare them, not to hurt them, just to remind them that this place doesn't belong to people with shoes and plans. This place is wild, and wild doesn't explain itself. The worship of Pan, despite his uncivilized lifestyle, Pan had his followers shepherds, made offerings in caves. Goat herds carved his name into trees. Travelers left bits of bread or figs at shrines far off. The beaten path. Pan was needed, not as a ruler or a protector, but as a reminder that not all places belong to humans. He was the god of cracked stones, birdsong, shade under thorny shrubs, places without maps. When ancient Greeks walked too far from the village and felt a shiver down their spine, they didn't call it fear. They said they had met Pan. And then they walked a little faster. Pan and the boundaries of the wild. Pan didn't guard the wild, he was the wild. He wasn't a guardian spirit or a hunter. He didn't tame anything. He laughed when things ran wild. His joy came from the world's refusal to stay neat. That's why cities never suited him. Why temples didn't interest him. Why rules bored him. He wasn't chaos. He was freedom. And in the freedom of shade and wind and buzzing insects, Pan lived a full life of almost nothing, but that nothingness, it had a texture, and if you lay down beside it for long enough, you might hear the notes of a song made only for the trees. So tonight, if you feel a breeze from an open window, or hear the distant bleat of a goat you've never seen, or catch yourself smiling for no reason at all, it might be Pan, not watching, just being in no hurry. Because gods of everything are busy, but gods of nothing, they have all the time in the world. Dry winds, soft reeds, and the shape of solitude. There is a kind of quiet that doesn't come from absence. It comes from being surrounded by life that doesn't need you to win through olive trees. The creak of distant branches, the low rhythmic chewing of a goat who has nowhere to be. This was Pan's world. He didn't build it, he didn't rule it. He simply merged into it until there was no line between the god and the glen. And in that gentle dissolve, Pan found the one thing most gods never have: peace. The music that never tried to hard. Pan's pipes were made from reeds, bound together unevenly. They weren't instruments of war or drama. They weren't meant to impress, they were just pleasant. He played when he wanted to, not for worshippers, not for praise. Sometimes just to hear the sound drift between rocks, to see if the echo changed between seasons. To confuse a shepherd boy just enough to make him stop and listen. The music wasn't for you, but if you listened carefully, it might briefly feel like it was. And that perhaps was the secret. Pan and the nymphs. The stories often show Pan chasing nymph spirits of nature, water, and trees, but he never caught them. They always slipped away. Not because he was cruel or wicked, but because Pan was the kind of god you didn't belong to. You passed through his space. You might enjoy his company for a moment, but you didn't stay. Even the famous tale of Syrinx, the nymph who transformed into reeds to escape him, ends not in tragedy but in transformation. Pan cut those reeds. He bound them, and from her escape, he made music not to possess her but to remember that moment of wildness, fear without reason. We mentioned earlier that the word panic comes from Pan, but it's not the kind of fear that warns you of danger. It's the irrational, shapeless kind. The fear that arises when you are too alone in the woods, when everything is still, when even the wind stops and suddenly your heart races, not because something is there, but because everything feels too open. Too alive. That was Pan's fear. It didn't harm you. It simply reminded you that the wild does not need to be tamed, and if you stayed too long in it, it might remind you that you are still an animal too. Why Pan endured. Think a god who avoided cities, didn't fight monsters, and never led armies would be forgotten. But Pan never disappeared, because while temples crumble and kings fade, goats remain. So do dry hills and dirt paths and the sound of insects in tall grass. And in those places, Pan is still relevant. He is the god of afternoons that stretch into nothing, sleep under trees, the first cold sip from a stream, paths that lead nowhere in particular. He doesn't do anything. And that's exactly why people still feel him. Pan's death. There's a strange old tale told by Plutarch, a Greek historian writing centuries after the classical age. He claims that during the reign of Tiberius, a mysterious sailor heard a voice across the sea. The great god Pan is dead. The message spread quickly, confusing many. Was it true? Had a god really died? Philosophers debated, poets mourned, but in Arcadia the goats still grazed, the wind still whispered through reeds. And somewhere in the dry brush, someone thought they heard a pipe being played soft, distant. UMBOTHERED. Because Pan can't be killed. Not really. You can silence him with noise. You can bury him under concrete and calendars. But the moment you step away from all that, and sit still, and do nothing for long enough, he returns. So if tonight your mind feels too busy, if the world feels too full of things to do, take a moment. Lie in the tall grass of your imagination. Let the cicadas drone. Let the hills breathe. Pan isn't there to inspire you. He's there to remind you that you don't have to be anything at all. You can just exist. And be enough. The echo of a god who never left. Pan never went anywhere. You might stop thinking of him. You might forget how to slow down or how to sit with silence. But Pan, he stayed right where he was, because wilderness doesn't retreat. It just grows around what forgets it. And so Pan remains not in marble or scripture, but in the moments between obligation and breath. The unseen persistence of Pan, even as Greece became more urban, even as philosophy replaced myth, even as gods were rearranged, reborn, or ignored. Pan held on. Because Pan didn't need temples, he didn't need belief, he only needed place. And there's always a place like Arcadia, in every country, in every culture, in every life. A spot no one paved, a hill no one planted, a field someone forgot to name. And in those places, Pan waits. Not for you, just because he enjoys it there. The sound of echo. One of Pan's most famous companions was Echo, a mountain nymph cursed to only repeat the last words spoken to her. She was silenced by another god, but Pan never silenced her. He loved the sound of her voice bouncing off rocks and trees. He understood it, because Pan himself spoke mostly in fragments, in bursts of laughter and sudden chills. Songs without words. Echo was like that too, a reminder that not everything needs to explain itself. Some things just need to exist and resonate. Pan in Roman times and beyond, the Romans adopted Pan as Faunus, god of the forest, fields, and fertility. He took on new traits, sometimes cheerful, sometimes mischievous, but the core remained. He represented the wildness that persists. The natural world that exists without needing us, but which somehow still welcomes us, if we come quietly. Over time, as Christianity spread, Pan's image changed. The horns, the goat legs, the wilderness, they became uncomfortable, unfamiliar, dangerous. So Pan was slowly shifted from harmless god of meadows to something darker, in later imagination. But the hills still remembered him, and so did the wind. Why Pan matters today in a world full of speed, strategy, schedules. Pan stands for the opposite. He asks nothing, he builds nothing, he solves no problems. Instead, he wanders, sits, listens. Pan doesn't urge you to be better. He suggests gently that you might already be enough, that your breath, your body, your brief time in the sun are more than worthy on their own. That meaning can come from being, not just doing. When you might hear him, Pan doesn't speak, but you might feel him when you suddenly laugh at nothing. You lie in the grass and forget what time it easy breeze touches your skin, like it knows your name. A distant flute plays, and you aren't sure if it was real in those moments. Pan isn't performing, he's just there. And for once, that might be enough. The eternal nap of all the gods in myth. Pan is the only one who might have slept through the collapse of empires, and it wouldn't have bothered him. He didn't rule, he didn't intervene, he didn't change history, but he watched it from a comfortable patch of earth with a handful of dry figs, a goat resting nearby, and a song in his lungs that had nowhere to go, but might come out anyway if you were quiet enough. If you listened long enough, you might hear it. So tonight, if you find yourself restless, not anxious, not afraid, just tired of striving, close your eyes. Find a hill in your imagination. Let the insects buzz, let the air hum, and know that somewhere, across all the ages, Pan still naps, still smiles, still plays his tune for no one in particular, including you, the watcher of thresholds and the silence of beginnings. Before Rome built its armies, before it crowned its emperors, before it laid its roads across the world, it had a god. Not of war, not of wine, not even of justice. A god of doors, a god of beginnings, a god who stood, always, at the entrance and never left. His name was Janus. That had no Greek equivalent. He was Roman through and through. And though he is rarely mentioned in grand myths, he might be the first name the Romans ever whispered in ritual. Because before you can do anything, you must enter. and Janus watched over that first step. What did Janus look like? Janus was unique, always depicted with two faces, not a metaphor, a literal face looking forward, and another looking back, sometimes old and young, sometimes twin-like, sometimes almost merging into one. He was not a trickster, not a deceiver. He was awareness itself. He saw what had been, he saw what was coming, and in that space between the present he stood still. Janus and the nature of time to the Romans. Time wasn't a straight line. It was cyclical, yes, but also full of moments, points of transition, edges, borders, and every moment of change. Birth, marriage, death, planting, harvest, even waking up belonged to Janus. He didn't control what happened within events. He simply began them, like opening a book, but not writing the story. This gave him enormous influence over rituals, especially those involving gates, roads, contracts, ceremonies. The new year, in fact, the month of January, is named after him. Because what better way to begin a year than by invoking the one who sees both what has been and what might be? Doors, gates, and boundaries. Janus was the god of openings, thresholds, portals, arch, fizzle, points of transition. Every doorway in Rome was his. Every gate bore his spirit. Every bridge whispered his name. When Romans entered their homes, they honored him. When they built a new colony, they dedicated its gates to him, even when they went to war. The Temple of Janus in the Roman Forum held symbolic power. Its doors were kept closed in times of peace and open during war. They were rarely closed, not worshipped, but invoked. Janus was not worshipped like Jupiter or Mars. He had no widespread cult, no elaborate myths, but he was almost always invoked first in sacrifices, prayers, and ceremonies. His name came before all others because without an opening, nothing else mattered. He was ceremonial clearance, the blessing at the gate. He wasn't about glory, he was about permission, and in a society as structured as Rome, that made him indispensable. His domains were subtle. Janus wasn't just the god of literal doors. He ruled over the space between sleep and waking, the moments before speaking, the hesitation before decision. He didn't urge action. He didn't prevent it either. He simply stood there, reminding you that you were about to begin something. And once you passed through the threshold, the choice was yours. He didn't watch outcomes. He watched choices. So tonight, as you drift into sleep, you are, in a way, crossing a threshold. You are walking through one of Janus's many doors from conscious thought into dreams. And he stands there still, not stopping you, not guiding you. Just present. To faces. One moment. No judgment, just the quiet recognition that you are entering something new. Gates of Rome. Gates of time. Rome was a city of walls. Walls with gates. Gates with names. And names that held stories. Each gate had its purpose, trade, ceremony, defense, or simply direction. But no matter the gate, it belonged to Janus. You could not cross from field to city, from outside to inside without stepping into his domain. He didn't demand worship. He didn't appear in dreams or summon thunder. He simply waited. Janus in the everyday. You could say Janus was the most Roman of gods because he lived in the everyday. He didn't live on Mount Olympus. He didn't vanish into the heavens. He was there when you unlocked your door in the morning, when baby crossed the threshold for the first time, when a merchant opened his stallway. Soldiers left the city walls for distant lands. Every beginning, no matter how small, belonged to him. And perhaps that's why his presence was so constant. You didn't seek Janus out. You simply noticed him when you began. The Temple of Janus in the heart of Rome stood a small, modest structure. The Temple of Janus. It wasn't grand like Jupiter's temple or decorated with statues like Venus's. The symbolism was in its doors. These large bronze gates were kept closed during peace and opened during war. It was said that during Rome's entire early history, those doors were almost always open, because Rome was always expanding, always marching, always crossing into new lands. And as long as a legion walked through a foreign gate, Janus's temple stood open, watching, not to bless the conquest, but to acknowledge that something was beginning. Somewhere, Janus and duality, two faces, weren't just for show. They represented a philosophy. The past and the future, the public and the private, the visible and the hidden. Even the structure of Roman houses reflected this. The doorway in Wa, named for Janus, was more than an entrance. It was a threshold of identity. Inside was the home, the family, the personal. Outside was the forum, the market, the world. Janus stood between them, neither intruding nor withdrawing. He simply held space for transition. Time as a doorway. Romans didn't see time as something you traveled through passively. Time was something you entered. Each day began with Janus. Each month opened with prayers to him, and the year itself, January, was his domain. Even today, we retain that name, January, the first month. The doorway of the calendar. It still holds his imprint, even if few remember the god behind it. But maybe, when you look both forward and backward on New Year's Eve, you're invoking Janus in your own way, not asking for blessings, just acknowledging the weight of beginnings. Janus and choice. Janus was never the god of certainty. He didn't tell you what would happen when you stepped through the door. He only reminded you that you were choosing to step, that every threshold comes with risk, but also with possibility. His dual gaze didn't paralyze, it simply invited reflection. What brought you here, and where are you going next? Because once you cross, the door disappears behind you, and only Janus remembers both sides. The quiet divinity of routine, a city as vast as Rome, where emperors rose and plots simmered and victories paraded through marble streets. It might seem strange that a god of doors would matter at all, but that's exactly where Janus shined, in the routine. He overlooked the spaces between. He reminded Romans that order began with entry, that all rituals, all stories, all moments, no matter how grand, began with something small, a step, a turning of a knob, a crossing of a line, and in that moment, he watched Dort silently, respectfully so. Tonight, if you find yourself between things, not quite asleep, not quite awake, not quite certain, not quite lost, that's his realm, not to trap you, but to keep the doorway open, just long enough for you to decide where to go next. Janus won't lead you, but he'll hold the door until you're ready. The god who stayed at the threshold, Janus, was never the destination. He never claimed a mountain, never demanded a temple on a hill, never asked for sacrifice in exchange for favor. He was the space in between, the pause, the breath held just before everything changes. And perhaps that's why he endured not in worship, but in architecture, language, and thought, because every culture, whether they name him or not, knows the power of a moment just before the new begins. The most present, least remembered god in modern retellings of Roman mythology. Janus is often overlooked. There's no epic where he leads armies, no scandal where he curses lovers, no tragedy where his name is cried to the heavens. But that's the thing. You never cried out to Janus in pain. You whispered to him when you were ready to begin. He was the first word, never the last, and in that first breath of something new, be it a journey, a vow, or a quietly opened door, Janus stood there, not to judge, just to witness. Doorways as sacred spaces to the Romans. A door was more than wood and iron. It was a border between worlds. Inside was safety. Outside was risk and a thin line between them. That was Janus's realm. Roman homes often had small shrines by their doors, simple things, tucked beside the frame or carved near the hinges. A flicker of acknowledgement, a whisper of intention. It was a way of saying, I see the threshold, I honor it, I pass with care. And by doing so, they honored Janus without ever needing to see him. The power of beginnings. Janus wasn't about grand conclusions. He was about beginnings, and beginnings, though often quiet, carry weight. The first step on a long road, the first word in a letter, the first time you open a book, not knowing what waits inside. These are small acts, but they define what comes after. And Janus was there for all of them. He was there when Rome first rose, brick by brick. He was there when each citizen left their home. He was there when a boy became a man, when a girl became a bride, when a farmer became a soldier. Janus didn't make these moments happen, but he noticed them, and in noticing, made them sacred. Memory of two faces, the image of Janus, one face looking forward. One back remains one of the most enduring in human imagination. It's a symbol we still recognize, even without realizing it, in the turning of a page on the edge of a mirror, in the hesitation before a goodbye, in the breath you take before a yesto. Look forward and backward at once isn't easy. It requires stillness and honesty and a willingness to see things for what they are. Janus never pushed, he simply held space for both truths and let you pass through, carrying both as you moved on. Echoes in modern times, we no longer leave bread for Janus. We no longer invoke his name at weddings or gates, but we still take a deep breath before we enter a room, pause before a decision, reflect at the end of a year, and hope at the start of another. We still treat beginnings with care, and every time we do, something of Janus remains, not as a god of thunder, but as a gesture, as the presence that makes a threshold matter. One last thought night, as you rest, you stand at the soft threshold between today and tomorrow, between thought and dream, between waking and letting go. You don't need to know what comes next. You don't need to see the future clearly. You only need to stand for a moment, where Janus stands at the edge of what has been, at the cusp of what might be, and trust that passing through is enough. No ritual, no certainty, just the quiet act of continuing forward. The door is open, Janus is watching, and whatever waits on the other side, you're ready. The god who stayed at the threshold, Janus, was never the destination. He never claimed a mountain, never demanded a temple on a hill, never asked for sacrifice in exchange for favor. He was the space in between, the pause, the breath held just before everything changes. And perhaps that's why he endured not in worship, but in architecture, language, and thought, because every culture, whether they name him or not, knows the power of a moment just before the new begins. The most present, least remembered god in modern retellings of Roman mythology. Janus is often overlooked. There's no epic where he leads armies, no scandal where he curses lovers, no tragedy where his name is cried to the heavens. But that's the thing. You never cried out to Janus in pain. You whispered to him when you were ready to begin. He was the first word, never the last, and in that first breath of something new, be it a journey, a vow, or a quietly opened door, Janus stood there, not to judge, just to witness. Doorways as sacred spaces to the Romans. A door was more than wood and iron. It was a border between worlds. Inside was safety. Outside was risk and the thin line between them. That was Janus's realm. Roman homes often had small shrines by their doors, simple things, tucked beside the frame or carved near the hinges. A flicker of acknowledgement, a whisper of intention. It was a way of saying, I see the threshold, I honor it, I pass with care. And by doing so, they honored Janus without ever needing to see him. The power of beginnings. Janus wasn't about grand conclusions. He was about beginnings, and beginnings, though often quiet, carry weight. The first step on a long road. The first word in a letter. The first time you open a book, not knowing what waits inside. These are small acts, but they define what comes after. And Janus was there for all of them. He was there when Rome first rose, brick by brick. He was there when each citizen left their home. He was there when a boy became a man, when a girl became a bride, when a farmer became a soldier. Janus didn't make these moments happen, but he noticed them, and in noticing, made them sacred. The memory of two faces, the image of Janus, one face looking forward. One back remains one of the most enduring in human imagination. It's a symbol we still recognize, even without realizing it, in the turning of a page on the edge of a mirror, in the hesitation before a goodbye, in the breath you take before a yesto. Look forward and backward at once isn't easy. It requires stillness and honesty and a willingness to see things for what they are. Janus never pushed, he simply held space for both truths and let you pass through, carrying both as you moved on. Echoes in modern times, we no longer leave bread for Janus. We no longer invoke his name at weddings or gates, but we still take a deep breath before we enter a room, pause before a decision, reflect at the end of a year, and hope at the start of another. We still treat beginnings with care, and every time we do, something of Janus remains, not as a god of thunder, but as a gesture, as the presence that makes a threshold matter. One last door tonight, as you rest, you stand at the soft threshold between today and tomorrow, between thought and dream, between waking and letting go. You don't need to know what comes next. You don't need to see the future clearly. You only need to stand for a moment, where Janus stands, at the edge of what has been, at the cusp of what might be, and trust that passing through is enough. No ritual, no certainty, just the quiet act of continuing forward. The door is open. Janus is watching, and whatever waits on the other side, you're ready. The god who stayed at the threshold. Janus was never the destination. He never claimed a mountain, never demanded a temple on a hill, never asked for sacrifice in exchange for favor. He was the space in between the pause, the breath held just before everything changes, and perhaps that's why he endured, not in worship, but in architecture, language, and thought, because every culture, whether they name him or not, knows the power of a moment just before the new begins. The most present, least remembered goat in modern retellings of Roman mythology. Janus is often overlooked. There's no epic where he leads armies, no scandal where he curses lovers, no tragedy where his name is cried to the heavens, but that's the thing, you never cried out to. Janus in pain, you whispered to him when you were ready to begin. He was the first word, never the last, and in that first breath of something new, be it a journey, a vow, or a quietly opened door, Janus stood there, not to judge, just to witness. Doorways as sacred spaces to the Romans. A door was more than wood and iron. It was a border between worlds. Inside was safety, outside was opportunity, risk, and the thin line between them. That was Janus's realm. Roman homes often had small shrines by their doors, simple things, tucked beside the frame or carved near the hinges. A flicker of acknowledgement, a whisper of intention. It was a way of saying, I see the threshold, I honor it, I pass with care, and by doing so, they honored Janus without ever needing to see him. The power of beginnings. Janus wasn't about grand conclusions, he was about beginnings, and beginnings, though often quiet, carry weight. The first step on a long road, the first word in a letter, the first time you open a book, not knowing what waits inside. These are small acts, but they define what comes after, and Janus was there for all of them. He was there when Rome first rose, brick by brick. He was there when each citizen left their home. He was there when a boy became a man, when a girl became a bride, when a farmer became a soldier. Janus didn't make these moments happen, but he noticed them, and in noticing, made them sacred. Memory of two faces, the image of Janus, one face looking forward. One back remains one of the most enduring in human imagination. It's a symbol we still recognize, even without realizing it, in the turning of a page, in the edge of a mirror, in the hesitation before a goodbye, in the breath you take before a yes. To look forward and backward at once isn't easy. It requires stillness and honesty and a willingness to see things for what they are. Janus never pushed. He simply held space for both truths and let you pass through, carrying both as you moved on. Echoes in modern times, we no longer leave bread for Janus. We no longer invoke his name at weddings or gates, but we still take a deep breath before we enter a room, pause before a decision, reflect at the end of a year, and hope at the start of another. We still treat beginnings with care, and every time we do, something of Janus remains, not as a god of thunder, but as a gesture, as the presence that makes a threshold matter. One last door tonight, as you rest. You stand at the soft threshold between today and tomorrow, between thought and dream, between waking and letting go. You don't need to know what comes next. You don't need to see the future clearly. You only need to stand for a moment, where Janus stands at the edge of what has been, at the cusp of what might be, and trust that passing through is enough. No ritual, no certainty, just the quiet act of continuing forward. The door is open, Janus is watching, and whatever waits on the other side. You're ready. Life after stillness. The chase was over. The change was complete. Daphne no longer moved. She no longer fled. She had become a tree, quiet, firm, fixed. But to imagine that her story ended there would be a mistake, because trees do not die. When they stop moving, they begin something else, a different kind of life, one of seasons, of memory, of watching the world go by without needing to follow it. And Daphne, now Laurel, became part of something bigger. Stillness is not silence to the outside world. Daphne's transformation looked like an end, but inside the bark, her awareness remained. Not in the way a human thinks, not in words or language, but in feeling. She felt the shift of sunlight through branches, the cold breath of morning through the birds nesting, the insects crawling, the distant thunder vibrating through roots. She became part of a rhythm far older than any god's desire. And though she could no longer run, she was never pursued again, because nothing chases a tree. Apollo's visits. Apollo returned to the laurel, often not out of guilt, not even out of love, but because something about the tree made him feel still. In a life filled with sound and motion, prophecies, music, healing, this one tree never answered, and that silence did what words could not. It reminded him that not everything was his to name, touch, or own. Sometimes a no remains no, even when spoken in leaves. So he would sit beside her, place his hand on her bark, and play his line not for her affection, but for her peace, and the wind would carry his notes through her branches, where they hung briefly before drifting away, unclaimed. The grove of Daphne. Over time, the tree grew tall. Other trees grew near it. The place became a grove, quiet and half-forgotten. Shepherds passed it on their way to the hills. Children dared each other to touch its bark and whisper wishes. Poets came and sat at its base, hoping for inspiration. While none of them knew its full story, they all felt something, a hush, a pause in the day, a reminder that some beauty comes not from being seen, but from being left alone. The grove was never fenced or marked, and yet it remained undisturbed, because even without words, Daphne still communicated. Her stillness was instruction. Her silence was presence. The laurel wreath spreads far beyond the grove. The laurel wreath became a symbol of achievement in ancient Greece. Winners of the Pythian Games held at Delphi in honor of Apollo were crowned with laurel. Poets, war, laurel, emperors, scholars, heroes, and yet none of them stopped to ask why. A laurel, why not oak, or olive, or pine? Because somewhere, buried deep in tradition, was a quiet recognition of resistance. The laurel was a symbol not of conquest, but of what could not be conquered. A reminder that glory built on force was fleeting, but glory born of restraint, of dignity, of the courage to say no. That lasted. Daphne in other cultures. The myth of Daphne traveled through Roman poets, through Christian reinterpretations, through Renaissance painters. She appeared in sculpture, often mid-transformation, arms halfway to branches, her face turning skyward, frozen forever in that last moment of humanity. To some she was a symbol of purity, to others of tragedy, but to the oldest tellings, those without marble or canvas, Daphne remained a lesson, that even when the world cannot hear your refusal, you have the right to refuse, that even when power chases you, you can choose your own form, even if that form no longer runs, no longer speaks. The nature of resistance. Daphne's transformation can feel, at first, like defeat. She lost her body, she lost her voice, she lost her name, but what she gained was harder to see. She gained agency, however strange. She chose transformation over surrender, rootedness over capture, stillness over pursuit. In doing so, she outlived the gods who chased her, the heroes who would have praised her, the artists who tried to possess her in paint and stone. She outlasted them all, because the laurel kept growing. Long after the chase was forgotten, the tree remained. So tonight, if you find yourself longing not for speed, but for space, if you've been pursued not by gods, but by deadlines, demands, and distractions, remember Daphne. Not as a victim, but as a choice. A rooted, breathing, green-limbed refusal. A reminder that stillness can be strength, that no can be sacred, and that sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that never run again. Eternal witness. The seasons turned. What felt like moments to the gods became years to the earth. And Daphne, standing quietly in her grove, began to understand what it meant to exist without haste. Seasons of the laurel spring arrived first, with its soft warmth. Tiny new leaves unfurled like whispers of hope, catching light between their veins. Birds nested in her branches, singing songs she felt more than heard. their little claws pressed against her bark, harmless and light, like distant memories of touch. Summer followed, and with it, long days of sun. She felt the heat deep in her roots, drawing water upward, feeding each leaf until it gleamed. Autumn came, painting the world in fire. Her leaves stayed evergreen, but she felt the air change, the ground cool. The wind hummed lower songs. And then winter. Frost clung to her limbs like thin silver bracelets. The world fell silent. Even the gods visited less. And yet Daphne did not. Despair. She had traded one kind of life for another, and in this new rhythm she found peace. Apollo's silence. Apollo still came, but less often. He had immortal duties, endless songs, and temples that called his name. When he did arrive, he never touched her as he once desired. He had learned he would sit at her roots, his golden hair catching bits of sunlight, and he would play his lyre in minor keys, softer than the wind. Sometimes he spoke, though mostly to himself. I tried to claim you, and in doing so I lost the right to have you, but I honor you still. And Daphne, in her way, listened. Leaves rustled lightly in reply. Surrender, not as forgiveness, but simply as acknowledgement. The long memory of trees years became decades. Decades became centuries. The world shifted, villages rose and fell. Temples cracked, then crumbled into dust. Rivers cut new paths through stone. And still, the laurel grew. Her roots deepened, her branches spread. She became witness to time itself. The people who once feared gods now told other stories. Some forgot her name. Others still whispered of a woman who had chosen leaves over love. But Daphne's memory was different. She remembered sunlight on her running skin. She remembered the sound of her own breath, sharp and panicked. She remembered the exact instant when the warmth of blood turned to the coolness of sap. And with that memory came something rare for a tree, contentment becoming more than a myth in time. The grove became sacred again, not to Apollo, not to any god, but two travelers who felt the hush upon entering. They didn't know why they lowered their voices. They didn't know why their hearts slowed, but they felt it. The ancient dignity of refusal, the quiet strength of survival, the blessing of stillness. Some left offerings, flowers, carved wood, whispered hopes, not to win love, not to ask for miracles, but simply to say thank you to the tree who stayed. A final thought. Daphne had been a girl who ran, then a tree who rooted, then a witness who endured. She no longer feared Apollo. She no longer feared pursuit. She had become something beyond the reach of power, desire, and time. A laurel, a grove, a legend. And even now, if you walk beneath her, cleaves, and let the wind move through your hair, you might feel her presence, not tragic, not broken, but whole. A whisper through the branches that says, I chose this, and in choosing, I became free. The slow transformation of Daphne into a laurel tree. The first time Daphne heard Apollo's footsteps in the forest. She felt her heart seize in her chest. The sun spilled through the pines in trembling shafts of gold, and the air carried the faint hum of a god's presence. She didn't need to turn around to know who followed her. She could feel it in her skin, in the quickening rhythm of her blood. The stories were true. Apollo, radiant and terrible, was hunting her not with arrows, but with his unrelenting desire. The flight she ran, bare feet, striking moss and soil arms, cutting through low branches, breath burning her throat. Every sound seemed sharper. The snapping of twigs underfoot, the echo of water, far off the god's voice calling her name. Soft and coaxing at first, then sharp with need. Daphne, you cannot. Flee me forever. But she did not answer. She only ran. Her father, the river god Peneus, had warned her of mortals and immortals alike. But Daphne had always craved freedom more than comfort, more than safety, more than love. Love, especially the kind Apollo offered, felt like a cage. The Plath forest thickened, and roots snatched at her ankles. She knew she could not keep this pace. Gods did not tire, but she could feel the end of her own strength coming when she broke into a clearing and saw the shining ribbon of her father's river. She did not hesitate. Falling to her knees in the mud, she cried out, Father, help me, change me, hide me. To save me from him, I will give up anything. And the river answered, not in words, but in a pool of heaviness in her bones, a coolness seeping into her blood, a strange stillness that began to swallow her heartbeat. She looked down at her hands and gasped. Her fingers stretched and stiffened, their skin paling to the soft green of new leaves. Veins of sap replaced the ones of blood. Her feet sank deeper, and roots coiled out from her toes, gripping the wet earth. The world blurred, not with tears, but with a dizzying strangeness of stillness. She tried to take a breath, and it came, not through her mouth, but through her skin, her bark, her leaves. The arrival of Apollo. He emerged into the clearing, golden and breathless, victory in his smile. Until he saw her. Daphne, he whispered, but the name did not fit the form before him. Her hair had become a crown of glossy leaves. Her slender arms arched into branches. Her feet were gone, replaced by the sturdy trunk of a young laurel tree. Apollo reached out, hesitant, tracing his fingers along the bark that still held the warmth of her life. I wanted you, he said softly, but not like this. A single new leaf trembled, as if in answer, or perhaps it was only the wind. Seasons of the laurel time is different for trees. Spring came, and she felt new leaves unfurling like whispered promises. Birds nested in her branches, their songs a vibration in her wood more than a sound in her ears. Summer followed, long and hot, her roots drinking deep from the river. She felt the sun not as a burning weight, but as a slow pulse of energy feeding her veins of sap. Autumn's winds shivered through her leaves, but they did not fall. She was evergreen. She watched other trees shed their colors like sighs, and she felt the quiet pride of endurance. Winter hushed the world. Frost clung to her limbs, and even the gods visited less often. Yet she did not feel lonely. Apollo's visits. Apollo returned, again and again, though less frequently as the years passed. He no longer reached for her with grasping hands. Instead, he sat at her roots with his lyre, playing soft songs that rippled through her trunk. Sometimes he spoke, "I see now. You chose freedom over me, and in choosing, you became sacred." The laurel leaves stirred, not in forgiveness, but in acknowledgement. The long memory of trees' years became decades. Decades became centuries. Temples rose and crumbled. Rivers carved new paths. Villages became dust, but the laurel remained. Daphne's roots deepened. Her branches widened into a graceful canopy. Travelers began to notice the hush that fell when they entered her grove. They didn't know the story, but they felt it, the quiet strength of something older than memory. Some left offerings, flowers, carved wood, whispered prayers, not for love, not for miracles, but for peace. Becoming more than a myth, Daphne was no longer a girl running from a god. She was a tree, a witness, a sanctuary. She remembered the river, the chase, the terror, but she also remembered the moment of release. She had chosen this, and in choosing, she had become free. If you walk in that grove today, and the wind moves through your hair, you may hear it a whisper through the leaves. "I am still here, and I am whole." The eternal life of the laurel. The first years as a tree were the hardest. Daphne's mind had not yet learned the language of stillness. The world she had known had always been in motion, her breath rising and falling, her heart pounding as she ran, her voice calling out in laughter. Song or furrow, her heart no longer beat, yet she lived. Her blood had turned to sap, rising slowly, thick and golden, through the dark corridors of her veins. Breath came in another form, through the trembling leaves, drinking sunlight, exhaling life. At first, she mourned her voice. When the wind passed through her leaves, it made a sound, soft whispering, like many small hands brushing silk. She tried to speak, but all that came was the rustle of foliage. In time, she realized this was enough. Learning the forest as the seasons turned, Daphne learned to listen. Roots carried secrets. Through them, she could feel the conversations of the forest, the birches humming softly to each other in the spring rain, the oaks grumbling about the weight of their own age, the grasses shivering with joy whenever the sun broke through cloud sheet. You could even sense the slow, patient heartbeat of the earth itself. Through her roots, she tasted minerals, water, the soft decay of leaves feeding life. Through her leaves, she tasted the air, every shift of wind and storm, every warm brush of Apollo's sunlight. When mortals came, centuries passed, and the forest changed. Hunters entered her grove first, their footsteps loud and careless. She felt the shiver of fear in the animals that fled from them, and her leaves shook in warning, though the men did not understand. Then came the woodcutters, and Daphne felt a new kind of terror. Their axes bit into the bodies of trees she had known. For hundreds of years, she could feel the screams of her neighbors in the vibrations through her roots, but none dared strike her. Some instinct told them this tree was different, sacred, untouchable. They called her Nympha Arbor, the spirit tree, and began to leave offerings of bread, honey, and garlands at her base. Apollo's shadow, though centuries had rolled past, Apollo never entirely abandoned her. He visited in secret. His radiance dimmed when he stepped into the hush of her grove. Sometimes he spoke, his voice soft and low. "Daphne, do you remember running? I still dream of it, of the flash of your hair in the sunlight, and the fear in your eyes. I wanted to love you, but I only brought you terror." The laurel leaves shivered, but whether from memory or wind, none could say. Once pressed his lips to her bark, and she felt the warmth through her wooden skin, but she did not change. She did not bend. She had chosen freedom. The festival of laurels. Generations of mortals began to worship her without knowing her name. Every spring, they would gather, dancing in circles, tying ribbons around her trunk, singing songs of fertility and renewal. Children played at her roots, and she felt their joy vibrating like a soft melody in her wood. Priests would cut a few leaves carefully, respectfully, to burn in sacred fires or to crown victors. Apollo's temples used her leaves in every rite. Never knowing the goddess they touched with trembling hands was also the girl he had once chased. Eternal reflection. Daphne's thoughts became slow and deep, like the flow of the river that had saved her. She no longer mourned her humanity. She had become something else entirely, a being of the in-between, neither mortal nor fully divine, but eternal all the same. And sometimes when the twilight painted the sky in violet and gold, she felt her father's river rise in mist around her roots, as if embracing her. The final whisper. One evening, many ages later, Apollo returned one last time. He carried his lyre, and his music was no longer the bright, sharp melody of a conqueror. It was soft, aching, full of the years that had passed without her. He sat beneath her branches, leaning against her trunk like a weary traveler, and whispered, "I loved you wrongly, and you taught me what it means to let go." He wove a crown of her leaves and placed it on his own head. From that day he swore the laurel would be his sacred tree, symbol of victory, poetry, and the wisdom of letting go. When he left, Daphne felt no sorrow, only peace. Only the deep, humming joy of roots in the earth, of leaves in the sun, of life that endures. And if you walk through her grove today, listen closely to the whispering leaves. Perhaps, if the wind is right, you will hear her voice at last. I am free. The 12 moons of Salira 1. Birth of the 12th moon child. Salira was born during a night of falling stars, a night when the skies seemed to spill silver tears upon the world. In her village, every child was believed to be tied to a moon, for the elders said that the moons guided the fates of humankind. Her mother whispered that Salira was a child of the 12th moon, a rare moon said to hold secrets even the gods feared. Children of this moon were both a blessing and an omen. From the start, Salira was different. She could hear things no one else could. The sigh of the wind calling her name, the trembling heartbeat of the stones beneath the earth, the distant, endless thrum of the sea. The villagers watched her carefully, for a 12th moon child was said to bring great change, and not all change was welcome. 2. The village of Shadow. Salora's village stood at the meeting of forest and sea, a place where mists clung to the ground and the world always seemed half-dreaming. The forest was alive with shifting shapes. The shore sang songs of old spirits. In its waves, the villagers were simple folk. They tilled the land, fished the sea, and left offerings of bread, milk, and salt at the crossroads and beneath the ancient oak tree. They believed this kept the shadows content, for it was well known that the land was shared with older things. Salira, however, did not fear the shadows. She often spoke to them as if they were old friends. 3. The voice in the lake. One night, when she was 12, Salira followed a silver light through the forest. The light led her to a hidden lake she had never seen before. Though she had wandered these woods since childhood, the lake was still as glass, and in it she saw 12 moons, though the sky held only one. A voice rose from the water, ancient, neither male nor female, as if the forest, the wind, and the waves all spoke at once. Child of the 12th moon, the world is changing. Shadows will rise, and only you can choose what remains. The lake rippled, and Salira felt a cold hand brush her ankle from below. Terrified, she fled into the night. But the voice followed in the wind. When the 12th moon is full, return, or all will be lost. For the 12 signs as the moons passed, strange omens began to appear. First moon, the village sheep fell into a deep sleep in the fields, ignoring wolves completely. Second moon, the well water turned silver at night, reflecting unknown faces. Third moon, the fishermen returned with nets of moonlit jellyfish instead of fish. Fourth moon, an old oak bled golden sap, glowing faintly in the dark. Fifth moon, the village dogs howled in unison for 7 nights. Sixth moon, the sky rained feathers, though no birds were in flight. Seventh moon, the forest paths began to shift, leading travelers in circles. Eighth moon, shadows moved even under bright sunlight. Ninth moon, the sea whispered names of the dead along the shore. 10th moon, a strange fog blanketed the village for 3 days, during which time felt slower. 11th moon, a ring of mushrooms appeared around the village, unbroken and glowing faintly at night. By then, the villagers knew something old had awakened. Salira realized the 12th moon would demand an answer. 5. The night of the 12th moon, when the 12th moon rose, the world turned silver under its light. Salira walked alone to the hidden lake, carrying a candle and a strand of her own hair as an offering. As the runes had instructed her, the lake shimmered with 12 moons once again, and this time she stepped into the water. The cold wrapped around her, and the voice rose like a tide. To hold the 12th moon is to hold choice. Will you bind the shadows, or set them free? Beneath the water, Salira saw a world of light and shadow intertwined. Rivers of silver, glass cities, and forests where ancient spirits drifted like smoke. A figure rose from the depths, its face shifting between every person she had ever known, until it became her own reflection. The world is as safe as the heart that holds it. What is your will, Salira? 6. The choice. She thought of her village, its laughter, its fears, its fragile peace. She thought of the shadows, old and restless, longing to roam free again. Finally she whispered, I will not destroy you, but I will not let you harm them. She placed her hair into the water, and the lake swallowed it whole. The 12 moons merged into one, and something vast passed into her chest, a new heartbeat, slow, deep, eternal. When she rose, she was no longer entirely human. Her shadow moved on its own, and when she whispered, the forest listened. 7. The guardian of the moon's years passed, and the village became a place of strange safety. No storm ever shattered it, no beast ever crossed its borders with harm. Travelers, to spoke of a moonlit guardian, A girl who walked the forest at night, her eyes reflecting 12 lights. Lyra was rarely seen, but those who gazed into the lake under the right moon swore they could see her face, smiling from the water forever. The child of the 12th moon, the village of stilled time. In the heart of a forgotten valley lay the village of Gravenford, a place where time seemed to crawl. The sun would rise as usual, yet by afternoon it felt as if the day had barely moved forward. Old men often dozed on their porches and woke to find that the shadows hadn't shifted an inch. Clocks inside homes ran hours behind, and church bells would echo late or not at all. At the village center stood the ancient clock tower, its blackened hands frozen at midnight. Generations had grown up beneath its silent face, hearing stories whispered in the dim evenings that the clockmaker vanished 50 years ago, that he had bound time itself to the tower, and that the curse of stillness was his final act. Children dared each other to run up the crooked stairs inside the tower, but none ever stayed long. They said they could hear the faint ticking of a heart, or maybe of hidden gears turning somewhere in the dark. Among the villagers, only Elias, a young watchmaker, was obsessed with the tower's secret. His workshop smelled of oil and brass, filled with broken pocket watches and clock parts. Every night, he would press his ear against the wooden floor, and he swore he could hear the pulse of the village beneath his feet. Elias believed that if he could restart the tower's clock, he could lift the curse of Gravenford, but deep inside, he feared the same thing. The elders warned that the moment the clock chimed again, something long sleeping would finally wake up. The spire rose from the abyssal floor like the petrified tooth of some forgotten leviathan. Its surface shimmered under the submersible's floodlights, as if the rock itself was wet, but the readings showed it was perfectly dry. Dr. Marin Calder's hands trembled as she adjusted her camera, capturing images that would rewrite every known marine chart. Jonas then swallowed audibly, his voice crackling through the comms. Captain, I don't think that's a rock. Elias said nothing. He leaned closer to the viewport, studying the structure. It was unlike anything he'd seen in decades of deep-sea exploration. There were patterns, grooves, and ridges spiraling upward in hypnotic repetition. They didn't look carved by natural forces. They looked deliberate. Marin broke the silence. It's a construct. Maybe coral, or she hesitated, the word hanging in her throat, something artificial. Jonas's hand hovered over the sonar console. I'm getting echoes. They're weird, like it's hollow but moving. Captain, the structure's resonating with the pings. A tremor passed through the submersible. Barely perceptible, but enough to make the hull creak. All three froze. The abyssal floor was utterly still. The trench walls loomed in the darkness like silent sentinels. Elias exhaled slowly. It's not just resonating, it's responding. They drifted closer, floodlights illuminating a mouth-like opening near the base of the spire. The edges were jagged but too symmetrical to be a random fissure. A shiver went through Elias as he realized it resembled an entrance. Captain Jonas's voice shook. You're not thinking what I think you're thinking. Marin leaned forward, her eyes wide with scientific hunger. We have to go inside. Jonas spun toward her inside. Are you insane? We're 3,000 meters under, in a tin can, and you want to enter that thing? But Elias was already adjusting the submersible's trajectory. His gut twisted with fear and wonder in equal measure. Every instinct screamed to retreat, but some deeper calling may be the same that had drawn him to the abyss, pushed him onward. The submersible's nose slipped into the opening. Darkness swallowed them whole. Only the lights kept the crushing void at bay. The walls were smooth, curving inward in spirals, coated in a material that almost seemed to drink in the light. Then came the sound again, not distant, not faint, close. A chorus of whispers, layered and undulating, filled the cabin. It wasn't coming through the water or the hull. It was in their minds, words in no language they knew, yet carrying intent, emotion, almost allure. Jonas clapped his hands over his headphones. Make it stop. Make it stop. Marin's voice was hushed. It's talking to us. Elias gripped the controls tighter. He could feel the whispering sliding into his thoughts, like tendrils, a promise of something beyond comprehension. Knowledge, power, eternity. He shook his head violently, forcing the thoughts away. We scan, take samples, and get out, he said through clenched teeth. They reached a vast chamber, a hollow dome. Deep inside the spire, bioluminescent organisms floated like drifting lanterns, illuminating strange objects scattered along the floor. Elias's breath caught. They weren't rocks. They weren't marine life. They were wreckage, fragments of ship hulls, twisted and rusted, pieces of submarines, and horrifyingly helmets, flippers, and shattered diving suits, still containing bones, bleached pale by time. Marin covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Oh my God. Jonas's hands shook uncontrollably. Captain, this is a graveyard in the middle of whatever the hell this is. Elias scanned the dome. Every piece of wreckage seemed to have been drawn here, like offerings to a dark altar. Then he noticed something else. The walls of the dome were not just smooth, they were alive. A subtle ripple passed along the surface, as if the entire spire were breathing. Before he could speak, the whispers surged into a roar. The lights flickered. Jonas screamed as the sonar console erupted with distortion. Captain, the walls, something's moving. From the edges of the chamber, dark shapes emerged. At first they looked like shadows, then they resolved into forms elongated, sinuous, with too many limbs. Their skin reflected the submersible's lights like wet obsidian, and their ice, if those glowing pits could be called ice, fixed on the intruders. One glided closer, its movement unnaturally smooth. The whispers became a unified voice, deep and resonant, echoing in Elias's skull. Leave. The pressure in his head was unbearable. He grabbed the controls, jerking the submersible toward the exit tunnel. The creature followed, its movements disturbingly slow, almost as if mocking their escape. Jonas was sobbing openly. "We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Shut up and hold on," Elias barked. The submersible scraped against the tunnel walls as they sped out, leaving the dome and its horrors behind. The open trench appeared ahead, and Elias floored the thrusters, heart pounding. The whispering didn't stop. It rose, became a chorus of rage and sorrow. Shapes moved in the darkness around them, but none struck. It felt like they were being allowed to leave. When the submersible finally breached the surface hours later, the sun was low on the horizon. The deck crew pulled them aboard, faces pale with relief. Cole Havers leaned over the hatch. "What the hell happened down there?" Elias climbed out, water dripping from his suit, and met his gaze. He didn't answer. He didn't have the words, but he knew one thing. The abyss had spoken, and it wasn't finished with him. The ocean stretched endless and black around the research vessel Trident's wake, a steel speck lost against the infinity of water and sky. Hours had passed since the submersible surfaced, yet the dread clung to Captain Elias Ward like a second skin. The crew bustled, securing the sub and collecting preliminary readings, but no one dared ask about the dive dot below deck. In the cramped debriefing room, Elias sat across from Dr. Marone Calder and Jonas Venn. Both looked pale, haunted, as if they'd left pieces of themselves in that abyss. The room hummed with the vibration of the ship's engines and the low thrum of distant waves, but their silence was louder than any storm. Finally, Marone broke it. "We can't just leave it there." Jonas flinched. "Leave it? We should never go near that thing again. Did you not see, did you not hear what it was saying?" Elias ran a hand through his damp hair, staring at the table's scratched surface. He wanted to agree with Jonas. He wanted to order the ship to sail as far from this cursed trench as possible. But the images wouldn't leave him. The spiraling walls, the dome of wreckage, and those glowing eyes staring into his soul. "It knew we were there," he said at last, his voice low. "It let us leave." Marin's eyes flashed, "Which means it's intelligent, a sentient organism, or something else entirely. This is a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. Captain, we study it. We could." Jonas slammed his fist against the table. "We could all die. Didn't you feel it? That thing wasn't just alive, it was hungry. Every ship, every diver that's gone missing here, they're all down there. It feeds on them, or collects them for whatever reason." Elias lifted a hand. "Enough, both of you." He stood and walked to the porthole. Outside, the sea was deceptively calm, a golden sheen over dark, unknowable depths. He thought of the whispers, the voice that had thundered in his mind. Leave it hadn't felt like mercy. It had felt like a warning. That night, sleep was impossible. Elias sat alone on deck, listening to the endless sigh of the sea. The sky was moonless and the stars seemed to shiver against the black canvas. Every shadow in the water felt alive, every ripple a lurking presence. He was still staring into the abyss when he heard the first scream. It came from below deck, muffled and raw. Elias sprinted down the metal steps, nearly colliding with Jonas, who was stumbling out of the crew quarters, eyes wild. "It's Marin," he gasped. "She's oh God, Captain, come quick." They burst into Marin's cabin to find her, thrashing on the floor, tangled in her blanket, eyes rolled back white. Her body convulsed violently, and her mouth moved in rapid, whispered syllables. Elias dropped to his knees beside her. "Maran, can you hear me?" Jonas backed into a corner, trembling. She's speaking like it. The words spilling from her lips were the same maddening cadence they had heard in the spire. Not English, not any language, but layered and resonant, as if several voices spoke through her at once. Her fingers clawed the metal floor until her nails split. Then, as suddenly as it began, the fit ended. She lay panting, sweat streaming down her face, eyes wide with terror. "It's calling me," she whispered hoarsely. "It's up here with us." The following hours were a waking nightmare. Marin alternated between frenzied whispers and catatonic silence. Equipment began to malfunction, the sonar spiked with static. Radios fizzed with broken fragments of sound, and the compass needles spun without pattern. At dawn, Jonas approached Elias on the bridge, his hands shaking. "Captain, it's following us." Elias stiffened. "What are you talking about?" Jonas thrust the sonar printouts at him. The readings were distorted, but one thing was clear: a massive, moving shadow trailed the Trident's wake. A whale, not a submarine, something far larger, keeping perfect pace beneath the waves. "It wants her," Jonas said, his voice cracking. "It wants Marin. It's marked her somehow." Elias's mind raced. If the entity had followed them to the surface, nowhere was safe. The ship might become the next offering in that abyssal graveyard. he made a decision. "Prepare the submersible," he ordered. Jonas's face went pale. "No, Captain, please, don't. We're going back," Elias said. "If it wants her, if it's calling her, maybe giving it what it wants is the only way to save the rest of us." Marin appeared in the hatchway, pale and trembling, but lucid. "I'll go," she said quietly. "I can hear it clearer now. It's waiting." Jonas cursed under his breath, but he helped prepare the submersible. Soon, Elias, Marin, and Jonas were once more descending into the crushing black, the light of the Trident's wake fading to a memory above. As they approached the spire, the water grew warmer, almost pulsing. Bioluminescent forms swirled around them like a living current. Marin pressed her hand to the viewport, her lips moving in that alien tongue. The spire opened for them, literally, the jagged mouth they had entered before unfurled wider, like a great stone flower blooming in slow motion. The walls rippled with a disturbing vitality. Elias felt his breath catch as they drifted into the dome chamber again. Only this time, it wasn't empty. The creatures surrounded them in a perfect circle, their eyes glowing brighter, their forms swaying in rhythm with some silent song. The center of the chamber, the floor split open, revealing a chasm that seemed to plunge into infinite darkness. Marin unbuckled her harness. "Marin, no," Elias barked. She turned to him with a strange, serene smile. "It's okay. I understand now. We were never meant to leave." Before he could stop her, she opened the hatch and slipped into the black water. The creatures moved as one, guiding her toward the central chasm. The whispers swelled into a deafening harmony in Elias's skull. He clutched his head, screaming silently into the void. Then, as Marin vanished into the darkness, the voice spoke again, satisfied. The submersible was pushed physically, unmistakably, toward the exit. The current carried them like a hand releasing a toy. Jonas sobbed the entire ascent. Elias didn't speak. He didn't know if he could. When they finally breached the surface again, the sea was calm, the sky clear. Moran was gone, but so was the shadow beneath their ship. Elias stared at the horizon, the words carved into his mind forever. The abyss whispers, and it remembers. The Trident's wake sailed north for 3 days, cutting through placid waters. That belied the horror the crew had endured. Yet peace never truly returned to the ship. Marin's absence was a wound that throbbed in every heartbeat of the vessel. Her empty cabin remained locked, though whispers of her voice seemed to seep from behind the metal door at night. Captain Elias Ward moved through the ship like a ghost, avoiding the crew's eyes. He had given the order to descend again, had watched Marin vanish into the abyss, and though he knew there had been no other way, guilt clung to him like seawater to a drowning man. Jonas then fared worse. He rarely slept, flinching at the slightest creak of the hull or splash against the bow. Once, Elias found him standing at the stern in the dark, staring into the black water with a rope in his hands, as if some part of him wanted to follow Marin on. The fourth morning, the Trident's wake received a coded transmission from the Oceanic Research Council. Their mission had been marked aborted after loss of personnel. The ship was ordered to make for the nearest port immediately. But Elias knew he could never return to port with the truth. Not yet. The night after the message arrived, the sea began to stir. It started with a storm. Not a normal storm, but a sudden wall of black clouds swallowing the stars, and winds that howled like the abyss itself had risen to the surface. Lightning fractured the night sky, illuminating the deck in brief, merciless flashes. Elias stood on the bridge, gripping the console as the ship pitched violently. Rain lashed the windows, and in each flash of light, he swore he saw shapes in the waterlogged, sinuous shadows rolling just beneath the waves. Jonas burst into the bridge, dripping and wild-eyed. "It's them," he shouted over the storm. "It's the things from down there. They followed us. They're here. Get a hold of yourself," Elias barked. "Secure the deck and make sure the hatches are sealed." But the panic in Jonas's eyes didn't waver. "Captain, she's here too, Marin." I heard her voice in the rain. Elias turned back to the window, his stomach twisting. In the next flash of lightning, he saw her dart just for an instant, pale and drifting in the torrent. Marin's face, floating inches from the glass. Her eyes were open, black and bottomless, and her mouth moved in silent whispers. The storm raged for hours, tearing at the Trident's wake until every crew member believed the ocean would claim them. Then, as suddenly as it began, the winds died. The sea went eerily calm, and the clouds thinned to reveal a sickle moon. Jonas collapsed against the console, trembling. "This isn't right." The storm just stopped. Elias said nothing. His ears were still ringing with the last whispers from Marin's ghostly lips. Not done. The following day, the ocean remained glassy, but the dread only deepened. Seabirds avoided the ship. The sonar refused to give a clear reading, producing only a rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat. By evening, the crew had retreated into tense silence, eating in near darkness and avoiding the portholes. No one wanted to see what stared back them. During the second watch, the screams started. Elias sprinted to the lower deck to find water pouring through the storage bay hatch. Crewmen scrambled to secure it, but something pulled from the other side. A pale hand shot through the gap, webbed and wrong, fingers clawing at the air. Another hand followed. Jonas froze, his face white. "They're coming in." Elias grabbed a harpoon gun from the wall and fired through the opening. A screech echoed as the thing withdrew, and the crew managed to slam the hatch shut. But the echo of claws scraping steel lingered long into the night. When dawn rose again, the Trident's wake was adrift in a sea of mist. No land, no horizon, an endless void of pale gray dot. Jonas approached Elias quietly. "Captain, we're not going to make it back, are we?" Elias stared into the fog. He thought of Marin's sacrifice, of the whispers that seemed to coil tighter around his mind with every passing hour. He thought of the spire, the abyss, and the entity that now seemed to stretch its tendrils into the waking world. "We're already theirs," he said finally. That night, Moran returned. She appeared on the deck, dripping but dry, her hair floating as if underwater. Her voice was a chorus of echoes, and the language she spoke resonated in their bones. Jonas fell to his knees, sobbing. Some of the crew fled below deck, but Elias stood frozen as she drifted closer, her eyes locking onto his. "It's time," she said in a voice like the sea itself. "The abyss remembers, the abyss hungers." Behind her, the mist shifted, and towering shadows rose from the water shapes with glowing eyes, endless in number. The Trident's wake was surrounded. Elias understood then. Their descent into the deep had not ended with Marin's sacrifice. They had become a part of the story the abyss had been whispering for centuries. The sea began to rise, and the ship was swallowed whole. The Trident's wake shuddered as if gripped by some colossal hand beneath the sea. Its metal hull groaned, rivets trembling, as the ocean itself seemed to decide its fate. The mist that had surrounded the ship now thickened into a suffocating cocoon, swallowing the last traces of sky. The world had become water and fog. With the ship caught in the liminal space between them, a floating coffin waiting to be sealed, Captain Elias Ward clung to the bridge railing, staring down at the deck where Moran, no longer the woman he had once trusted, stood, her pale form framed by the spectral haze. She didn't move as the crew shouted, cursed, or prayed. She didn't need to. Her presence alone held the gravity of inevitability. Jonas knelt at her feet, tears cutting clean lines down his grime-streaked face. "Please," he whispered, his voice hoarse, "let us go. We didn't know, Marin." Tilted her head drifting as though suspended in invisible water. When she spoke, her voice carried not just in sound, but in vibration resonating in the bones of every man aboard. "You were invited," she said. "The abyss opened its mouth, and you came willingly. There is no leaving once you have been heard." The deck shook violently. Somewhere below, a bulkhead gave way with a shriek of rending steel, and water surged into the lower decks. Alarms wailed, crewmen scrambled to seal compartments. But the sea's advance was relentless. Elias forced himself to act, snapping out of his horrified trance. He grabbed the come-all hands braced for flooding. Pump stations 1 and 2. The command died on his lips as a thud reverberated from the starboard side. Something massive had struck the hull. The sound was followed by a deep subsonic hum that seemed to come from the water itself. It wasn't a whale, nor any natural creature Elias knew. This was deliberate. Jonas staggered to his feet, wide-eyed. "They're ramming us, they want us under." Marin's dark gaze lifted to the bridge, and Elias felt the weight of the deep pressing against his mind. He had seen death at sea before: storms, fire, drowning, but this was different. This wasn't nature. This was judgment. Another impact sent the ship listing to port. Crates slid across the deck, smashing against the rails before spilling into the water. The mist swallowed them whole. Elias turned to the helm, gripping the controls. He couldn't see more than a few meters ahead, but instinct screamed to move. But here, he pushed the engines to full, the propellers churning the water with a roar. For a moment, the Trident's wake surged forward. Then the ocean rose. From the fog emerged a wall of water, impossibly high, as if the abyss itself had decided to climb into the air. The ship's bow tilted skyward, metal screaming in protest. Crewmen tumbled like ragdolls, their cries lost in the windless silence of the mist. Elias braced, knowing what was coming. The wave collapsed, swallowing the ship. For an instant he was weightless, the world a blur of gray and black and salt. Then the cold slammed into him. He awoke in darkness. Not the darkness of a room or a cloudy night, but the crushing eternal black of the deep ocean. His body floated, heavy and weightless all at once. He could hear the ship groaning nearby, hear the distant panicked shouts of men swallowed by the abyss, but no light penetrated here. Not from the sun, not from the ship's lamps. Then, slowly, a glow bloomed below him. At first, Elias thought it was the spire of the same alien monument they had seen in the first descent. But as the light grew, he realized it was not a single structure. It was a city, a metropolis of impossible design sprawled across the ocean floor. Towers of black stone jutted at unnatural angles, webbed with bioluminescent veins that pulsed like the heartbeat of a leviathan. Bridges of coral and chitin spanned deep trenches, and domes of living glass swayed with the currents. Shapes moved among the streets, pale, elongated, and graceful. They swam with deliberate slowness, like priests. In a temple, Elias could not tell where their bodies ended and the darkness began. In the city's center rose a cathedral-like spire, its peak vanishing into the black above. From it radiated a sound, not quite a voice, but a feeling, a low, reverent hum that vibrated through the water, through Elias's chest, through his teeth. The abyss was singing. Hands touched his shoulders. He flinched, turning to see Marin floating behind him, her hair haloing her face in the water. Her expression was calm, almost serene, and her eyes reflected the glow of the city. "You see it now," she said, though he heard her words not with his ears, but within his mind. "The world that came before yours, the first kingdom of the sea, the one we forgot." Elias tried to speak, but only bubbles escaped his mouth. Marin drifted closer, her fingers brushing his cheek. "Do not fight. It will be easier if you listen. The abyss rewards those who surrender." Around them, the remnants of the trident's wake sank slowly. Crewmen clung to floating debris, their screams silent in the crushing pressure. One by one, pale hands rose from bellow belonging to the beings of the city and pulled them into the depths. Some struggled, others did not. The ocean claimed them all. Jonas appeared beside Elias, thrashing weakly. Blood trickled from his nose and ears, the pressure crushing him. His eyes found Elias, wide with terror. Then a shape rose behind him, enormous, coiling, and crowned with bioluminescent tendrils. It wrapped around Jonas like a constricting serpent, dragging him downward into the city. Elias wanted to swim, to flee, but a current seized him and drew him closer to the cathedrals. The hum deepened into something like a chant, and he understood without words that he was being welcomed. They reached the base of the spire. Here colossal statues loomed, figures with tentacled faces and spined crowns, their stone bodies eroded by eons but still radiating authority. At the spire's entrance, two of the pale guardians waited. Their eyes glowed faintly as they gestured Elias forward. Marin followed, her voice soft in his mind. "You have seen the world above. Now you will know the truth below. Few are chosen. Fewer survive." Elias staggered onto the spire's steps, his boots touching alien stone. Though they were hundreds of meters below the surface, he found he could breathe. The water here was alive, part of the abyss itself, filling his lungs with something that felt like both air and memory. Inside, the cathedral opened into a vast chamber lit by the pulsating glow of the ocean outside. The walls were carved with its spirals and runes that seemed to move when he wasn't looking. At the center was a piton opening into pure blackness, deeper than the ocean itself. Marin led him to the edge. "This," she said, "is the mouth of the first one, the dreaming hunger. It sleeps, and in its dreams the sea remembers its dominion. When it wakes, your world will drown as it did before." Elias stared into the abyss within the abyss. He felt it staring back. A whisper coiled through his mind. "Join," he stumbled back, shaking his head. No, I can't." But the current caught him, invisible hands pushing him forward. Marin smiled faintly. "You already belong to it. You were always going to fall." And Elias fell. The darkness took him. He fell for an eternity, his body weightless, his mind filled with vision's entire countenance, sinking beneath roaring waves. Cities like the one above, crumbling as leviathans, swam through the ruins. He saw the trident's wake swallowed whole, its wreckage strewn across the ocean floor like a toy left behind by a careless god. He saw himself, pale and changed, walking among the Spire City streets, no longer a man of the surface but a priest of the abyss. And, for the first time, he did not fight. When the trident's wake failed to return to port, it was written off as a tragic loss at sea. No bodies were ever recovered. No wreckage was ever found. But sailors who venture north speak of strange lights in the depths and whispers that echo through the hull at night. Some claim to have seen a pale figure standing on the waves, watching. The sea remembers. The abyss waits, and the dreaming hunger stirs. The return to Blackthorn Valley. The road to Blackthorn Valley was nothing more than a cracked strip of asphalt snaking through endless skeletal orchards. Each tree stood leafless and gray, as though carved from the bones of the earth. Even in daylight, the valley carried a twilight gloom, the sun smothered by low clouds that pressed against the mountains like an unyielding lid. David Mercer had not set foot here in 20 years, not since the night his sister vanished. He had sworn he never would. And yet, as the rental car crawled along the decaying road, he felt an inevitability to his return, as if the valley had never stopped whispering his name, just waiting for him to listen. He glanced at the old journal. On the passenger seat, the cracked leather cover marked with his sister's name, Eliza. It had arrived in the mail a week ago with no return address, just a single note tucked inside, "Come home before the harvest." David reached the edge of the Mercer orchard, once the pride of the valley, now a graveyard of gnarled branches and rotting fruit. A rusted gate leaned off its hinges, and the wooden sign that once read Mercer Family Orchard had split in two. The letters faded like a forgotten epitaph. He parked the car and stepped out. The air was thick, wet, and sweet with the stench of decay. Somewhere distant, a crow cawed, the sound sharp against the muffled silence. The farmhouse sat at the far end of the orchard, its windows dark, its roof sagging. Weeds choked the path to the porch. As David approached, he noticed strange symbols carved into the bark of the nearest apple tree, spirals and hooked crosses that seemed almost alive in the dim light. He reached out to touch one, but a cold shiver ran up his arm that something moved in the corner of his vision. He spun around, scanning the orchard. Only rows of dead trees, swaying gently in a wind he could not feel. The front door of the farmhouse creaked open before he touched it. The smell hit him first, damp wood, mold, and something faintly coppery beneath it. He hesitated in the doorway, his instincts screaming that he should leave, but the journal in his hand felt like an anchor. He stepped inside. The interior was a museum of neglect. Dust clung to the walls, cobwebs draped the ceiling beams, and the once-warm kitchen now looked like the set of a horror film. Chairs were overturned, and the long dining table was scarred by deep knife marks. A sound drifted down from upstairs, faint, like someone humming a lullaby. David, you froze. Eliza. His voice cracked. The humming stopped. He climbed the stairs slowly, each creak of the steps echoing like a gunshot. At the top, the hallway stretched ahead, lined with family portraits that had warped with moisture. Their painted eyes seemed to follow him, their smiles brittle and wrong. The door to Eliza's old room was ajar. He pushed it open. Inside, the room was exactly as he remembered, down to the floor of wallpaper and the stuffed bear on the bedding. For one thing, the floor was covered in apples, rotten apples, split and oozing black juice. The smell so pungent it burned his nostrils. At the center of the room lay another journal, open to a page covered in smeared writing. They are under the roots now. They are waiting for the harvest. They whispered to me. They said you would come. The floorboards groaned behind him. David spun, heart hammering. A figure stood in the hallway, tall, skeletal, draped in tattered cloth that might once have been a dress. Its head was crowned with a twisted mass of apple branches, and from where a face should have been, only shadows gaped, but it raised one hand, its fingers impossibly long, and pointed toward the orchard. David stumbled back, tripping over the rotting fruit. When he scrambled to his feet, the figure was gone. Only the smell of damp earth and the sound of windless branches remained. He fled the house, running down the overgrown path until he reached the first row of trees. His breaths came ragged, his chest tight, but he could not bring himself to stop. The orchard seemed to close around him, branches leaning inward as if to listen. A low whisper rose from the soil. David froze. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and between the roots of the nearest tree something began to push upward, not dirt, but a pale hand, slick with sap and black soil. Another hand followed, then the crown of a head, a face like Eliza's but hollow-eyed and stretched with hunger. All around him, the orchard began to stir. The harvest had begun. The harvest awakes. David stumbled backward, heart hammering, as the pale figure emerged fully from the soil. It was unmistakably Eliza, or at least what remained of her. Her skin was streaked with dirt, her hair matted with roots and leaves, and her eyes were pools of empty blackness. Yet the familiar curve of her jaw and the small scar on her cheek left. No doubt his sister had been claimed by the orchard. Elisa. His voice was barely a whisper, a mix of disbelief and terror. She tilted her head, a slow, unnatural motion that made his stomach twist. When she spoke, her voice carried a wet, gurgling undertone like the sound of roots being torn from the earth. You came back, just like they said you would. David's blood turned cold. Behind her, the ground rippled. More hands began to break through the soil, pale and thin, some of them twisted at impossible angles. The orchard was waking, and whatever had claimed Eliza had not stopped with her. He stumbled backward, tripping over a root, and fell hard onto his back. The sky above was darkening unnaturally, clouds churning though no wind blew. Elisa, what happened to you? ESTAMMERED. She smiled, lips cracking as if unused to the motion. The orchard is hungry. It needs us to grow. They promised I could stay forever if I fed the roots. I fed them and they fed me back. David scrambled to his feet. I don't understand. Who are they? Before Eliza could answer, a shrill cry split the air, inhuman and agonizing. From every direction, figures rose from the soil, crawling free from the roots. Their bodies were a grotesque fusion of human and tree limbs elongated like branches, bark fusing with their flesh, eyes hollowed to black pits. David ran. He tore through the rows of trees, branches scraping his arms and face, the whispers of the orchard chasing him like a living fog. Rotten apples burst beneath his feet, their sweet foul juice soaking his shoes. The air grew thicker, and with every breath, it felt like he was inhaling damp earth and decayed up behind him. The orchard moaned. It wasn't a sound any human could make. It was the collective voice of the soil, the trees, and the creatures. Now, awake. He stumbled into a small clearing where an ancient scarecrow stood slumped against a post. Its straw body was dark with moisture, and its burlap face sagged as if it had absorbed years of rain and rot. David stopped to catch his breath, hands on his knees. Then the scarecrow turned its head toward him. He froze. You shouldn't have come back. It whispered, voice like dry leaves scraping together. David stumbled back, heart pounding. What is happening? The scarecrow lifted one arm, the straw bending like sinew, and pointed back toward the house. You left them hungry for too long. The harvest is here. You will feed them now, or you will join them. The earth beneath the scarecrow cracked, and roots surged upward like snakes, writhing and grasping. One wrapped around David's ankle, pulling him to the ground. He kicked and clawed, tearing the root away, but more erupted from the soil, reaching for him. A sudden chime echoed through the orchard, clear and sharp, a sound that did not belong here. David looked around wildly. In the distance, through the skeletal trees, he saw the faint glow of a lantern swaying. Desperate, he sprinted toward it. The glow bobbed through the darkness, leading him deeper into the orchard until he reached a small stone chapel he had never seen before. The structure was old and moss-covered, half swallowed by the roots of nearby trees. The door hung crooked on its hinges, and the lantern swung from a hook above the entrance. Inside, the chapel smelled of dust and candle wax, but it was mercifully quiet. He slammed the door behind him and slid to the floor, gasping for air. His relief lasted only seconds. Along the walls, wooden pews were arranged in neat rows, and upon them sat figures still, silent, and skeletal. Their heads were bowed, hands clasped in mock prayer, roots coiling through their rib cages as if the trees themselves had grown through them. A single candle flickered on the altar, illuminating a book that seemed to hum with a faint vibration. Drawn to it, David approached. The cover was bound in cracked leather, similar to Eliza's journal, but darker stained with something that looked like dried blood. He hesitated, then opened it. Inside were names, hundreds of them, written in looping, careful handwriting. Some he recognized, neighbors, school friends, even his own parents. Each name was followed by a symbol, like the ones carved into the orchard trees. At the very end of the list, one name had been freshly written. David Mercer. He stumbled back, the book slipping from his hands. The chapel suddenly felt smaller, the candlelight dimming as shadows pressed in from all sides. The seated figures began to move, lifting their heads in unison. Empty eyes stared at him. "The harvest is not complete," they whispered. A loud crash shook the chapel as the roots tore through the floor, splintering the wooden planks. David ran for the back door, bursting into the night air. The orchard loomed, alive with movement, the figures of the risen swaying like trees in an invisible wind. He didn't know where he was running anymore. Every path led to more trees, more whispers, more horror, but something instinctual drove him forward, a primal need to escape the valley that had claimed everyone he had ever loved behind him. The voice of Eliza echoed through the trees. "You can't leave, David. The orchard remembers us all." He ran until his legs burned, until his legs felt like fire, until he collapsed at the edge of a wide pit in the earth. The moon broke through the clouds just long enough for him to see what it contained. Hundreds of bodies half buried there, faces twisted in agony, their limbs tangled in roots. Some were fresh, some were little more than bone. All of them seemed to be breathing, in slow, horrible unison. David's scream caught in his throat. The final harvest. David stared into the pit of writhing bodies, his entire being paralyzed by a horror beyond words. The stench of damp soil, rot, and something far older and fouler than death seeped into his lungs. The moonlight glinted off the wet skin of half-buried corpses, and as his eyes adjusted, he realized that some of the faces looked up at him. He fell backward, crawling away on his hands and heels, but his body met something soft and yielding. He turned in dread to find another corpse, its skin bark-like, its mouth frozen in a scream, and its eyes wide with the same black emptiness he had seen in Eliza. The body shifted, a whisper rising from it like the rustle of wind through leaves. "Don't leave us. We are all part of the orchard now." The whisper spread, echoing through the pit, then rippling outward into the orchard itself. The trees began to groan, branches rattling though the air was still. The whispers turned into low rhythmic chanting, a single word repeating over and over: harvest, harvest, harvest. David scrambled to his feet, slipping in the mud, and ran. His mind no longer thought in plans or reason, just the primal need to flee. He crashed through the underbrush, branches clawing at his face and tearing his clothes, until he stumbled into a part of the orchard he didn't recognize. Here the trees were enormous, their trunks as wide as cars, their roots sprawling like the limbs of sleeping giants. The air was heavy, the smell of decay and sap suffocating. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, twisted and blackened, its bark splitting in long vertical gashes that oozed a dark resin. At its base, he could see something moving, slow, writhing shapes that almost looked like people, fused to the trunk itself. A voice spoke from everywhere and nowhere. He returned to where it all began. David spun around. His sister stood behind him, half her face hidden in shadow. Her skin seemed darker now, her body more a part of the orchard than human. She stepped closer, her bare feet sinking into the soft soil without a sound. "Do you understand yet?" she asked softly. "The orchard is alive. It feeds. It remembers." He shook his head violently. No, this is insane. We can leave, Elisa. We can burn it down. We can." Her laughter cut him off, hollow and sad. "You can't burn what's part of the earth. You can't destroy what is older than the town, older than us. This orchard, it was here before people. We just became its caretakers." David backed away, but the roots under his feet shifted, gripping at his shoes like fingers. He fell to his knees, clawing at the ground, panic overwhelming him. "It needs a caretaker, David," Eliza said, moving closer. "It needs a new heart. To feed it I gave mine willingly, but it still hungers." The great tree groaned a deep resonant sound that seemed to vibrate in David's bones. Its gashes widened, and from within, he saw shapes pressing against the bark face's arms, ribs. They were people, trapped inside, their mouths opening in silent screams. Then the roots struck. They erupted from the ground, wrapping around David's legs, his torso, his arms. He thrashed and kicked, screaming, but the roots were unyielding, slick with sap. They dragged him toward the base of the black tree. He tried to grab onto the ground, but the soil crumbled in his fingers like sand. "Eliza, help me," he cried, sobbing. She crouched beside him, tilting her head like she had earlier. There was pity in her eyes, or something that mimicked pity. Should never have left. The orchard doesn't forgive abandonment. It waited for you. It called you back. The roots tightened around his chest, squeezing until he could barely breathe. He was pulled against the trunk, his back pressing into the wet, oozing bark. The sap burned cold against his skin, and he screamed. The tree opened. A fissure widened behind him, and he felt himself being pulled inside. The sap oozed over his face, muffling his screams. In the darkness, he felt dozens of hands, some skeletal, some fleshy, grabbing him, pulling him deeper. He thrashed, but there was no escape. The smell of soil and rot consumed him, and the chanting in his mind grew louder, until it was no longer a whisper but a roar. Harvest, harvest, harvest. Then silence. Time passed, or perhaps it didn't. David could no longer tell. He floated in darkness, his body numb, his mind hazy. Snatches of memory flickered running through the orchard as a boy, his sister laughing, the smell of apples in autumn. But slowly, those memories felt less like his and more like the orchard's. When sensation returned, it was not his own body. He felt, but the trees. He could feel the roots deep in the earth, the sap flowing, the leaves trembling in the night air. He could feel the hunger, always the hunger. Somewhere far above, he sensed movement. The orchard had a new caretaker now. The harvest was complete, and deep within the tree, David opened his blackened eyes. Arrival, the town of Ashford had always been quiet, almost forgotten. A speck of aging buildings and overgrown streets tucked between the forests and the river. To most it was just another dot on a map, the kind of place you pass through on your way to somewhere else. But for Eleanor, Ashford was a beginning, a place where she might start over. She had driven for 7 hours straight, the highway giving way to winding roads that cut through forests so thick the sunlight barely reached the cracked asphalt. The air felt heavier the closer she got, as though the trees themselves were leaning in, whispering, keeping secrets. Her GPS had long since lost its signal, leaving her with the old printed directions she had scribbled down after a brief call with the real estate agent. At last, she reached the old iron gates. They were exactly as the photos had shown, blackened, rusted in and flanked by 2 stone pillars. A vine climbed one side, curling over the top like fingers reaching. A faded wooden sign dangled from the left pillar, swinging slightly in the breeze. Redwood House. The name was etched in flaking gold paint, but time and weather had worn it too near illegibility. She pushed the gates, which creaked in protest before, slowly swinging open. Gravel crunched under her tires as she followed the long curved driveway. The house emerged from the mist like a memory. It was enormous, 3 stories tall, with gabled roofs and broken shutters. The paint had once been white, but now it was a patchwork of grey wood and moss. The windows on the top floor were black voids, some cracked, one completely missing. A few birds scattered from the roof as she parked in front. Eleanor shut off the engine, and for a moment, the silence was absolute. No cars, no wind, no insects, just stillness. She got out slowly, her boots crunching on the gravel, and took a long look at the house. A part of her hesitated. She had come to Ashford to escape the noise of the city. The endless reminders of a life that had crumbled in the space of a single year, her divorce. The layoffs, the apartment that felt like a cage of memories. She'd seen the listing for Redwood House almost by accident. A late-night search when she couldn't sleep. A historic property, far from town, priced far lower than it should have been. Needs love, the agent had said over the phone, and a little courage. She'd laughed at that then. Now, standing before the house, she felt a knot in her stomach. It wasn't just the size or the decay, it was something else. Something in the way the house seemed to watch her shaking. Off the feeling, she grabbed her bag and keys, heading up the front steps. Each step groaned under her weight. She paused at the door, running her fingers over the heavy oak frame. The intricate carvings of leaves and vines almost hidden under peeling paint. When she turned the handle, it resisted, but with a firm push, it swung open. The smell hit her. First, dust, wood, and something faintly sweet like flowers, long dead. She stepped inside, her boots clicking on the old wood floor. The foyer was vast, with a staircase that curved upward like a spine, its banisters smooth and dark. Cobwebs hung in the corners, and light from the door illuminated the floating dust. Moat's daughter footsteps echoed. She wandered through the rooms. On the first floor, an old parlor with a stone fireplace, a dining room with a table still in place, covered in a gray sheet of dust, a kitchen with cupboards hanging open and a cracked porcelain sink. Everything felt paused, like someone had just stepped out and never returned. In the hallway, she found a grandfather clock, its face frozen at 3:17. She touched the glass, and it rattled slightly in its frame. Okay, she muttered to herself. Creepy but manageable. Upstairs the air was colder. She noticed her breath fogging faintly as she explored the second floor. The rooms here were mostly bedrooms, some with old furniture, some stripped bare. She paused at one door near the end of the hall. Unlike the others, it was painted a deep red, and the doorknob was cold to the touch. She hesitated, then turned it. The room was small, almost like a study, with a single window overlooking the back of the property. A heavy desk sat in the corner, and above it, shelves filled with old books. Dust coated everything. She crossed the room, fingers tracing the spines of the books. Titles in faded gold lettering, mostly histories, a few journals. One caught her eye. Ashford Parish Records, 1889-1910. She pulled it down, coughing at the puff of dust. Inside, the handwriting was neat but old-fashioned. Births, deaths, marriages. She flipped through absently until something made her stop. On a page dated October 2nd, 1897, a single entry was circled in dark ink, entire Redwood family missing. She frowned. The name struck her immediately, Redwood, like the house. She flipped through the following pages, but there was nothing else about them, just gone. A soft sound behind her made her freeze. It was the faintest creak, like someone stepping on a floorboard in the hall. Eleanor turned, heart pounding, but the doorway was empty. The hall beyond was still. She swallowed hard. Old house, she whispered, would shift Spetzel. But as she replaced the book, she noticed something she hadn't before. In the dust on the floor, there were footprints, not hers. Bare human prints, leading from the door to the center of the room, and stopping right behind her. She spun around, but nothing was there. The air felt heavy, charged. The hair on the back of her neck rose. Slowly, she backed toward the door. A whisper brushed her ear, so close it could have been someone leaning in. "Welcome home," Eleanor ran. She didn't stop until she was outside, panting in the cold evening air. The sun was sinking, and the trees at the edge of the property seemed to have crept closer somehow. The house loomed behind her, silent and watchful, as if amused. She leaned against her car, shaking, trying to convince herself she'd imagined it, that she was just tired, jumpy, letting the isolation and the age of the house play tricks on her mind. But deep down she knew the truth. Redwood, the house had been waiting for her. Whispers in the walls. Eleanor barely slept that night. She'd locked herself in one of the cleaner bedrooms on the second floor, pushing an old dresser against the door just in case. The room had a single window that overlooked the overgrown gardens at the back of the property, where moonlight spilled in like pale silver water. She had intended to read a bit, maybe scroll through her phone for comfort, but there was no signal. The phone's screen was just a useless glow in the dark. Every creak of the house kept her on edge. She had told herself it was just old wood. Temperature changes, the house settling after being abandoned for so long. But when she finally drifted into a fitful sleep, her dreams were full of shadows moving in the hallways, and soft footsteps that stopped just outside her door. When morning came, she felt more exhausted than before. The pale sunlight did little to chase away the unease. Still, she told herself she had to face the house in daylight if she ever wanted to stay here. She couldn't run, not yet. She had given up everything to come here. If she left now, she had nowhere to go. Her first task was to clean. It would help, she reasoned. Making the house livable again would give her a sense of control. So she retrieved her supplies from the carpet, sponges, trash bags, gloves, set to work on the first floor. Dust and cobwebs were the obvious enemies, but under that, there were the subtler reminders that this house had belonged to someone. A faded scarf draped over the back of a chair, a child's wooden toy, missing a wheel, a single boot in the corner of the hall. Every object felt like an echo of the people who had once lived here, the ones who had vanished by noon. The air smelled of soap and bleach, and Eleanor was sweaty and sore but proud of her progress. She paused in the parlor to sip some water, wiping her forehead. That's when she heard it, a soft thumping from upstairs. It was rhythmic, like someone lightly knocking. She froze, listening. The sound came again, 3 beats in a row, then silence. She told herself it could be a branch against the wall, or maybe an animal trapped inside. Gripping her flashlight, she made her way up the stairs. The second floor was colder, the air heavy with that strange sweet scent again. She followed the sound down the hall, heart hammering, until she reached the red door of the little study. The knocking came from inside. Eleanor hesitated. Slowly she turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was empty, just as she'd left it, the desk and shelves coated in dust. But now, the book she had examined the day before, Ashford Parish Records, was back on the desk, open, and there was something new, a faint smear of wet footprints leading from the corner of the room to the desk. And stopping. The window was closed. No animals, no drafts. Her throat went dry. She stepped closer, drawn despite herself. The pages of the book had been turned to a new entry. October 3rd, 1897. The house is empty now, but it is never truly empty. The handwriting was different from the careful script in the other entries. Jagged, desperate. Eleanor stumbled back, nearly tripping over the uneven floor. She had to get out of that room. She turned toward the hall and froze. Someone was standing at the end of the hallway. A figure, tall, with its head tilted slightly. The light from the window behind it made it a silhouette, but she could see the suggestion of long hair and a dress that brushed the floor. Eleanor blinked, and the figure was gone. She ran down the stairs into the kitchen out the back door. She didn't stop until she reached the edge of the overgrown garden, gulping in the cold air, her hands shaking. Her rational mind scrambled for explanations like tricks, fatigue, imagination, but her gut knew better. The house wasn't empty. Eleanor spent the afternoon outside, trying to calm down, exploring the grounds. The garden had once been beautiful. She could see the remains of stone paths, a cracked fountain, and patches of wild roses fighting to reclaim the space. Beyond the garden, the forest pressed close, shadows deep, even in daylight. That's when she noticed something strange near the tree line. A small stone marker, half hidden by weeds. She knelt and brushed the dirt away. It was a headstone, so all the letters were barely visible. CR-1897. She found two more nearby, both were the same year. 3 graves. A chill rippled down her spine. The Redwood family, had they been declared missing because no one could prove they were dead, or because their graves were hidden here, behind the house? The wind picked up suddenly, rattling the branches, and she thought she heard a whisper carried through the trees. She couldn't make out the words, but the intent was clear. She wasn't alone by evening. Eleanor knew she had to make a choice, either leave the house and never look back, or face whatever was inside. She thought about her old life, the small apartment full of reminders of a marriage that had failed, the endless interviews that went nowhere, the crushing sense of being stuck. She hadn't come here to run away. She'd come here to start over. So as the sun dipped behind the trees, painting the sky with bruised purples and oranges, she went back inside. This time, she wasn't going to hide it. A bedroom. She sat in the parlor, the cleaned floor gleaming faintly in the firelight from the hearth she had finally coaxed to life. She waited, every muscle tense, as the house creaked and settled around her. Hours passed. Then came the first sound, a slow step on the stairs. Eleanor gripped the iron poker she had taken from the fireplace, her knuckles white. Another step, then another. The footsteps stopped at the threshold of the parlor. The air grew cold, her breath clouding. She forced herself to look down. There she was, the same woman from the hallway, pale and translucent now, her hair floating as if underwater. Her eyes were dark hollows and her lips moved soundlessly. Behind her, faint shapes flickered. Children, a man before fading again. What do you want? Eleanor whispered. The woman's head tilted. Slowly, she raised one hand and pointed toward the cellar door at the back of the hall. Then she vanished. Eleanor sat frozen for a long moment, heart slamming in her chest. Finally, she got to her feet, poker still in hand, and walked to the cellar door. The handle was ice cold. She turned it and opened the door. A gust of air swept past her, smelling of earth and rot. Wooden steps descended into darkness. Somewhere below, something scratched against the floor, and then, softly, a child's voice floated up from the darkness. We've been waiting for you. Beneath the floorboards, the cellar steps groaned under Eleanor's weight as she descended, each one seeming to complain against her presence. She gripped the iron poker in one hand and her flashlight in the other, the weak beam cutting through the thick darkness. The smell was stronger here, damp wood, mold, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. Her heart drummed in her ears, but she forced herself to keep moving. Halfway down, she heard it again, the scratching. It was soft, rhythmic, like something trying to claw its way through the wooden floor, and then faint, but unmistakable, a giggle. Eleanor froze, her mouth went dry. She forced herself to speak. Who's there? The giggle came again, from the far corner of the cellar. Slowly, she reached the bottom step, her shoes sinking slightly into the dirt floor. Her flashlight revealed rows of old shelves, half collapsed, full of broken jars and rusted tools. In the far wall, she noticed something outer wooden panel, slightly different from the rest of the foundation. Like a door, the scratching came from behind it. Eleanor approached cautiously, the beam of her light trembling over the wood. The panel was small, just large enough for a child to crawl through. She crouched, set the poker aside, and ran her fingers along the edge. There was a latch, rusted but still functional. Her hands shook as she unlatched it. The panel creaked open. A cold gust of air rushed out, carrying the stench of decay. Her flashlight beam revealed a narrow tunnel leading into darkness, and there, just inside, she saw bones. Small, white, and unmistakably human. Eleanor clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. From the darkness of the tunnel, a voice whispered, "Very close now. We never left." The air around her seemed to shiver. She spun, flashlight whipping, across the cellar, and saw them figures emerging from the shadows. The woman from the hallway stood at the base of the steps, her face pale and hollow-eyed. Beside her were 2 children, their forms flickering, translucent, their small hands clasped together. Behind them a man appeared, tall and gaunt, his face twisted in sorrow. Eleanor stumbled back, her breath ragged. I didn't do anything. To you, the woman raised a hand, and the cellar filled with whispers. They overlapped, voices of adults and children, some sobbing, some angry, some pleading. Eleanor could barely make out words. Help, trapped, betrayed. The man stepped forward, his spectral face inches from hers. His voice was a rumble, echoing in her skull. He locked us here, she managed to choke out. The man's head jerked toward the stairs, as if pointing to the house above. The one who built this place. He fed us to it. Eleanor's stomach twisted. She remembered the dates on the gravestones, the strange journal, entries. The redwoods hadn't just vanished, they'd been sacrificed to the house. The woman knelt, her face close to Eleanor's now. It still hungers. Suddenly, the floorboards above creaked violently and dust rained down. Something heavy slammed against the parlor floor. Then another slam, like footsteps from a thing too large to be human. Eleanor's flashlight flickered. What is that? She whispered. The woman's eyes were black voids now. The house. The air in the cellar grew icy and Eleanor's breath turned to fog. She backed toward the stairs, but the ghosts moved aside, as if guiding her not up, but deeper into the tunnel. She hesitated. Going into that dark, bone-strewn space was unthinkable. But another slam shook the house above, and she knew she had no choice. She crawled into the tunnel, her hands scraping on dirt and rock, the smell of decay clawing at her throat behind her. The panel creaked shut on its own. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, winding downward until it opened into a hidden chamber. Beneath the house, her flashlight beam revealed a space carved from stone, walls covered in strange symbols, blackened with soot. At the center was a circle of ash surrounded by broken candles, and in the circle, a book lay open. Its pages were filled with the same jagged handwriting she had seen upstairs. Feed the house and it will give you life. Starve it, and it will take its own. Eleanor realized the truth with a sickening lurch. The builder of this house, whoever had written these words, had been performing rituals, feeding the house with the lives of his family. And now the house wanted her. The whispers grew louder, rising into a chaotic chorus. The walls of the chamber seemed to pulse, and the floor trembled beneath her knees. Suddenly, something grabbed her ankle. She screamed and kicked. The flashlight beam jerking wildly across the stone floor. A pale skeletal hand was reaching from a crack in the ground, clawing at her leg. Then another hand, then dozens, emerging from the shadows, grasping, pulling. The voices rose to a single, deafening word. Stay. Eleanor fought with every ounce of strength, wrenching herself free, scrambling toward the tunnel. She crawled faster than she ever thought possible, the hand scraping at her heels, the whispers hissing in her ears. She burst into the cellar, gasping, slamming the panel shut behind her. The ghosts were gone, but the footsteps upstairs continued, heavy and relentless, shaking dust from the ceiling. Something was looking for her. Eleanor ran, up the cellar stairs, through the kitchen, out the back door. She didn't stop until she reached her car, her hands trembling so badly she almost dropped the keys. As she sped down the overgrown drive. The house loomed in her rearview mirror, its dark windows like watching eyes. She didn't look back again. Eleanor never returned to Redwood House. Weeks later, when the sheriff went to investigate, they found the place empty. No bones, no book, no trace of her cleaning efforts, only dust. And if you listened closely, the locals said you could still hear the faint sound of children laughing when the wind passed through the broken windows. The road by the marsh. The first time Calvin saw the lantern, he thought it was just a trick of the fog. He was driving the old county road that cut through the marshes, the one no one used anymore except hunters and fishermen. The air was thick with mist, clinging to the windshield. In a fine, silvery sheen, his headlights carved to narrow tunnels through the darkness, and the world outside his truck felt hushed, waiting. He had been on this road many times before. He knew its turns, its dips, and the way it seemed to swallow light at night. But tonight felt different. It was the quiet. Even with his windows cracked, he couldn't hear the usual chorus of crickets or the distant croak of bullfrog. It was as if the marsh was holding its breath. Then he saw it, a faint yellow light bobbing up ahead, floating above the road. He slowed the truck, squinting through the fog. The light flickered, wavered, then steadied to steady for a reflection. Too warm for a car headlight. It moved like someone carrying a lantern, swaying slightly with each imagined step. Kelvin hesitated. The marsh road had no street lamps, no houses, and the nearest town was 8 miles back. There shouldn't have been anyone walking here at night. He rolled down the window and leaned out. "Hello," he called, his voice muffled by the fog. The lantern stopped moving. A chill crawled up his spine. He inched the truck closer, tires crunching on gravel. The light bobbed once, twice, then began to drift off the road, toward the black water of the marsh. Calvin's curiosity outweighed his common sense. He pulled over, grabbed his flashlight from the glove compartment, and stepped out. The damp air hit him like a cold sponge, seeping through his jacket. "Hey," he called again. "You need help?" The lantern floated ahead, always just far enough that he couldn't quite see who or what held it. He followed, his boots squelching in the wet earth at the roadside. The fog grew thicker, swallowing the world. He could barely see his own truck anymore, just a gray smear of metal behind him. Then the road ended, and the marsh began. Black, stagnant water stretched out under the fog, broken by patches of grass and the bare sticks of dead trees. The lantern hovered over a patch of solid ground, a small rise just past the Waterline. Calvin hesitated. He'd grown up around these marshes. He knew how easy it was to sink into mud that looked like earth, but something about that light pulled at him, like an invisible thread tugging at his chest. He took a cautious step into the marsh. His boot sank halfway to the ankle in muck. "Damn it," he muttered, but kept going, testing each step. The lantern drifted to the rise and stopped. As he drew closer, Calvin noticed something strange. The light didn't illuminate anything around it. It glowed, yes, but the fog and reeds swallowed the light greedily, as if they didn't want to share it. Finally, he reached the rise. His boots squelched onto firmer ground, and he lifted his flashlight, shining it toward the lantern. There was no one holding it. The lantern hung in the air, swaying gently, its glass panes streaked with condensation. The flame inside flickered, but there was no wick, no fuel, just a floating flame trapped in glass. Calvin's breath caught. "What the hell?" he whispered. The marsh around him was silent, too silent. The fog pressed close, muffling even the sound of his own breathing. Then he heard it, a woman's voice, soft and low, carried through the mist. "Come closer." He froze. The voice was behind him, though he hadn't heard anyone approach. Slowly, he turned. A figure stood on the edge of the fog, tall, draped in a long dress that clung wetly to her frame, her hair hanging in dark strands over her face. Her hands were pale and bare, and in one of them, she held nothing at all, yet the lantern still floated beside her. Calvin's throat went dry. Do you need help?" he stammered. The woman tilted her head. Her hair shifted just enough for him to see a slice of her face. Her skin was white as moonlight, her lips dark and thin. "Stay with me." Something in her tone was both pleading and commanding, a thread of sorrow tangled with hunger. Calvin took a step back. His heel slid in the mud, and cold water seeped into his boot. I gotta go," he said. The woman raised her empty hand, and the lantern flared brighter. The flame inside twisted into a shape of skull, grinning at him from behind the glass. Flashlight flickered and died. He turned and ran. Behind him, he heard the woman's voice rise into a wail, long and keening, echoing across the marsh. The fog seemed to chase him, thickening around his legs, trying to pull him down. His boots slipped and squelched, but he didn't stop until he reached the gravel of the road. He scrambled into his truck, slamming the door, fumbling the keys. When the engine roared to life, he hit the gas and tore down the road without looking back. That night, Calvin couldn't sleep. He kept seeing the lantern, the way it bobbed in the mist, and hearing that whisper, "Stay with me." The next morning, he told his brother about it over coffee. His brother, a lifelong local, just shook his head. "You saw her," he said grimly. "The widow." Calvin frowned. "Who?" "The widow of Hollow Marsh. Folks been seeing her lantern for 100 years. Some say she's looking for a drowned husband. Others say she lures people to join him." Calvin laughed nervously. "You're screwing with me." His brother didn't smile. "Count yourself lucky. Most folks who see the lantern never come back." The widow's bargain. Calvin tried to go about his life as if nothing had happened. He went to work at the auto shop, fixed brakes, changed oil, and kept his head down. But no matter what he did, the memory of the lantern clung to him like a damp fog. He saw it in his dreams first. Every night for the next week he dreamed of the marsh. The road dissolved into mud, the fog rolled in thick, and the lantern bobbed ahead, always just out of reach. Sometimes he heard the woman's voice calling, "Stay with me." Other times, he'd see her pale hands reaching up from the water, clutching his legs and pulling him under. He'd wake in a sweat, heart hammering, his sheets tangled around his body. By the 7th night, he couldn't take it anymore. He drove to the library in town and asked the old librarian if she had any books on local legends. She gave him a curious look, but led him to a dusty corner full of history books and faded newspaper clippings. Hours later, Calvin found what he was looking for. An old article from 1927, yellowed and brittle, told the story of Martha Kettering, a young woman who had lived near Hollow Marsh with her husband, Thomas. They had married in the spring, and by autumn he was dead. A hunting accident, the paper said. He'd fallen into the marsh and drowned. They never found the body. Martha, devastated, had wandered the marshes with a lantern every night for weeks, calling his name. The last anyone saw of her, she was walking into the fog, lantern swinging, and she never returned. Locals began to report strange lights bobbing in the marsh soon after. Some swore they heard a woman crying or calling out for help. Over the years, a few people vanished on that road. Fishermen, hunters, travelers, all blamed on the widow of Hollow Marsh. Calvin closed the book, hands shaking. That night, he didn't sleep at all. He could in single quotes T. By the second week, the dreams started to bleed into his waking life. He'd catch flashes of light in the corner of his eye while driving. A soft, whispering voice seemed to follow him through the empty aisles of the grocery store. tried telling himself it was stress, lack of sleep, imagination. Then came the night he woke to find his bedroom full of fog. It rolled in under the door, curled around the furniture and pooled on the floor like water. His breath came out in white puffs. In the corner of the room, the lantern glowed, and standing beside it was the widow. Her wet dress clung to her thin body. Her hair dripped black water onto the carpet, her eyes pale and luminous, fixed on him, with an intensity that pinned him to the bed. "Why did you leave me?" she whispered. Calvin's mouth went dry. I didn't. You followed me to the water. You saw my light and you left me." Her voice rose, a mixture of sorrow and fury. The lantern flared, and the shadows in the room seemed to twist away from it. "I don't belong there," he said, his voice cracking. "I'm alive." The widow drifted closer, her feet making no sound. The air grew colder, so cold his skin prickled with frost. "Then make a bargain with me," she said. Calvin's heart pounded. What kind of bargain?" She tilted, her head, hair spilling over one bony shoulder. "Bring him back to me." Calvin blinked. "Who?" "My Thomas. He is lost in the dark water. Find him, or I will take you in his place." The fog swirled violently around the room, and for a moment, Calvin thought he saw shapes moving inside his hands, reaching, faces pressing against the mist, mouths open in silent screams. Then the lantern went out. When he dared to move again, the room was empty. The air was warm. The next day, Calvin called in sick to work and drove to the marsh. He didn't know why. Maybe he thought he could end it by facing her. Maybe he believed the only way to make the dream stop was to confront the nightmare. He parked his truck by the roadside and walked to the edge of the marsh. The sun was low, painting the water orange and gold, but it brought no warmth. The place still felt wrong. He wandered for hours, calling out Thomas Kettering's name, but all he heard was the distant cry of a heron and the sucking squelch of his own boots. As dusk settled, the fog began to rise. He saw the lantern again. This time it was closer. Calvin stepped toward it, and the marsh accepted him without struggle, as if a path had been cleared just for him. He didn't sink, didn't stumble. It felt almost like walking on a road only he could see. The lantern drifted deeper into the marsh, toward a patch of black water surrounded by dead trees. The air smelled of rot and something metallic, like old blood. When he reached the water's edge, the lantern hovered and then dipped low, until it floated just above the surface. Calvin crouched. He could see his reflection in the water, pale and drawn, but then the reflection shifted. It wasn't him anymore. A man stared up from the water, young, with dark hair plastered to his forehead, eyes wide and glassy with death. Mud clung to his cheeks, and reeds tangled in his hair. His lips moved, forming words Calvin couldn't hear. Then, like a bubble breaking, the sound came. "Help me." Calvin stumbled back, his heart hammering. The water rippled, and the man's hand shot up, breaking the surface, reaching for him. Before he could react, the widow appeared across the water, her lantern now clutched in her pale hands. "Bring him to me." Calvin shook his head. "I can't. He's dead." "Then join him." The water surged, black and hungry. Something cold and slimy wrapped around Calvin's ankle, yanking him off his feet. He hit the mud hard, clawing at the ground as he was dragged toward the water. He screamed, kicking wildly. His boot slipped off, and whatever had him recoiled into the water with it. He scrambled back to the rise, chest heaving. The widow watched, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she raised the lantern and blew out the flame. The world went dark. Calvin made it back to his truck just before full night swallowed the marsh. He drove home barefoot, shaking. He knew now that the widow's bargain wasn't a request, it was a curse. If he didn't find a way to bring Thomas Kettering back or give the widow another soul, she would drag him into the water herself. That night, he dreamed of black water filling his lungs, and the lantern swinging in the darkness above. The drowning path. Calvin didn't remember falling asleep, only waking up to the sound of dripping water. At first he thought it was a leak in his ceiling, but then he noticed the puddles spreading across the floor beside his bed. He sat up slowly, his throat dry, and saw muddy footprints leading from the window to the center of the room. His heart stopped. The footprints were there. He grabbed the baseball bat from under his bed and crept toward the window. But there was nothing outside except the quiet street and a low mist hanging over the lawns. The footprints, however, were real. He could smell the marsh on them, stagnant water, decay, and a faint bitter tang of rust. When he turned back, he saw the lantern on his dresser. It wasn't there before. The flame burned low, casting flickering shadows over the walls and in its glass. He saw a reflection that wasn't his own. Thomas Kettering stared back at him, lips moving silently. Calvin squeezed the bat until his knuckles ached. "What do you want from me?" The reflection's eyes rolled back, and a deep, gurgling voice filled the room. "The water," it calls. Then the lantern went out, leaving Calvin in suffocating darkness. By morning, he knew he couldn't keep pretending he was in control. He called an old friend, Eddie, a guy he hadn't seen in years, but who worked as a local guide for hunters and fishermen. Eddie had grown up in these swamps, knew every winding stream and hidden sinkhole. When Calvin asked if he'd ever heard of the widow of Hollow Marsh, there was a long silence on the line. "You shouldn't be met with that road," Eddie finally said. "Ain't nothing there for you but trouble." I don't have a choice, Calvin said. His voice was tight, desperate. I think she's after me. Another long pause. Then Eddie sighed. Meet me at the old boathouse at sundown. Bring a flashlight. And don't bring nothing shiny. The boathouse was falling apart, its walls warped with age, its roof sagging. Eddie waited outside, smoking a cigarette, his battered aluminum boat half sunk in the mud. You look like hell, he said when Calvin approached. I feel worse. Calvin replied. Eddie flicked the cigarette into the water and nodded. Then let's get this over with. They pushed the boat into the marsh as the sun began to sink. Calvin tried to ignore the way the fog seemed to rise to meet them, curling around the bow of the boat as if guiding them in. Eddie rowed in silence for a while before speaking. You know the story, I'm guessing. Lady loses her husband, wanders the swamp with a lantern till she dies. Folks say she's still looking for him, or maybe just looking for someone to take with her. Calvin nodded. She wants me to bring him back. Eddie froze mid-stroke. Bring him back, she said. If I don't, she'll take me instead. Eddie muttered something under his breath that Calvin couldn't catch, then rowed harder. You're in deep trouble, friend. As night fell, the marsh changed. The chorus of insects faded into an uneasy hush. The trees, skeletal in the mist, seemed to lean closer, and the water, it no longer reflected the sky. It was black, like a hole in the world. Calvin's flashlight beam cut across the surface, and something pale flickered beneath it just for a second. A face. He jerked back, heart racing. Did you see that? Eddie kept rowing. Don't look too close. That's how she gets you. They reached a clearing where the fog hung low and heavy. Eddie stopped rowing, letting the boat drift. This is as far as I go, he said. Calvin turned. What? You're not staying? Eddie shook his head. Nobody who stays comes back. You want to talk to her, you do it alone. Calvin hesitated, then climbed out of the boat into the shallow muck. Eddie pushed off without another word. Vanishing into the mist. Calvin walked until the mud swallowed his boots and he couldn't feel the ground under the water anymore. The lantern appeared ahead, swaying gently, and his breath caught. Okay, he whispered. I'm here. The widow emerged from the fog, lantern in hand, her wet dress clinging to her bones. Her eyes glowed faintly like drowned stars. You came back, Calvin nodded. I don't know how to bring him to you. I don't know what you want me to do. She tilted her head, considering, then she stepped aside, revealing the black pool behind her. The water remembers. All who are lost belong to me. Calvin's stomach twisted. I can't. Go in there. The widow smiled, a ghastly stretch of lips too pale to be human. Then I will help you. She lifted the lantern, and suddenly, the water boiled with movement. Hands broke the surface, dozens of them grasping, reaching. Faces rose next, gray, bloated, eyes rolled white. They moaned without sound, bubbles spilling from their mouths. And among them, Thomas Kettering. He reached for Calvin with a pleading hand. Save me. Calvin staggered back. His mind screamed at him to run, but his feet were rooted in the mud. The widow stepped closer. Give me another, and you will be free. Calvin shook his head violently. No, I won't kill someone. Her expression hardened, and the lantern flared. Then you will drown with him. The hand surged from the water, wrapping around his legs, his arms, his chest. Cold sank into his bones as he was dragged toward the black pool. He screamed, thrashing, but the mud sucked him down. The last thing he saw before his head went under was the widow's lantern, burning bright in the fog. Then there was only water. Time lost all meaning in the dark. He sank deeper and deeper, surrounded by pale, floating bodies. His lungs burned, his vision blurred. And then he felt another hand grab his dot. It was warm, alive. Suddenly he was yanked upward, breaking the surface with a gasp. Eddie was there, straining to pull him into the boat. Row. Calvin choked. Go, go, go. The fog screamed. Not the wind, the fog itself, a wailing sound that chilled Calvin to the marrow. Lantern light danced wildly behind them, growing smaller as Eddie rowed furiously. They didn't stop until the marsh was behind them and the night air was clear. Kelvin never went back to Hollow Marsh, but sometimes, when the fog rolls in heavy and the streetlights glow like lanterns, he swears he sees her at the edge of the water, waiting, and he knows one day his luck will run out. The last candle no one in Ashmore spoke of the mansion on the cliff anymore, not since the fire that never ended. Even now, 50 years later, the locals swore that on certain nights, you could see the windows glowing from the highway, and if you listened closely, you could hear the faint crackle of flames. But when the fireman arrived, there was never any fire to be found. Adrian had grown up hearing the stories, but he never believed them. He was a writer, a man of logic, and he knew a good horror story when he heard one. When his publisher suggested he write a new book about local legends, Adrian drove straight to Ashmore with a recorder, a notebook, and the absolute certainty that ghosts weren't real. By sundown, he stood at the gates of the mansion. The iron was rusted, the chains broken. Vines had swallowed most of the outer wall, and the path leading to the house was choked with dead leaves. Adrian stepped carefully, feeling the crunch of gravel under his boots. The air had a strange weight to it, as if the mist rolling in from the sea carried secrets. When he reached the door, he found it unlocked. He pushed it open and the smell hit him first. Smoke, old and sharp, like wood burned long ago but never fully gone. Inside, the house was in ruins. The walls were black with soot, the floor sagged with moisture, and all the furniture was reduced to skeletons of charred wood. Yet in the center of the grand hall, standing on a marble pedestal, was a single white candle. And it was lit. Adrian froze. There was no wind, no draft, no sign of life, but the flame flickered as if someone had just passed by. He raised his phone to take a picture, and the screen glitched, static, distorted colors, and then for half a second, a face gaunt, pale, eyes hollow, staring straight into the camera. The phone went dark. Adrian's breath caught. He whispered hello from somewhere upstairs. A floorboard creaked. He followed the sound, each step heavier than the last. His flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the charred remains of the staircase. As he climbed, the temperature dropped, and the air grew thick with the smell of wet ash. At the top, he found a long hallway lined with burnt doors. Faint light pulsed from the farthest room, and against every instinct, Adrian walked toward it. Inside, the room was pristine. The walls were untouched by fire, the floor polished, and in the center sat a grand four-poster bed, its sheets white and freshly made. A young woman in a black dress sat on the edge, brushing her hair. She looked up at him, her face pale and sad. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered. Adrian swallowed hard. Who are you?" "I was the last one to leave." She set down the brush, and in that instant, the room burned to ash before his eyes. The walls blackened, the ceiling caved, and the heat seared his skin. He stumbled back, covering his face, but the fire vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving only the white candle on the floor, burning steadily. A voice echoed all around, him deep, hollow, and full of rage. "Stay and keep the flame." Adrian ran. He didn't care about the stairs, the hall, or the candle's impossible flame. He only cared about the front door if it would still open. But when he reached it, the entryway was gone. In its place was a solid wall of brick and soot. He spun around, heart pounding, and the candle was there again, sitting in the center of the room. Its light cast long shadows that twisted into shapes, arms, faces, screaming mouths, all reaching for him. Then he heard footsteps behind him, slow, heavy, coming closer. Adrian turned, and a man-shaped shadow of fire towered over him, its hollow eyes blazing. "The fire never ends," it hissed. "Now you are part of it." The next morning, hikers on the coastal trail saw smoke rising from the Ashmore cliffs. The fire department found the mansion untouched, just as always, but in the grand hall, standing on a marble pedestal, burned a single white candle, and beside it lay a charred notebook, open to a final page that read, "The last candle is mine." The final night, the night was colder than the ocean winds that scraped against the cliffs of Ashmore. Clouds swallowed the moon, leaving only slivers of silver light to illuminate the jagged rocks and the silhouette of the mansion that had haunted generations. No one had dared to enter since Adrian's disappearance. His notebook, half burned and smeared with ash, had been found beside the last candle. The local papers reported it as an unsolved tragedy, but the villagers whispered about curses, about how anyone who went to the mansion would never return the same if they returned at all. Now, 50 years after the first fire, and months after Adrian's last entry, a storm rumbled over the sea. Mara stood at the gates, the wind catching her long coat as she stared up at the blackened walls. She wasn't here for stories. She wasn't here for thrill or curiosity. She was here because the dreams had called her, night after night, with the same vision, a white candle in a room of ash and a voice whispering, "The flame must be carried." She had ignored it at first, convincing herself it was stress, imagination, or the residue of reading too many of Adrian's books. But then the dreams grew louder, sharper, until she awoke screaming, the smell of smoke in her lungs. The mansion wanted her. Deep down, she knew she would go. She pushed open the gate. The metal shrieked like a living thing, and the mist seemed to curl around her ankles, tugging her toward the house. Inside, the grand hall greeted her like a memory she didn't want to own. Charred furniture leaned in broken angles. Blackened portraits hung like dead faces along the walls. The air was thick with the smell of rain and distant smoke. And there it was, the white candle, burning steadily on its marble pedestal, its flame impossibly still despite the draft sneaking through the shattered windows. Mara stepped closer, her heart hammering the moment she crossed the threshold. The candle's flame flared, throwing long shadows that stretched and twisted across the walls like reaching arms. Somewhere above her, a floorboard groaned, and the air filled with the faint sound of weeping. "Adrian," she whispered, though she didn't believe in ghosts. A voice answered, low and hollow, "You heard us." The words froze her blood. She spun, but no one was there, only the curling shadows and the soft crackle of the candle. Another whisper followed, this one closer, "Carry the flame or be consumed." Then the grand hall shifted. The floor beneath her seemed to ripple like water. The soot-stained walls stretched upward, and the ceiling above cracked open to reveal a sky burning orange with fire. Even though she knew the night outside was black, Mara stumbled back, gasping, as the marble pedestal began to sink into the floor, melting like wax dot without thinking. She reached for the candle. At the moment her fingers closed around it, the world changed. The fire was everywhere. The mansion around her blazed, yet no heat touched her skin. Screams echoed through the halls, men, women, and children all crying out in pain and terror. Figures ran through the fire, their faces warped, their bodies wreathed in living flame. A young girl appeared before her, no older than 10, her white nightgown smoldering at the edges. "You have to take it away," the girl begged. "It burns because it's trapped. We are trapped." Mara's voice shook. Where do I take it?" The girl reached out a hand, but before Mara could touch her, the child burst into cinders, scattering into the air like sparks. "The mansion!" screamed. Mara ran. Hallways twisted and shifted, doors appeared and vanished, and yet she held the candle high, knowing instinctively that letting it go would seal her fate. The flames seemed to follow, bending toward her, whispering in hundreds of voices. "Do not leave. Join us. Burn with us." She found herself in the ballroom, or what was left of it. The once grand chandeliers dripped molten glass, and the walls pulsed as if alive. And there, in the center of the room, was a mirror, tall and black as obsidian. The candle's flame leaned toward it, and Mara realized this was the way out if there was one. The moment she stepped before the mirror, her reflection twisted. It wasn't her face staring back, but Adrian's eyes, hollow, skin charred. "If you leave, you carry it forever," he whispered. "If you stay, you become part of the fire." The mansion trembled, the fire roaring like a beast unleashed. Mara had no choice. She pressed the candle to the surface of the mirror. It rippled like water. The next thing she knew, she was outside. The cliffs of Ashmore stretched around her, the ocean crashing below, and the mansion loomed behind some dark, untouched dot in her hand. The white candle still burned. She fell to her knees, sobbing, the rain finally washing the soot from her skin. But the candle did not go out. A whisper rose from the flame. "The fire never ends until the last carrier falls." Mara understood then that she had escaped the house, but not the curse. And somewhere deep inside the empty mansion, 100 voices laughed.